Welcome to the REPUBLEAGUE closed qualifier.
Cloud9, pretty easy.
Cloud9 for sure, man.
Yeah, easy for the start. Good job.
Oh, that's a tough one. I'm quite sure it's 02. I think it's 2002.
Yeah, it's
99 is too early.
yeah.
Then 2004 I think is like too late. 2010 is definitely too late. Didn't they maybe
2004?
Didn't they actually like celebrate like 20 years or something this year?
I mean, if you say so. I don't keep track of these
I'm not
things.
sure. I think they did, to be honest. I think it's B, 2002.
I go for JW's answer here.
Final answer, 2002.
Yes, you're right. There was an anniversary this year.
Wow. Not even born yet.
A, Luminosity. Luminosity. Easy.
You're right.
Actually, did we play Dust 2? Yeah, we played Dust 2 and Train in the final of the first major. We won first map Dust 2 against NIP, if you remember, and we lost Inferno.
I mean,
And
was
then
it
we won
Overpass
Train
like
third.
implemented in
But
2014?
which of these map was not in the map pool during the first two majors? Didn't we play Nuke in the second major? I think this question is wrong.
Only one map was not played. So
It was only one map was not played.
yeah.
Oh yeah, never mind then. Yeah, Overpass, B. Sorry, I misread the
Yeah.
question. B, easy.
The final answer B.
Yeah,
Yeah, good
I
choice.
don't know, I made it hard for myself there. Oof.
I'm not good with these things.
Oh, I mean, he was like top 5 every year or something up until now. This is actually a hard one. I'm leaning towards 11 or didn't make it, but I think 11 is also like a bit too good. No, but I mean, of course he must have made it.
Yeah, I would say 11th.
Yeah, it must be 11. Surely he made it. Yeah, final answer is C, 11.
Okay, you're right. It was C.
Feels like it's a pretty new skin. I've never seen it.
I never had seen it either.
I would probably go for like C.
I mean, I think Look at Me is not one of them. Real Eyes Lies is probably not one of them. It's C or B, I guess. Can we call a friend?
Maybe yes.
Well, let's see. Your gut feeling is saying C, Flusha. Multivision.
I mean, it's kind of like...
Rapid eye movement. It's a tough one, actually. Yeah, let's go for C then, Multivision.
So final answer C, Multivision
Yeah.
is wrong. It's B.
I mean, at least I put it down to the final two. It was a 50-50.
This is where you should shine. W.
The price is average from the Steam market from last year.
I mean, it's 150 is a bit too low. Like, it's not A or C, it's B or D. But I mean,
like,
what's the percentage of a skin actually being 420? So I mean,
what's the
it
prices
is
of
B or
other
D.
op skins than JW?
I mean, it's everything from €1 to €1,000,000. But
But like,
I don't know. I think I'll put it to D. To be honest, I think it's D.
yeah, I feel like 420 it's a bit too much, or
I mean, not necessarily too much. It's just like a meme number. That's why I'm not really feeling it. I think it could be in that range, but I don't think it's exactly like 420. So yeah, I go for 150 D.
So final answer D?
Yeah.
It's wrong, it's A. It's a little bit
Oh,
expensive.
the Steam markets, they're stupid. I leave this to Robin.
I mean, since there's text in Spanish, I would go for Central America, because why would you talk Spanish anywhere else in of these options? So C for sure.
So final answer C.
Yeah.
You're right. Good job.
See?
Whoa.
Okay, so the Hell Ride is definitely photoshopped. The C is definitely photoshopped.
Yeah.
And the stairs, like the slider, they removed the stairs.
It's handicap accessibility, I guess.
Yeah, it's for the hell right.
Oh, that's true.
You can jump over the roof.
Okay, grand finale. I would say Cobblestone. I think it's a very, very good map. It was very like even. It was a fun map. I think you could do a lot with it, both tactically but also like in a puggy way. But I don't think the Cobblestone version that is right now is good at all. So they would have to redo it a bit. But Cobblestone for sure for me.
Yeah, I would have to agree. Like Cobblestone, there's so many great maps playing that map, and yeah, it was just an all-around good map. But they unfortunately made it worse when they updated it. Since I don't know, 2016 was the best, I guess.
Okay, and which map should it replace?
Oh, that's a tough one. I think like Dust 2 right now is pretty weird. I don't really like it, but at the same time I also think Vertigo is a pretty boring map, like to watch others play. I mean, it's mostly one team, CT let the T plant and you do a retake or whatever. Like it's a pretty boring map to watch in my opinion. In a perfect world, I would change like 3 maps or something, like every year or something in CSGO to make it a bit more refreshing. I think most of the maps right now you can make a case for replacing.
For sure, I would say Vertigo. It's just like, it's so stale. It's nothing new coming out. It's the same old smoke ramp, go and spray the smoke for 1 minute and go plant and go retake. It's like there's no fun in that.
Yo, welcome in everyone. Our last 2 games here at Republic Season 3 closed qualifiers. I'm Retro, joined by Trav, running you up through the action on a fine afternoon. And as we set up, and as we'll continue to talk about today, Trav, unfortunately, this is the last day you'll see us, at least for the closed qualifiers. Still got the main event, but mate, we're all drawing to a close for this day.
Yeah, we have the honour of finishing up the entirety of the closed qualifier. 2 teams left to make it through to the main event, and both of the best of 3s today should be royal bangers, honestly. I think that they've got lots of interesting factors to them, and so many different things which to talk about, actually, especially with the first game, which, as you see, the wonderful quiz there with JW and Flusher. It'll be their Hellraiser squad up against K23.
Yes, I'm very excited. Let's talk about yesterday's games for those maybe that didn't catch the action or missed out on the games. Of course, we had the first one, Entropic Prague taking on Enterprise. A 2-1 victory for Enterprise over the Entropic Prague boys. And then a Sinners 2-1 victory over Budapest 5, giving, of course, the Sinners organization the last, or the third to last slot here in the closed qualifier. But, of course, the main event's still underway very shortly. June 7th is where we rock up with the action, and of course, the closed qualifier in general wrapping up today. So exciting times, of course, by June 29th. It is indeed. It is
Exciting.
indeed tomorrow. I was going to say, by June 29th, we'll crown our third season victors. Of course, it was Fnatic last time out with Smooya in the roster. ITB again making it through, as you can see. Enterprise and Sinister join them alongside Ecstatic, Mouse NXT, and X-Mad Lions.
Yep, and there you go. You can see the red and green logos there. We have 2 more red logos and 2 more green logos to add. It'll be one of Hellslayers and K23 and one of Skade and Sprout today. That is our second match. That should be pretty exciting. You can see how they made it here. It's a great team to see actually in the main event. And it's a huge chance for Into the Breach, as you saw the other day, an incredible win against Skade, and also some incredible opportunity for a team like Mouse NXT to play against some of the the top tier invited teams for the main event. And there you can see the last 2 lower bracket matches there, which we have coming up for you this afternoon.
Absolutely. K23 taking on Hellslayers as our first game, and of course Skade taking on Sprout this evening to find out our last 2 slots. Trav, it's going to be very exciting to see how things get on in today's matches. And of course, the action does not stop here. The main event starting tomorrow. So actually, we still got a lot of Counter-Strike to watch, mate. We've got a lot to digress into, and I, for one, am very excited.
I mean, some of you may have seen, I think it was a couple of days ago now, that the main event teams were announced. You've got the likes of NIP in there. That's the headline invite for sure. Can't wait to see how they perform. Fnatic's new roster will be in there as well. They haven't actually even announced their 5th yet. They've got, of course, Roya and Nico does now on that roster with Crims and Mezzi, and we don't even know what their 5th is going to be. So that is a huge factor, a huge exciting factor to see how they perform in the main event. But yes, our first game today, K23 versus Hellslayers. This one's got a lot of interesting factors to it, but let's first of all run you through the Hellslayers lineup.
Yeah, of course, we've got some old guard with the new guard, right? JW and Flush have been around for absolute yonks. Some legends to the game, Shine, Sapek, and Svedja ahead, of course, the young lad from the Lil Mix side joining the fray. And it's nice to see the balance between the old and the new, right? Is that we have Flusher and JW, the men to sort of guide this team, and then the young guns in Sapek, of course, the young ninjas lad, Shine as well, quite an unknown entity when it comes to Counter-Strike pre this team.
Yes.
He wasn't really in and around much, right? He played at Granite for a little while and then at Aura. And of course, Aura was the side, I think, that made the RMR, right?
Yep,
the IM4 event.
full,
so,
and they actually took Copenhagen Flames to the full 30 in that event, so it wasn't a bad performance from them.
We have some very nice pieces here, and as you can see, the puzzle of the map veto seems to lean heavily in favor of Inferno and Mirage. We know they've got firepower, and when you talk about sort of the leading guard of Flasher and JW, and you've got such raw talent in the young guns, this does get very exciting for the Hellslayers side. But we come against an incredible K23 lineup.
Yeah, and actually, I'll be honest with you, this is the first time I've ever seen a picture of the new edition, Raijin, of course. I'm not necessarily certain whether, Klax and Raijin are actually permanent additions to this organisation yet, but they're certainly stand-ins, and they're doing pretty well as well, considering, of course, that this roster lost Norbert and Fame to VP. So it's going to be very interesting to see how they perform again today. With Klax, of course, Klax was from the Trident team that had Seized and Guardian in it back, I think, about 6 months, maybe even a year ago now, something like that.
Yeah, half a year.
Yeah, something along those lines. And it's going to be fascinating to see how they perform. This is why I think, personally, Hellslayers, this is probably their best shot at making it through to a main event again for JW and Flusher, because they're not playing a team that has much time with each other at all.
Yeah, of course, you see the win rates and the total games played. That's based off of the core of 3, right?
Yes.
We talk about Klax and Raijin, the 2 new entities in this team. They have played very little when it comes to this new K23 side. And I'm looking at their matches and their previous results, other than the odd game here and there. I think this is their, 6th game or 7th game in the new 5. So, yeah, it'll be very exciting. We are going to run up the veto here, as you can see. Vertigo, Dust 2, both bans coming through. Dust 2, of course, the perma ban for the Hellslayer side. K23 getting rid of the Vertigo pick. Overpass coming in for K23 to kick things off. We know that's their strongest map, so kind of understandable, but an ancient pick for the Hellslayers, boys.
That's a really interesting one because I'm genuinely surprised at that pick because Hellslayers actually have a 100% record and Inferno, we saw it. That dates back to mid-March as well, so I'm impressed that I'm surprised they're going to go for ancient. Maybe it's because at K23 are an Inferno enjoyer as well, because they do like to play that map, so maybe they just want to avoid that team strength instead rather than play your own. It can work both ways. Mirage is a decider. For me, that could go either way. Complete 50-50. I'll be curious to see which way it goes because, as I said, I think Hellslayers have got a great chance in this one playing against a K23 roster which has not necessarily formed an ideal core as of yet. They have that, obviously, of course, the same core that has been playing for quite a while, but losing two of their best riflers is such a big deal for them, and the fact that they still have a chance to make it this far is impressive in its own right.
Fair play to them, right?
Yeah.
I think there's no doubt when you look at this side how strong they can be and how good they look with the core. Obviously, losing two players is going to be very, very difficult. But ladies and gentlemen, we move into the action. We kick things off today. The old guard of Hellslayers taking on the CIS Tier 2 Kings K23. And it is going to be an absolute matchup to remember. Overpass is where we start things off. And as the train zips by, Trav, I'm going to ask for your predictions in this matchup. We set this up very nicely for the possibility the Hellslayers can win this game. Do you believe it's going to happen?
Well, the thing is, I do believe we, in our official predictions for Republic, have both predicted K23 for this one. But, you know, thinking about it, I may have actually gone for a bit more of a risk and picked Hellslayers. As I said, my official prediction is K23, but I still think this is maybe a 55-45, maybe even closer than that in K23's favour. So I really think Hellslayers have a great chance of winning this one, of course. As we said, they have Sapek from Young Ninjas, Svedjahed, who I remember casting in ESE Advanced when he played for Little Mix. I remember there was one particular game he played against my friends actually in the EU Advanced League, where I think he dropped something like 38 and 10 and he was one-tapping everyone. It was absolutely unbelievable. And now he's got a chance to make a main event, so he's certainly improving his craft. But here we go, Retro, pissed around underway. Let's see how this one goes.
Yes, indeed. Hellslayers, of course, starting on that CT side. On the T side lies the K23 boys. Let's see what we've got in store. Shine, just as anticipated. Walks right in, one tap, backs away. Man advantage picked up now for that CT side. And the flash to come in as well. Raijin could get charged down. Svedjahed, back of the site, hasn't been checked. It's an easy kill. Exapower will respond. Shine still kicking towards short. X5, he's none the wiser to how this play is going to go out. JW to swing in and find another kill. And K23 fall by the wayside.
Yeah, that was a really good, little sort of mini retake there. Obviously, there was no bomb planted, but they did let them get a lot of control of sort of the backer monster position. And yeah, that's a really nice one. This is a really important headshot from Shine, because if you get overrun towards short like that, it can often be very difficult to recover. And extra power, even though he got one, it was not enough. JW rotates in to get the last, and Sapek will finish off the round. So excellent start, and of course CT start as well for Hellslayers. They've got to be feeling like this is a great opportunity for them to get a solid beginning in this one. And look at the damage taken already. I know it's a full eco for K23 in this one, but the jump throw nades are already working out nicely.
I do love the inventiveness of the nade. Like, we didn't see that jump throw nade for so long.
Yeah.
You know? And now it's only just coming to life, probably in like the last 6 months or something.
Yeah. So it goes through the hedge,
nice
right?
to see.
It's sort of
sort
of a weird one. You would think that would hit the hedge, but the edge of that can just go straight through the edge of it. So it can often do a lot of damage, and even if it doesn't do a lot of damage, if it does like 13, it's enough usually for the M4 to one-shot headshot a team.
Yeah, exactly. Creating the advantages. JW nearly could have had 3 in 1 bullet there, but no, JW, a second kill for him. Looking for more. Shooting, fish in a barrel, it seems, as of right now. Will be showing a little bit of resistance, and another missed shot will mean Exapower to pick him up. But 2 kills already, quite comfortable for the Scout. And of course, it's lots of Kevlar for the CT side. The Scout quickly rips out of the hands of X5. Exapower next to fall. And well, there we go. Raijin left alone, 1 versus 4. I must admit, when I sat down and watched the K23 ESL Challenger League game,
yes.
I think, actually, no, it might have been the Valencia qualifiers.
Right.
I had a little watch of them. they really surprised me, especially Raijin, how well he played. As sort of an individual level, he was hitting heads. And you'll notice quite quickly with this side, they look very comfortable in regards to just seeping up map control with him. He's like the man to take the entries and take the early advantage or whatever. So keep an eye on him at home. He is definitely one to watch. And would be a nice pickup to see for K23. Unfortunately, with the pistol not going their way, though, the easy pickup now for Hellslayers can just continue on through, right? They've got themselves a second. It was against pistols, only the single casualty. Life is good.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty interesting to see, obviously, how Raijin plays, of course, as well. I, as you so rightly say, I've not seen much of him at all. The intel I've got from various friends, I was talking to them about the pickup, of course, on K23, saying, "Oh, okay, well, I've actually played against him in Face It, and he's a terrifying prospect." So, yeah, I think you're right in saying that he is a little bit of an aimer. And of course, it wouldn't surprise me if he is slotting into a role that was held by Norbert and Fame, and we all know how the quality that they can provide. So he will be an interesting one to see how he progresses throughout the duration of this series. But now it's time for Hellslayers, their buy, of course, which is still their bonus buy with the 2 MP9s. If they can overcome this first buy round of K23 with that glass cannon up on Z-Power as well, then they are going to be sitting very pretty indeed.
I do like the idea of a glass cannon third round, if it works out though. That's the big question, right? Is the investment, it can be good, will it pay off? And I think that's what we're going to be having a look into this round. Nice flashbang, unfortunately, numbers, yeah, just overwhelming majority there towards long, or rather towards short. Hellslayers has a man advantage picked up. Shine has taken a substantial amount of HP though. Sapek will find a second to try and make up for his sins, and X5 will get the response, and an AWP picked up as well.
Yeah, good start for Hellslayers again, and JW, he's going hunting toward long. That's a bit of a scary one. That's a classic bit of JW aggression, but Nilan will dance between the rock and the tree there to stop that from getting out of hand, but he is down to 10 HP from that, so it's not going to be very easy path to this round still, even though Shine, of course, is also low. We mentioned the Aura team that did so well at IM Fall. Sure, they didn't get a win, but taking Big and Copenhagen Flames to the full 30 was a big factor for them. Sort of put some of those names on the map. Shine had a couple of clutches against Copenhagen Flames, I think, in that game. Was an impressive one. Flusher, he's going hunting. Oh, but he's missed the timing. He's expecting them to be a bit further back than they actually are. 18 seconds to go, and X5 has actually got up past this position now. Shine's still looking at Heaven. Flusher needs to go all the way around here, otherwise they've picked wrong, I think.
Yeah, I mean, they are going to be able to set that bomb down. The retake is a big question. Oh, this is going to be a big fight to break out. Low HP. Flusher, he'll pick up the first. 2 more to go. Clax and X5. The AWP up close, though. Really nicely done. But a great shot, in fact, from X5. I was going to say the flank's coming in, but now it's all on Svedge ahead. A 1v2 originally. Picking up the AWP. Moving towards short. Seems to have an idea, but Clax just does one better. Great round for K23. It was a nail biter, and Flusher could have ended it all with about 20 seconds to go. But slip in the net, that was very fortunate for K23, and they win the round off the back of it.
I'm sure that Hellslayers will be watching back the VOD later and be thinking to themselves, oh my goodness, that could have easily been around in our favour. And it would be a huge win as well against of course, with the bonus buy still, the SMGs against the AKs and the AWP. Zagev, X5, of course. We do believe it's supposed to be Zagev, but it's probably a bit easier for us to say X5 than you know exactly who we mean.
I've heard so many different renditions of that name. I've heard Zagev, Zhegov, X5.
Steam Authenticator code.
Yeah, Steam Auth code. I think I made the funny tweet about it.
Yeah,
you know?
a while ago.
I think everyone has at one point or another.
Yeah. It's a bit like the FaZe Clan Choke the Major tweet. You know, everyone sort of had to go at that one.
Yeah. I saw you having a little go at it as well.
That's the only time I'll ever say that one, ever. I promise. Seemed a good opportunity last night. Anyway, important first opening pick for Extra Power in this upcoming round. Of course, Hellslayers aren't going to just let them have this one. They're going to continue to buy. And JW, what is that? That second kill, I'm not even sure he knew much about it. What an incredible 2K. And suddenly that gives Hellslayers the advantage again.
That's such a good position. They've sieged Connector entirely, isolating these players towards B, and especially that bomb carrier and spawn of Extra Power. Raijin will go a-hunting, and JW, he's got a little bit of work to do, but a smoke will give him some time to breathe. Question is, can he escape? Can he move out of harm's way before Raijin can close the gap? Oh, and he walks right in front of JW, sitting in the smoke, ice in his veins. The veteran, the Swedish god himself. And his name is JW. It's a third kill for him. They're not done in the round just yet because Klax, he's fired back onto Svedge ahead. So down to 3 now, Hellslayers stand. Sapek, the young gun, young ninjas man, has to step up and be a ninja himself. He will do an initial dink, but only the damage. No kills just yet. Low HP on both players as Sapek picks up 1. And Extra Power left alone. We've seen Colossus things from this man, but the Colossus shall crumble. Hellslayers with a third. JW, take a bow.
Yeah, that was just classic JW, wasn't it? I mean, the first 2 kills, you don't expect to see those in a month of Sundays, and the third kill, of course, has just been being cheeky on the edge of the smoke, like we know he so does on so many occasions over the years. Let's see a replay of the Deagle plate coming in a second. Here we go. First. Oh, the second, actually. It was very accurate. I thought for a second it may have just been a bit of the Deagle recoil, right? But it was actually spot on.
The crosshair on it.
Yeah, it was spot on. What a great second.
Yeah, I mean, it's fortunate, right? Because we know when you spam the Deagle, it's like very RNG. You hit everything or miss everything. And in that situation, JW's crosshair placement actually favoring him. If that were me in that position, I'd be aiming, 6 inches off the man, and I'd still get the kill kind of thing. So, yeah. Fortunate that his gun shoots straight. In turn, Hellslayers taking a third, as well as that, K23 onto pistols in this one. Trav, an uncomfortable position for the K23's boys to be in.
After Eco again, not really much choice here. Unfortunately, JW has got the AWP, but you would expect him to at least even up this... even up his KD, maybe even increase it even further. Of course, he's at 6-2. After that previous round, he's the top fragger already for Hellslayers. And here we go. In come the pistols. Opening miss, unfortunately, and that will put him a little bit of pressure. But thankfully, he's got his teammate Shine to support. And actually, this is very reminiscent of the roles Shine played in Aura. He was often in this position as well. On this portion of the map. And okay, well, a little bit of a taste of his own medicine there.
The Deagle doing him dirty. As you said, the last round, he was on the giving end of something of that level. Raijin, of course, we talked about him, the young gun. I was talking to Mr. B-Dog, and he was saying, yeah, watch out for this man. Nealon as well, delivering the blow. He'll find one with a headshot. Very nicely done. 4v3 scenario actually in favor of K23 in this round. Flusher spamming off with the AK. M4 is Svedge ahead, going to try and close the gaps as well as Sapek. He'll fight his ground, but only for the one. The flank player gone. Flusher, he'll drop the bomb carrier, and finally, these rifles can reanimate themselves. It's just Klax left alone. 30 points of health remaining. It's a Deagle 1v2, and while he's good for Flusher, it'll only be the one. 4 casualties on Deagles, though. K23 have done serious integral damage to that CT side.
Yeah, that was a very good amount of damage considering what K23 had, has to be said. Look at the shot from Raijin, and we get a lovely zoomed-in replay. REPUBLEAGUE production, top quality again, and even that shot from Nilan was absolutely glorious. In the end, the rotation had to come in from Sapek to make this one a bit more comfortable, and even then, Raijin ripped his head off. So, good hold, and the end, Svedge head wins out the 1v1, but I think K23 will be the happier of the two sides with that round victory.
Well, right back at it. Flash is going in. Sapek, he'll find the opener. A convincing push towards short. And that does grant them that man advantage. Util dropped out as well. MP9, Svedge ahead. Got to try and close the gap with the SMG. Won't find anything. Klax will pick him up. Sapek will try and give some space to this CT side, and he's gone mighty aggressive through it all. Will get taken down. Klax's second kill in the round. And the entries are looking good for the young gunner. K23 with a bomb set down as well. Flusher trying to take the fight over the top of the default box. Not meant to be. JW will claim another soul, though. And, well, all of a sudden, 2v3 Trav. A lot more competitive in favor of K23. If there's extra power, he'll pick up another. JW, the sloshing of his feet will give away the position. And ultimately, the round goes in favor of K23, a second on the board.
Yeah, it's a full triple swing there. Of course, JW is the sort of player not to save in those situations. He'll give every single one of those a go if he feels like he can do it. And yeah, that was a really good hold in the end, or a really good push, I'd say, from K23. The hold from Hellslayers. Look at it, even that little peek toward barrels there, catching out the defender. JW toward heaven can only get the one, and this is the frag that basically seals around. Shine trying to rotate in from short, looking to at least get one kill back, and that would have made it a 2 versus 2. Then JW probably would have had more of a chance to recover the situation, but not to be anymore. And just like that, it's roles reversed. X5 is just holding that pixel gap on the bottom of the ladder to look for any connector aggression. You can see a player, a bit of a pixel, if they walk up in that situation, but as I said, role reversal. It's Hellslayers onto a full force buy, but only pistols, and a full mix on the pistols as well. Actually, we've got 5-7. We've got a CZ on Flasher. The CZ on Flasher has been a thing that's done so much damage over the years and broken the hearts of many a team. And 3 Deagles elsewhere.
Do you know what it is for me as well, right? Is like the CZ, when it's used by the pros, like inspires me so much. And I'm like, damn, I wish I could, use that CZ. I wish I had that CZ power. And then I go to use it, and it shoots like a P gun, Like, genuinely a water pistol.
Yeah.
And it will do like 26 in 3 or something like that. I'm like, dude, like, that Shroud clip where he just taps everyone down?
Yes,
with
I
the
do
CZ?
actually. I've got that one
Like-
bookmarked. I love that clip so much.
It's the Mirage one, right?
Yes,
Where he's
exactly.
in VAPs, he just taps everyone away with the with AKs. It was like against a full buy.
Yeah.
And it's like, I watched that clip, I reminisce, I'm like, damn, the CZ's so good. And obviously, despite all the changes, like we haven't had much changes when it comes to the gun itself. It's more like the draw speeds and everything like that, right? And so I'm like, yo, like I'm gonna give it a crack. I'm gonna see what's going on. And then I use it, and then I
Yeah.
beat someone. It's like 63 in 2 or something. I'm like, dude, like seriously?
I don't know. It's a weird one because I feel like it's all about personal preference in the sense of, like, if you're comfortable spamming and controlling recoil while spamming with the 5.7, then I think the 5.7 is the better choice all day long.
Oh, man.
But
Yes.
sometimes, for example, with me, on occasion, if I have to spam it and then control the recoil and the spam of the pistol, it can mess up your aim a little bit and not actually, don't actually shoot where you want to shoot. So, yeah, the CZ, if you're a fully automatic kind of guy and your crosshair placement's good, then I think CZ is obviously a choice that could still be good for you. But I think you're right in saying that the 5.7 is the better of the two at the moment. One-shot headshot, of course, from relatively close range. And I've seen many a dream die thanks to a 5.7, even in the Tier 1 events recently. Very powerful pistol. And unfortunately, it's not going to do much damage in that round because Hellslayers will lose the B-bomb site. K23 will seal it nicely. Clacks on the MP5, another weapon which you don't see too often. And it'll be the 3 pistols that were saved with the Kevlar to try and do one more bit of damage at least before the guns come out. Zagev holding that very tight angle. Does see that player, as I mentioned, and then he can readjust his position to hold for it. But unfortunately, JW's USP will already be taken out by Raijin.
Yeah, very nicely done. Oh, Sapek. That is a cracker of a shot. Shine will fall, Clax. That is so snappy. MP5, another gun that is just made to look too easy. And it isn't. It really isn't. Don't watch the pros. It's deceiving. I will I will open the floor to that there, and that is my only bit of insight, The AK does magical things when someone that has played Counter-Strike for 10,000 hours uses it, but when it's me in my level 7, level 8 games, it's like, dude, goodbye. Like it's not happening.
Nah, exactly. Flasher creeping in. Could actually catch the timing earlier on Clax, and it's CZ versus MP5, and the CZ actually will best the SMG in that situation, but I think Sapek's been spotted now towards short, and X5 will swing wide onto that one and get himself 2 more kills. 2 for Raijin, 1 for Clax in that one, and K23 are working into this map very well, and Retro, you'll be the first to know that K23, with whatever team they've had over the past year almost, maybe even more, this is a map which they've done some of their best work on.
I am a big fan of this team when it comes to this map.
Yes.
And I think a lot of people will understand at home as well, the K23 power that we see. I think we had a really good ESEA run with these guys through Overpass, right?
Yes.
I think the only team to have beaten them on Overpass last season was Fambit, obviously the ex-Coalesce boys, the UK IRE team. Got to represent UKCS at some point or another.
Indeed.
But I think they were the only team to beat K23 on Overpass in the entirety of an advanced season.
That is right.
Think about it, You play 14 games in regulation, plus I think they played 5 BO3s in playoffs. How many times of overpass would that have been, and how many times would they have succeeded, you know?
Indeed.
It is unreal. And yeah, they do hold big numbers, but even bigger numbers in hands of Exit Power. He had a very slow start, but warming into this game, very much like K23 as a whole, that AWP really finding its footing.
Indeed. And Flusher now has got lots to defend on the A side. He's holding the tight line, and actually that works out nicely to deal with Exit Power there. Flusher will get that one, and Shines goes unaccounted for toward long barrel through, and that was a very calm double tap toward Neelan. Goodness me, I don't think he even used 3 bullets for that. That was glorious. And now suddenly under nowhere, despite the fact they lost JW early on to Exit Power, Rajan is on his own in this position toward A, just trying to sell a fake, because look where the bomb's going toward B right now. Klax wins his duel though. Now this should be a frag for Flusher. It's going to be a risky one, but he gets it just with 1 health to spare, quite literally. But it's not going to matter. At least it might not matter. This is a very winnable clutch for X5 here. Bomb can go down, and he's going to cross bridge straight away, and there goes the HP of Flusher. Shine has to trade this one quickly, and just about does. That was a worrying one for Hellslayers, but they just about get away with it. Good find toward the A site in the end, and Shine will look to try and pick up as much as possible before he gets that bomb defused. So close, but no cigar this time for K23.
That's really well played that they are able to find that defuse, but how close did that round get for X5? You know, in a 1v3 originally, he takes 2 with him and squeezes out the extra bomb plant.
Yeah.
That's so much money that K23 will now have available to them that Hellslayers also won't have with that bomb plant and with those kills. So they've definitely got to keep on their feet, hit the Hellslayers boys, but they are finding their way back into things. Interestingly enough, that was a 5-on-4 in favor of K23 to start that round off.
Yes.
So the fact that we ended in a 1-on-3 scenario out of the hands of the CIS side, quite worrying if I'm honest with you, Trav. I think in a 5-on-4, that's the last thing that should be happening, that you lose everyone but one of your players while only finding another kill.
Yeah, it's a bit rough. Of course, you take down such a big threat in JW as well to start it off, and then you sort of die one by one. So yeah, we saw that first kill come in for Flusher. We saw it from the little bin on the edge of dice there on default, spraying down Exit Power, and then of course Rajan was left alone in that position, about to be double swung. I got a quick tech timeout coming in. Flusher says he's got keyboard issues. I'm sure he'll pick that fix as quickly as possible. Thank you to production for letting us know that. And thank you to the mower outside who has stopped mowing the lawn, which means you don't get any background noise anymore. Thank God. What a rude man outside, just when I'm going to cast.
We do love that.
Insane. Classic UK thing, right?
Yeah. People using like power tools at like 8 in the morning as well.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Oh,
Absolute nightmare.
It is. It really is. I'm quite fortunate to live on like a quiet road.
Thing is,
you know,
I am too, but it's a quiet road. I think it's the loudest quiet road in all of the United Kingdom. I'm convinced, because it's quite a small road, but you'd be surprised how much noise comes barreling down here. All the go faster cars with the big exhaust and the spoilers wanting to make a racket in the middle of the night, of course. Legendary London scene. But hopefully we'll get this game back underway shortly. Don't forget, this is the best of 3, which decides a main event spot. Hellslayers or K23 will make that main event, and it's a very exciting main event as well. Only just obviously getting underway tomorrow, in fact. So a great one to look forward to. K23 are a new team, technically, same core, but 2 new players after losing Norbert and Fame to VP. Hellslayers have, of course, the JW and Flusher legendary duo, bringing up some new boys in Sapek from Young Ninjas, Shine from the Aura roster that we saw at IEM Fall, and Svedgehead from Lil Mix as well. And it makes me wonder, doesn't it, if Hellslayers win this one, I think I've got a good question I can possibly pose to either one of JW or Flusher. I think it might be Flusher who has the interview for us today, if they win. Does a team's run like Imperial give them a huge amount of inspiration that they can do something like they've done?
Yeah, I mean, talk about Imperial, they're one of the invited teams, right?
Exactly.
How cool would it see to see like the new look, obviously Imperial, but the old SK versus an old Fnatic with like new blood involved.
Exactly.
Obviously in this like Hellslayers roster. That is awesome if we were to see that matchup. And obviously I'm not too sure if the games are announced yet. I think we have an idea internally who's playing who in the first round.
I don't think they're announced on HLTV at least, so...
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So we'll keep our lips sealed for now. but maybe it happens soon. I'm not too... I'm very forgetful when it comes to these kind of things,
Yes.
right? So maybe they do, if they do win, maybe they don't.
I mean, it starts tomorrow, so we'll see him very quickly, I'm sure.
Yeah,
Don't
exactly.
worry
As
about
soon
it.
as today's over, you'll know about it. So life's good.
Exactly. And this buy for Hellslayers, of course, is not going to be the absolute strongest, considering they won that previous round with just the one player left alive. It's got a FAMAS on Flusher again and an MP9 on Svegehead, and it looks like they're going to be trying a pop toward B here. Svegehead needs to swing around, but he's got support from the rifle, and unfortunately, Svegehead will actually get taken down immediately off the back of that one. JW will make a lot of noise jumping down towards short, but K23, I think they're still pretty interested in going in toward B here. 35 seconds to go, and Exit Power still has the bomb for this, so 4v4, it's just going to be down to the raw aim duels on this one, I think. In we go.
Does get scary, as you said, the aim duels, and there's a fair few CTs waiting for them. 20 seconds left as well. The FAMAS, it will make the racket. Flusher was trying to find some damage, but it's Sapeg with the opening kill, but Neil and the transfer will find them both. Bomb set down, JW charging in. Can he deny the bomb? No, it will go down eventually. Raijin as well, pinning down his position from Connector. But I think JW will be very wary about this one, trying to jump and have a spot towards sight. See if he can find anything edging on in. JW, patience play. Exit Power in the meantime, his position revealed. And so now, do they turn their attention towards this monster player? JW, he'll slip the grip of Raijin, who he knows now is in Connector. And that bomb can be defused. JW will gladly hold his E-key, as it will be Shine to take him down. And Hellslayers with their 6. What a recovery, what a round. And so patient from JW.
That was so patient. Yeah, that is the situation that I mean, how many times have we watched Overpass? I think we've watched it thousands of times in our lives. And I don't think I've ever seen a situation like that where Raijin's playing with the hole in the door and locking in JW to that cubby next to the sandbags. You can see it right there. That's how it worked out in the end. Shine, that was a beautiful pre-fire toward Exit Power because he was the main threat. The way he leapt in through bridge there, just catching off Exit Power's position to get control and support for JW so they can play off the back of each other was such a huge factor in that one. And that gets Hellslayers a 2-round lead. One player will be spotted running into a long bathroom there by Raijin. And JW is very much in the open here, so he needs to be careful of a pinch-up connector at some point, but he will fall away at the right time.
Oh, JW. Needle in a haystack, moving around toilets. Raijin, as I said, the entry man. The dude to go and deal with all the dirty work to find the openings. JW will tear him alongside Exit Power out of this round. Just like that. 5 versus 3. Hellslayers feeling comfortable once again here on this CT side.
Yeah, they'd most certainly want at least a 10-5 on this one. Even then, I would still favour K23 to bring it back from there to at least a possibility of an even game, and that remains to be seen. JW will be forced away a little bit by that Molotov, but they haven't spotted or figured out where Shine is at all, and JW will get another one through the smoke there. I think that was just a guess, and he's on for an ace here. 3 kills in the round. In goes Klax, and that flash red bang will work out perfectly, actually, from Nilan. It does remove JW from the equation, but Flush is still on the site, and it's still a 4v2 for Hellslayers, and look where Shine is. He just hears everything right now. Can he deny the bomb from going down Connector? He's being looked for by Klax, actually, but it's very accurate again from Shine. He's really turned up in the early stages of this CT side on Overpass. 10 kills for him now in a 2 KD, and it leaves Nilan to save the AK.
Unreal. Really well played bomb, as you can see. Left in no man's land, Neelan. He'll actually go down. Was it after time? I think he just escaped the clutches of losing all of his money. But life is good. 7-4. And of course, if you're interested in this matchup and you're a Twitter user like myself or Trav, I think you use Twitter a little bit more than me, Trav. You could join the conversation using #Republic. You can tweet at us, let us know all your cool stuff. Of course, that smoke vision, super cool to see. Classic JW, just plucking out kills through the smoke. Lucky it wasn't Flusher, otherwise, you know, everyone would raise an eyebrow.
True.
Mr. JW finding kills. What do you know? Through smokes like nothing.
Great stuff from JW. He's having a solid start to this series, this opening. To legends of Counter-Strike, looking to try and create some more in this roster and bring up some youngsters to the next level. And the main event of this very event, which starts tomorrow, would certainly be at the next level. We've got Fnatic, of course, themselves, and NIP in that main event, invited, announced the other day. So it should be very exciting. A high-quality roster of teams, and look at this from K23. They're all sticking as a group in this one. They're going to unboost a couple of people out through long to look for some information. With Nilan saved AK, it's all they have, so they're trying desperately just to stick together and keep that AK in the game and in the T hands. Makes sense. You don't want to let any CTs grab it. And funnily enough, actually, the CTs already have 2 AKs out of their 4 rifles. And Shine, he could be going on a big boy flank already, but the A site's about to be under pressure, and JW has to make it happen again. Great grenade as well as he falls back. And look at Shine. Look at Shine.
Oh, yeah. Brilliant flank. Doesn't matter from front or behind. Hellslayers will have them locked in. If they lose a man at this point, it would be worrying. X5, he will take down JW. I think he's the only man that would be allowed the call pass in that scenario to go down. Sapek, he'll find Raijin, and with that, an 8th on the board for Hellslayers. They are doing incredibly well right now, Trav. This CT side, regimented defense, they're looking unbelievable.
They are looking insane at the moment. There's nothing wrong with anything they've been doing. They've been, on the only rounds they've lost have been through, I think, K23 stepping up rather than Hellslayers making significant errors. Sasha, again, getting a couple of frags, making it a comfortable hold, and then Sapek waiting for that bank push. Holding a smart angle as well where he sees the legs first, so not to give that recovered AWP any opportunity. And now K23 are going to go for some bit more a faster aggression towards short. Short control on overpass is so critical to go for an entry. And oh, that's a big miss from Exipar. We'd expect him to hit that one every single day. But unfortunately, it's a big miss. That's a huge part of overpass, as I said, short control. And getting that AWP in toward the sandbags to look for an opening pick is something we see a lot these days. But Skade will put a stop to that instantly. And it puts Hellslayers in a good spot again.
Yeah, looking comfortable, on this CT side. Took him a while. It was a rocky one. K23 managed to bat in some rounds and actually make this game look a little more competitive, but Hellslayers continuing to run away with it, continuing to put up these man advantages. Well, there we have it. Looking pretty promising. They can just continue to do their own thing. They are levels above the K23 side. The money as well for the CTs, may I say. A little bit iffy, but for the most part, as long as they keep a couple of players alive, this is a really good position for them.
Very good indeed. And they already have a couple of players on the site as well to defend this one. JW will miss the opening shot, but he now gets the information, and that grenade is very good. Wow. It actually removes X5 from the round and does good damage as well, and that was such a close second toward that headshot angle, but that's not going to matter. He's just continuing to fire off right now, and look at that. Even wallbangs Raijin through the edge of the site, helped out by Shine. At the moment, this is impenetrable for K23. They cannot find a way through again. They recovered to that 4-all scoreline, and since then, Hellslayers, they've been completely unstoppable. And there's that opening pick I mentioned with Expower going for that frag towards short. The nade is spot on. Actually couldn't have landed better between those 2 T players advancing through long. Basically maximum damage to one of them, and that's that third shot as well. That's a beautiful replay. Thanks to production for that. We love our REPUBLEAGUE production, and we see exactly how that one panned out.
That is crisp. He finds that kill. And off the back of it, look at the confidence. Sapek just roams in towards short. No problems at all. Monster, there'll be a molly. K23 have already thrown their util out. And look at the damage the molly's doing, burning away at the feet of 2. Sapek and Skade ahead. It's freebies. The remaining players wait for the flames to disappear, but Skade ahead will read in and find a double. It's a hat-trick, in fact, in the round. Looking for his 4th. Make it the quadra. Nilan left alone. Shine. Thinking about the pressure from short as well. No matter what, Nilan will not be surviving this round. The question is how many he can take with him. Simple answer, 0. A flawless one to make Hellslayers double digits. It's 10-4, Trav, heading into the last of the half.
Yeah, that is brilliant stuff. Not losing anyone against those pistols is so good. It wouldn't have mattered anyway because their economy was still built up to a good level going into the final round of the half. But yeah, a fantastic run from them, and you can see the money difference there in their team economy graph. It's just so impressive, and it's now time for K23 to get that 10-5 I mentioned. I would say they need a 5th in this one. Hellslayers, be very curious to see what they can show on T side, because I would expect K23 to step up. But already we're seeing the AWP duel, and wow, JW is just besting everyone so far. Whether it's his riflers in the other team or his counterpart AWP Exopower. It's a slow start for Exopower in this series.
Yeah.
And Shine looking to do more damage as well. Flusher will even get one more from the edge of connector, and he's staying aggressive on his angle too. Good timing on the grenade. We know Flusher and HE damage is a match made in heaven. They'll get one more. AW can then peek off the back of him, and it leaves Nilan last alive. Shine on the angle from Long Bathroom will show his position, and he's already tagged Nilan a little bit longer. Down to 74, goes for the kill. Very aggressive, don't blame him. Still shouldn't be much chance for Nilan in this one. Off angle being held here by Sapek, just watching him jump through toward playground. There's a whole minute to go, Retro. So, who knows?
Plenty of time. Problem is the numbers, right? It was a 1v4 for Newland. And unfortunately, Sapek's waiting for him. It's 11-4, ladies and gentlemen. We go to a halftime break. When we are back, the second half up next.
Тут текстура какая-то. Не, она один раз включается.
А, да?
Да. Блять!
Да, я понял. Она появится? О, блядь! Ага, наебать
Проходи,
хотите.
проходи. Петь,
Меня уже убили.
так ты пройди вот это.
Кто это там будет?
Даняка.
Наебать хотел, блядь.
О, Даняка лазер.
Я задольшил.
О, нихуя ты дерзкий.
3 часа поспал нахуй.
А что?
О, блядь!
А, у меня люди просто упали.
А что за хуйня?
О!
О,
Тут текстура везде, походу, есть, вот тут вот.
Короче, стой, смотри.
Что, Богдан, никогда не играл?
Я
А, блядь, да... Что за хуйня?
Ладно, проходите, я бочки эти скину.
Подожди,
Меня
Саша.
опять какие-то шипы убили, которые уже использовали.
Так их перепрыгивать
Кстати,
надо.
херово, что это.
Они перестанут стрелять? А, им похер, походу, я понял.
Херово, что возрождаются люди еще заново.
да не, мы так никогда не прошли.
Так реально не прошли. Ой, а тут что?
Куда?
And ladies and gentlemen, a second half underway. The first half to remember as Hellslayers dominating K23, but of course it's the CIS side's map pick. It's their chance at the CT half here, Trav. And as we move into round 16, they get the CT side. They get their chance now to deliver the same treatment Hellslayers gave them. And any better treatment than what they were given and dished out in the first half could result in a game win, but there's a lot to do heading into the pistol.
There is, and it's basically a win condition for them to win this CT pistol. They need to get some sort of handlehold back in this series. If Hellslayers take it, we could be looking at something like a 13-4. So let's see how it goes. Pistol round underway.
Yes, 3 lots, or rather 4 lots of Kevlar for the Hellslayers side. Similarly to that at K23, it's Nilan on the kit double flashbang. Of course, a slow start and a methodic one for the T side of Hellslayers. Want to make sure whatever they do is right. Clax, the jump spot, get the information. Only the one on short spotted though. Shine undetected in the whole matter.
Max. So a little quick jump spot there to look for the information, and they'll see that Hellslayers already have a tiny bit of control toward the edge of short pipe there. And at the moment they're just spotting out these positions. Shine looking toward connector, and they're taking this one very slowly. Actually, a surprising amount of patience on this T-pistol. You don't see that sort of thing too much these days. And it's going to force K23 to look for information here, and Shine has that angle. What's his timing going to be like? Oh, he's going to look away. Here's a reload, but they're going to peek underneath him. Orb, he gets spooked. He gets spooked by the fact there's a second player, but it doesn't matter. Sapek eats both of them up for breakfast, and now they have a chance to enter toward the site in a 4v3.
Yeah, this is looking pretty promising now, isn't it? They've got the man advantage, Hellslayers. They've just got to hold on to it, make sure what they're going to do is right. And well, with the bomb set down, things only get more worrying here. Time going to be of the essence to make this retake work. Neil and low HP as well. They'll continue to try and knock up some damage here, I guess, and make things a little more promising for the CT side of K23. A 5-second stick as well is always the promising prospect to winning this round. However, of course, as time continues to tick away, Hellslayers should have this round under wraps. And I say should because 2 kills have come in. Sapek finally will respond. Neil and low HP. And well, their work here is very much done. Bomb taps, no time. Neil won't even find a kill either. Sapek will take it. Hellslayers up to 12.
Perfect start for Hellslayers to stop any possibility of an early comeback. Just need to overcome now the force buy, which I'm sure will be coming in because they just need rounds at this stage. I very much doubt we'll see a full eco. To let them go to 13-4. There's the fight for Shine. It was a bit of a rough one, but Sapek, those 2 frags in response to deal with that short aggression was so critical. Yeah, and that's basically what seals it. Sapek finishes it off with 4 in total. Fantastic pistol for him. And actually, K23 are going to go for the conservative option, so they want the rifles as quickly as possible to try and build up a run. This is, I mean, it's sort of a 50-50 idea. Like, you can always go for a force buy, try and stop your opponents from getting up so far into the lead. An extra free round, of course, comes in here, and Sapek is just padding those stats right now. Had 1 bullet left in the AK to look for that final kill. In the end, it looks like they're going to get 1 at least, thanks to Nilan, but yeah, it's going to be an easy clean-up. And K23 are going to have the rifles as fast as possible to try and build up a run of rounds, which they so desperately need. They are 9 behind, and that is probably why they went for that call in the end. Can't afford to give up an unlikely force buy. They have already Z-Powered's AWP ready and raring to go. Again, it's a glass cannon, exactly the same as the T side, actually, Retro. The opening opportunities that X-Power's had to have that AWP on both sides of this map have been as a glass cannon, and he's been struggling a little bit, so he needs now he's on the favoured CT side. We need to see more from him.
Yes, indeed, my friend, indeed. Hellslayers, a simple 3 away from victory, should they win this one. We do feel, indeed, it is all but done. Power, he'll kick things off. Sapek walks into the play towards short. Clacks on long as well. We'll find another. The AWP as well positioned to take a fight. JW just toying with the M4A1S will eventually get the kill. A 4-on-3 scenario. Do you know what? Not worst case scenario. They have brought themselves back into this round on the condition that they do stand the man down.
Sort of round where, of course, you haven't really built up too much yet. At least if you can do damage to the CTs, doesn't give them too much opportunity to get away. Nilan on the tight angle toward the bathrooms there. Z-Power just checking the long position, looking for any sort of aggression there. And actually it is being sort of held, I guess, by Shine toward the back of the rock, as you can see on the minimap there on the tree. And at the moment, Hellslayers are taking this on very slowly. I'd be interested to see if they even choose to go for this in the end, because if they do go for a full save here, they can actually drop 2 rifles and have a full buy in the next round. But I think they might want to prioritise damage instead. We'll have to see. They are creeping away and not toward a bomb site, so what is the call here?
20 seconds left. Neil patiently waiting. Shine seems to have an inkling that there will be a man in this close corner. Holds it, doesn't swing into it. JW, he won't check it. Shine will though, and it's 2 kills with the M4A1S. 9 seconds left. He's got to pick up the bomb and move forward to plant it. And well, he'll dart across to try and set it down. Raijin should have him covered, and he will exactly that. Hellslayers 13, K23 up to 5.
That's exactly what they needed. They needed to convert that full buy absolutely instantly. In the end, as I said, X-Power getting his first kill on the CT side, exactly what he needs to build up his confidence, whether it's for this map or for the next map, of course. It doesn't really matter. Any sort of confidence is important at this stage, and then in the end, the bomb plant's denied quite quickly by Raijin. Of course, this is K23's picked, so you have to be a little bit concerned for them, considering the next map up in this series, I believe, is Ancient. So that's a bit of a surprising pick, perhaps, for Hellslayers, but it's catching It might catch K23 off if they can't convert their map pick, and right now the lead they have is very impressive indeed to work with. Already a bit of information being looked for there by Klax, and he'll swing wide and take the SMG out of Sapek. So, important start. 3 rifles remain alive with JW's Deagle. And this is where we start to see K23 getting these opening picks, getting control, and possibly getting back into this game.
Yes, round 19, a minute and 10 on the clock. Hellslayers down a man, and a MAC-10 picked up for JW. Not the prime ideal buy here for the Hellslayers side. Exit power as well, patiently waiting. Just looming over the top of this smoke, breathing down the neck of Hellslayers as they move in. Back and forth between the angles this AWP, in fact. Klax got them 4, and actually isolating this fight. JW, oh, he tried to close the gap, but the flashbang actually saving him. Klax turning away, but does end up resulting in favor of the CT side. Svedjahed will keep that short-lived. Sure, they are still the man down, but Svedjahed a second. Fatmassive Nealon good for more damage as he just finds Shine, clips him round the edge of the smoke, and now it's just Svedjahed alone. A 1 versus 3 for the youngster, the Little Mix prodigy. He'll have to find an ace clutch in this round. Nealon will be the first on the chopping block, and only the information gathered. AWP at his feet. Svedjahed will pick it up, but with only 10 seconds to go, he's done, mate. Chalking it up, packs it in. We'll find a 3rd kill on the exit, but we're done. It will be a 14th on the board, denied. And K23, they even pick up the AWP for their troubles, and it is before time though, so at least he gets a bit of extra cash as Svedjahed.
That's a really important frag in the end, actually, there to remove the AWP, because he decided to go for that immediately. I think the call came through from a teammate that AWP was in that position. They could grab it and perhaps retreat toward long and save, but really nice try from Svedjahed in the end there. This second frag from Nealon. Oh, he doesn't know much about that, does he? If Shine stays alive, this round can have a totally different outcome. But in the end, it does force Hellslayers down to the full eco here with no more AWP available to them. As you can see, Sapek and JW have 41 kills between the two of them in round 20. Very impressive duo so far. But K23 are now going to be advancing ever closer, thanks to these pistols on Hellslayers being easy to mop up by the MP9 and the SMG. Extra power will miss that shot, but he can retreat behind a smoke and save himself. Good second pick there as well. Has support from a teammate in Nealon. He's even got his pistol out just to make doubly sure he has a bit more movement. Skade will run up connector and deal with that one, and there's the last one gone. So 13-7 very quickly, despite the fact Hellslayers got that 2-0 conversion, as I mentioned, to reach 13-4. K23 choosing to go for the rifles as quickly as possible so far is working out for them.
Yeah, and Hellslayers, I mean, obviously won't be desperate to win around here. They've still got plenty of opportunities, but the thought in the back of their minds definitely will be there, being like, guys, you know, we should be closing out this game soon. We shouldn't be allowing K23 a chance to open the door once more. We had it shut with the lock on. K23 looking to bust it down and get them a win here on Overpass. Hellslayers in general, a little bit of work to do in this series, but K23, they're not afraid of making this long stint happen.
They've done this many times, of course, as well. It's a map which, as I said, has been one of their favourites for a very long time, so they're very much used to starting on T side, switching to CT and trying to make a comeback, pushing this current meta, this CT-heavy meta. It's now down to Hellslayers to put in the hard graft here to just grind out these rounds. They still need 3. K23 will feel very much in this game and pretty confident, to be honest, even though they are 6 rounds behind still. JW will try and drop down from the ledge there quietly on top of the bench. First duel comes in, and that's going to catch off Exapower. Great pick there from Sapek. As Exapower goes back into long bathrooms, will they expect Klax? Big swing comes in, and what a second headshot that is. Okay, Klax, has just had his life ruined there in that position. Great swing from Nealon again. Will rip the head off of JW. But now he's basically alone here toward A. creeping toward bathroom, needs to do more of the work. And with one player that he knows is toward long, he's going to focus his attention toward banana instead. Looks for the first duel. They line up though, and with every single bullet in the clip, he takes 2 more kills. Unbelievable hold from Nilan, but it might still not be enough. Flusher gets 1. Raijin thankfully still here, and that leaves Flusher 1v2 with just 19 health, and that's a fantastic hold from K23. They have Nilan to thank for that one. I believe he's still the IGL for this team, going above and beyond.
That is a brilliant round from him, hey. That is stunning. Absolutely stunning that he finds 2 with the FAMAS. And you talk about the swing and the impact Sapek has on an individual level in this one. Still, so much damage, but doesn't get away with the round.
Yeah.
Does not put Hellslayers one closer to 16. And with that, K23 up to an 8th. And they narrow this gap down to 5. So manageable now for the CT side. Overpass still very much up in the air.
Yeah, and what did we just say? Like, Sapek getting that 2k, that's exactly what Hellslayers needed to do. They needed to find an opening through an individual bit of brilliance. They did, and then they came up against Nilan's brilliance. So you're going to be feeling a little bit hard done by on that one, but in the end, if you can't convert a 5v3, you only really have yourself to blame. Nilan got a little bit lucky with the way they lined up toward banana there, but he hit every single bullet. He had the opportunity to fire. And that gets him the 3k in total, a critical one as well. And this should be a 9th for K23 coming in here. Clax holding the angle, covering his teammates back. And now they know where JW is, just hopping around. Does remove the AWP from the equation, but they're going to pick that one up immediately as Nilan gets the trade. It was 9 the gap, Retro, now it's just 4.
Indeed, they are hacking at it. Hellslayers yet to wiggle out of this one, yet to prevail in any scenario. Smooth transitions. I do believe Mr. Loxar, one of the observers, is the brains behind the cam pathing that we have here at Republic. Just to notice, you go between the spawns by moving up and down, but they are nowhere near each other. Genius stuff. Missed Molly from K23 to start this round though. Flash doing not too much here. The nade stack coming in. No damage. K23 way too passive and have read into that play a million times before it happens.
Yeah, Nilan not anywhere near that jump boost. Waiting for those grenades to come in first, and then of course now he knows that that's been thrown in. He's going to go back to that jump boost and look for the information. Raijin's actually pushed all the way through short here, and that could be a very interesting angle. Very often you can get yourself one if they overlook this, and the fact that Nilan is still jump spotting it might mean that he's spotted and they completely overlook Raijin's position because they think that Nilan is the one that needs the information, whereas Raijin has most of it. In connector looking for the jewel, and he catch Svedge ahead beautifully. That's just an easy bait and switch play there. Even though he didn't see him, of course, it was a shock to be caught off by that position. Now X5 toward barrels. He's about to be pressured. Shine can't hit the spray. In fact, he can only hit 1 bullet. And again, K23 have a solid 5v3 here.
Yeah, this is a brilliant man advantage picked up. Hellslayers halted in their tracks. As you can see, the big man trying to edge out and find the kills. Flusher caught blind by the flashbang of Raijin. And with that, we're down to 2. Hellslayers comfortable. But now they head on to that T side. The opposite can be said. It's K23 that sit in the comfy chair.
This is the sort of thing we've seen happen a lot as well for the Hellslayers boys, unfortunately. While they've had pretty relatively okay success lately, it's often the fact, of course, that they have these star players, which are excellent on the CT sides. Their protocols and how solid they are very impressive. But of course, when they get to the T sides, the youth in the team, I should say, and the fact that they haven't necessarily been playing together forever, it's most certainly a tough one to get their T sides as they want them. Can often be the way back in for teams, and we're seeing that right now for K23. And at the moment, I would actually pick them as the favourites, honestly, at this stage. Hellslayers have the double save coming in. Timeout will be called to decipher exactly what they want to do with it. Of course, the AK and the AWP, precious, but what can you really afford on the other three? Flusher can get an AK, Svegehead can get a Galil, and Shine could have got a Galil too, but they're going to commit to the pistols. They don't want to throw every bit of money they have away just yet. Maybe that's a little bit of a future decision there. So I don't blame them at all. They could have chosen either choice and I would have backed it. CZ and T-side as well for Flusher, actually, surprisingly.
Damn. No Tech 9 user.
No.
That is incriminating. I'm I don't know, big fan of it, I guess. Oh my word, exit power. He has done a leg shot to JW, and then the Orb of Hellslayers returns the favor. That would have been a very, very slick flick. But Klax, he's got work to do on this long position. Shine's going to be flanked out. Raijin just getting aggressive, glaving through the smoke. He's got a teammate behind him as well. I do believe the flank will find very easily this kill here. Yes, X5. He'll pick up the kill. Down to 3. Sapek, he will find Klax. Exapower's trade. It's a hat-trick for the Orb. And K23, not only do they break through on this CT side start, but they have now pieced together an impeccable scoreline. We are up to 11 for K23. What a round. And I did want to note, heading into this round here, Trav, I was thinking, right, I was having a little ponder. What does the stat line look for the opening duels for this CT side? Or all in all for the side that we're watching here for K23? Interesting how staggering their CT side opening duel rate has been. How many times have you seen them in that man advantage position? These guys killer with it, and that flick, the opening duel, my god, millimeters away from finding the mark.
Exactly. Well, at the moment, the plain unfortunate facts of this. Hang on a second. Flush is going very aggressive towards short. Okay, I thought he might be going in there for a frag, but yeah, I was going to say. The plain fact of the matter is right now for Hellslayers, they won the pistol and the conversion. They've not won a round since. They have not won a gun round, and the only gun round that I can remember where they had any progress at all was that double entry from Sapek, which they went on to lose thanks to a fantastic FAMAS hold from Milan. So they have nothing to show for this one so far on the T side whatsoever. And it's going to be so hard for them to find a solution, because if Klax keeps getting double kills like that, there's going to be no way in. Another 5v3, another opening duel, as you so rightly point out. So difficult for Hellslayers to get anything in return, and Klax will even play with the headshot angle as well against JW's Galil, just making it as hard as possible for the T side right now. And sure, they still have the lead, but it just doesn't feel like that, does it? It does not feel like they're feeling good in any way in this situation. Shine will deal with Klax, but Raijin does so much damage, and Shine's lucky to hop away and connect to there and keep himself at a relatively healthy HP. But there are 2 players to face, unfortunately. They're going to swing one, but Raijin deals with it, and there's the AK of X5. The gap is 1. It was 9, it's 1.
Yeah, I mean, this has been a killer performance. As you said, the gap was huge, and I mean huge. We ended the half, Hellslayers 11-4. They go 13-4 ahead. And we're now at 13-12. And heading into that round there, right? The round 20, round 24, right? To make it, oh no, the 25th round. Interesting enough, Raijin is 5-2 in opening duels.
Okay.
The highest success rate to opening duels that we have on the server. Exapower's 4-4. In fact, Nealon is 0-3 in opening duels, something to note as well. He's actually had a pretty poor game in the opening duel department. However, as you talk about, the IGLing ability, he is Mr. Reliable. K23, the round that probably they had the biggest chance of losing, it was Nealon to step up, and this is a great opportunity for K23 to keep the ball rolling, remove this half bite, tie the game. Things get difficult, man, because they could be winning the game.
Yeah, for sure. No doubt about it. They're in the pound seats right now. And we're seeing exactly why K23 have such a great record on this map. I think it's something like 80% in 11 attempts. Sure, I think they lost their last one out against X-Mad Lions, who we will see in the main event, incidentally, of REPUBLEAGUE. But before that, they had a streak of, I think, 8 in a row on this map this year. Maybe even more if you go back a little bit further. Of course, it's not necessarily even with the full 5. Of course, losing Norbert and Fame to VP is a big blow for them, but they're working it out pretty well at the moment. Klax, of course, from that Trident team that had Seized and Guardian on it. around about 6 months, 8 months ago. So he's got experience of playing with some high-quality players, and we're going to be rushing in toward B here.
Yes, absolutely. Fast-paced. Hellslayers wanted to close the gap with the pistols. Raijin not letting any of that happen. An explosive double. Klax will chime in. Neil and another CZ of flusher. They'll find nothing. Only the single casualty will give K23 a tie game. Ladies and gentlemen, we were 13-4 for Hellslayers, and now K23. They pulled things right back.
It's funny, I said that they need the two in the pistol and the conversion in this second half, but I'm afraid, even though they got it, doesn't look like it's going to mean anything right now. As you see, the graffiti on the floor, the surprised face. I am not surprised about how good K23 are on this CT side, though. They have been impenetrable so far. Hellslayers cannot find a way through in any gun round at all. So they need to find some sort of advance, some sort of opening pick to work with. They haven't had one since that Sapek 2K like I mentioned, but there we go. Finally they get one. It lasts but a second though. Z-Power will take Sapek out of the round, and oh my goodness, was that just a guess? Surely he can't see Shine there. Perhaps he heard some footsteps, but that's such a big pick. Thankfully Svedjahead does get one anyway, so it's still a 3v3, but damage has been done to JW, so it's still a hard one to deal with.
Yeah, low HP on the AWP. Klax has got the wrap of a lifetime as well. If he comes up this ladder with fast enough pace, Flusher could lose his life to it. He is wary that someone could be flanking. But the timing, will it be on his side? He backs away towards long, and hot on his heels comes that rifle. It is Klax. And he either could win this round for them or lose it. And he's far enough away that he can make the steps. And so this swing going to be big. JW falls. Klax spots the second as well. Sure, they know there's a man behind. The bomb has been detected, though. They know it's going to be towards A. The molly is going to force Nealon back, but X5 can go right forward. And the smoke does create the illusion that he can't be spotted, but Svedjahead will find both kills, in fact, for X5. And it's just a load of lead in the faces of Hellslayers. 14-13, K23 in front.
That was, as soon as that Klax flank comes in, that was basically impossible for Hellslayers. Anything they did in that scenario wouldn't have worked. You saw the setup that K23 had. They had one in X5. Look at Klax, by the way. I'm so surprised he didn't actually go for that second kill. That is really impressive patience, because I think that would have been a free frag as well. But as you saw, those final two kills, X5 was up on the off angle thanks to that smoke that the T side put down, and then they had the player in bank as well as the insurance policy. There was literally no way through there, not in a million years, not in a month of Sundays, and that is going to be a hard one for Hellslayers to swallow. They are on pistols again at 14-13, basically having to give up a K23 map point here. And look at this. It's an easy mop-up for Raijin and Klax. This has been absolutely impenetrable so far. JW last alive with the Tech 9. And he's been hurt as well. Everyone's here for the K23 side. They're going to pounce immediately, not give him any chance at all. And that is 11 in a row for the CT side.
I can't believe the words that are about to come out of my mouth, but it is map point K23. My gods. My
Wild.
My. Yes. One hell of a ride we've been put into. K23, they had their seatbelts on. You know, the sign was disabled maybe, but they were too cautious. They knew they were in for one hell of a journey. The plane trip on overpass, what should have been a quick one stop, has quite turned into one hell of a slog. It is 15-13. 2 in a row for Hellslayers required, otherwise they lose on overpass. A 13-4 beginning. K23, they're not willing to let anything slip. Exit power, he'll get dinged. It's only for a quarter of his HP, and so Hellslayers a minor advantage considering how colossus that engagement could have been.
Okay, we get an opening pick here, finally. Svedjahead will take Nilan out as they go for that boost toward the bridge position. Is he aware of Klax still being in connector? This would be a huge find, but Klax does trade it instantly. Doesn't lose much health either. Extra powers here, finds Sapek, and despite that opening pick again, K23 will hit straight back with 2 instant kills. Flusher is going to creep past that connector smoke, looking for Klax. He almost sprays him down, but actually that baits in JW. That's a nice setup there for the Legends. A little bit of experience showing there. Flusher didn't get the kill or really do much at all, but he knew where his teammate was, and he could just pounce in that position immediately. Raijin going aggressive though. Does he catch JW with a grenade out? He is priming something right now. We're trying to make the jump on top of the flower bed, and that's going to prove to be his end. And will it prove to be Hellslayers' end? In we go toward B. It's the last hurrah.
Yeah, they're going to be going for it, but with 18 seconds left, a bomb denial will be the end of this map. Flusher will be given space to punch in the digits. Shine, in the meantime, will take a bit of damage to the molly. Orp shot misses, but grenade certainly catches on, at least for some damage. Nothing too much going on, though. Flash, it'll be chucked in. Flusher to fall. Shine, a 1 versus 3 required. Good for the first and the second.
Whoa.
Shine with all 3, and an explosive round in round 28. Gives us the full distance, 29, excuse me, but nonetheless, Hellslayers 14, K23 15. We go the distance.
Oh, and that's what it has to have. That's what it takes. That's what it takes for Hellslayers to finally win a T-gun round. A massive 1v3 from Shine there. You would not see that ever going his way in the position he was in. He wasn't even full health, but he plays a smart angle in water. The headshot position, both kills come in. Instant spray on exit power. Brilliant stuff from here. And this is the form that we saw from him in the past, of course, on that Aura roster at IEM Fall. But the problem is, of course, they won that round with only him alive. And look what it's done to the buy. Mac 10 on Flusher, Galil on Svedgehead, and already an opening pick will go Klax's way. It doesn't get any easier, does it?
It really doesn't. I mean, low HP for Klax is a little bit of a concern, but the weaponry for Hellslayers, as you pointed out a second ago, is dismal. We have a Galil and the Mac 10 in the mix. This is not ideal. This is not the round that they would want. So this round right here, right now, needs to be Hellslayers. They have only got this round to make it work. They've got no buffer. They've got no, oh, we can afford to take an eco. There's none of that here. Absolutely none of that. Well, round 30, 14, 15. The final 50 seconds. But look at this. Nealand's creating a distraction from sight, but there is a double stack from long. Sure, the M4's taking contact, but exit power's Orb good for the first. He will get smoked, but that doesn't stop him lobbing utility in, supporting his teammates. Klax coming in from toilets as well. This is such a multi-pronged attack for K23 on this retake. The CT players are delaying. Sapek goes forward. The M4 of Raijin to pick up a second. Svedjev will stand his ground, but it is a test of time in which K23, they will not stop. They make the impossible look possible.
Wow.
X5 with the final kill, and it is 16-14 after a 13-4 down scoreline. Trav, K23 have got to take a bow, man. That is an incredible game.
That was a brilliant comeback from K23. That was sort of bolstered by that 11-round streak in a row. And I've got to say, one thing I'll bring up is 2 insane pieces of decision-making is what helps that comeback. One, they didn't go for the force buy after they lost the T-pistol. It was 12-4, sorry. And it was 13-4 after Hellslayers won that full eco. And after that, they have the M4s. They have the most powerful rifle in the game right now. And since then, they never looked back. Got it back to an even standing at 13 all, even pushed it to the 15-13. That incredible clutch from Shine 1v3 is the only thing that Hellslayers had to show for that half. It just shows the domination that that K23 had. And that, again, those 2 moments and that 3k from Nilan on the FAMAS as well when Sapak got those 2 opening picks, that could have been around in Hellslayers' favour as well. That they have those 2 situations to look back on and say, oh, we just got owned completely on our T side. Nothing to show for it.
Yes, absolutely, Trav. Speaking of comebacks, it's now Hellslayers' turn to make the comeback happen. It's K23 to take map 1. We go to a break. Our second map up next. K23, 16 rounds away from pushing to the main event of Republic Season 3. Find out if they can make it after this.
Cloud9, D.
Yeah, Cloud.
Yeah, good choice. Question number 2. In what year was Agile TV founded?
Oh,
It's a hard question.
that one is hard.
I think
They
it's
should-
B because
Yeah.
it was 20 years of Agile TV. I think in this year.
Okay, I believe to fame. Let's go.
Okay, so we choose B.
So final answer B.
Yes.
You're right. You're right. There was 20th anniversary.
Cloud9?
E. It's C.
Yeah.
You're right. It's C.
You think so?
Yeah, I think so. Beat 9th and Alec and Axel
Okay.
top 4 or top 5. Something like
Okay, let's choose the gem.
Yeah, it's D.
Final answer D. And you're right.
So I don't know.
Yeah,
I
usually
don't know.
first time see the P90.
Yeah.
Um,
Is it real skin in CSGO?
Yeah. It was added in CS20 anniversary.
I never seen this before.
I don't think that is nostalgia, and I don't think that 1.6 flow, but probably 1.6 flow also. But this screen is from main menu from 1.6. I'm sure about it, but what's the name of it? That's the question.
In my opinion, they can't name the skin 1.6 flow. I don't know why. I just have some feeling.
My heart feels that the main menu.
Okay, I believe too. Let's go.
Okay, let's choose the A.
So A final answer is wrong. It's nostalgia.
Nostalgia? Oh my gosh.
I think not A and not B.
No, I think it's A or B.
Why?
I think this one is the cheap one.
I would choose D.
Let's hope for the best, which was D.
So final answer D is right. It's from Mirage Collection, the highest skin.
What is this? I would never buy it.
It's Morocco or Egypt, I think. Should be Morocco.
I don't know, really.
For sure it's not Mongolia and not Turkey. Should be Morocco.
Okay, let's choose the Morocco.
Yeah, let's go.
So final answer A is right. It's the same as Dust 2.
Ratings? First one is the color of the truck.
I think should be no wheels, like two wheels on the left side of the picture.
So only one wheel?
Or, I don't know, maybe no
Or
wheel at all.
Something with wheels, yes?
Yeah, something with wheel, but I think it's color of it, no? It's not yellow, probably. Or it's no wheels,
Yeah,
actually.
something
anyway.
wrong with this.
You were right about the wheels. It's changed the color.
Yeah.
And one last thing. It's related to the ground.
There should be some stones close to the wheels on the left, no?
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, it's photoshopped, I can see it. Yeah.
Nice job.
Because we had boost on overpass, and we call it like on stones or something like that.
That's right.
Yeah, that's why I remember. Minus vertigo, or what?
Yeah. I would like to bring back cobblestone or cash. It was a fun actually, but I would definitely remove the vertigo from competitive maps. I hate it.
I don't know, I never played Cobble like competitive. And Cash also.
But cash
don't know.
is also good in competitive, but this new cash I actually don't know, because like it's taking too much FPS. So probably I would say minus vertigo and bring back the cash.
Well, welcome in everyone. Map 2 underway in just a few moments here. Trav, a lot to talk about in Map 1, and I say a lot because we went the full 30 rounds, and despite having a 13-4 lead, Hellslayers unable to close out Map 1.
Yeah, and that's just the power of K23 on Overpass. It's been their best map for a very long time, whether they've got this new roster or they've had, you know, the old Norbert and Fame team. So, yeah, it was to be expected that they would pull off quite a significant comeback. I didn't expect it to be so significant. I said that K23 will be feeling comfortable on CT, even if they were 11-4, which they were behind, but it turns out that they are more comfortable than I ever imagined because of that incredible 11 round in a row streak. I think actually, well, it would be 4, so it would be 11 rounds in a row to get it up to 15-13. So that was just so impressive. There was no way in apart from a couple of opportunities for Hellslayers which went a begging, and the only round they won was a Shine 1v3. So that's not repeatable, is it? Every round.
Yes, indeed. You did say the only round that they were able to get after winning the pistol and the force buy was indeed that 1v3 round. That's it, ladies and gentlemen, for Map 1. Let's move on to Ancient No and talk a little bit of Counter-Strike here. Obviously, we have the predictions going on in the Twitch chat, which obviously I like to place my channel points on because you can win awesome Republic merch. So if you're watching on the VODs or on YouTube or wherever you are, join us on Twitch, man. It's pretty cool, and get yourself some Republic coins and make the predictions. The point I was going to make, though, Trav, is that 70% of all channel points put on this game have gone in favor of Hellslayers, despite it being their pick. What are we thinking about that? Because a K23 CT side start, listen, we saw what they're capable of on Overpass, and I'm a big believer that K23 are now going to take this 1-2-0.
Yeah, I would not be surprised at all if we go that way as well. Of course, we've seen Hellslayers prove to be relatively okay, on this map. They took a brilliant victory against Apex in this very event earlier on in this qualifier, which I'm sure a lot of you will have watched. And that was a great win for them. That was 16-12. But other than that, they really don't have too much to show for it. So I think K23 starting on the CT side, as we so see, I would favour them. I always said it was a close game even before Overpass, but I would certainly put my eggs in a 2-0 basket right now. Let's see how it goes. Pistol run underway. Don't worry about that Mr. Unconnected on the left. We'll get him out of there in a second.
He's a rich man on the pistol, I'll tell you that. Hey, $60,000. Exit power. He's the man with riches, though, because he walks away with JW's head on a plate. It's an easy 5-on-4 pickup. K23, not the resources to defend from BX5. Will pick up one in the meantime, though, as the USP's continuing to try and tap away. Clack's caught between too many people to look at, and unfortunately for him, he won't be picking up any kills anytime soon. Raijin, however, will spot the last two men. He'll be calling to his team, both of them positioned in cave. And with that nil, and he's got the kit and can stick the defuse. Clax and Raijin both with kills as well. And with a single kill on a bomb plant, it will be K23 to walk away with the pistol.
Yeah, that is probably the best thing Hellslayers could have hoped for, getting that bomb plant in the situation they were in. They managed to get it just before the full rotation came in. The first duel there from Exopower came into basically the back of mid there, maybe even closer to T-spawn than it was to mid. That's a lovely tap from Clax as well, holding the angle in the end. Just easy movement there for K23, dancing between all the angles. Too much for Hellslayers to handle, and they're actually not going to go for the full force buy here, which is pretty impressive actually. Usually you see when you get the bomb plant on the T side, of course, the amount of money you have, it's often tempting to drop an AK, buy up a couple of Galils, have 3 rifles at least for the next round, but they're being patient with it. Want all the pieces of utility and everything they could possibly need in the first gun round. A lot of damage has been done, and that's a nice shot from Veggie Head, as that smoke has somehow, for some unknown reason, got a bit of a gap underneath it. Landed on a brick, I think, there, a bit unfortunately for K23, and that's a lovely second as well, but in the end, it's only the 2 kills, and K23 will get a solid 2-0 start, which is what we expected from them. And as I said, don't worry, we'll get Unconnected out of there soon. He's not a hacker. He's not a ghost. He's just...
It's like the new chicken.
Exactly. Do you remember? Yeah, that was a good... I saw that post the other day, actually. Remember, like, in the old, before Panorama, in those CS lobbies?
Yeah.
The chicken would appear.
And it was like where we had the major,
map voting
version.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah,
Exactly.
and it was like Pasha Biceps kicking them out of the lobby. I remember the clip very, very vividly. Sapek running rings through the plateau position right now. Raijin Going to be looking to do some damage. Oh, that is bliss from Raijin. Just here's the tick at the molly. Starts pulling the trigger on his M4. Sapek unfortunately walks right into it. It's a 5-on-4. K23, the bonus buy, paying dividends right now.
Yeah, that's always a worrying start for a team like Hellslayers when you've been patient. You haven't gone for that force buy in the second when you're after that bomb plant, and you've waited for the rifles, and already you've lost an opening pick and two. Raijin's M4. MP9 is of course the only one really left over on that one, and that's probably why that K23 sort of went a bit more aggressive on this one. Maybe they would commit to another SMG or a FAMAS perhaps if they knew it was the full eco coming in. But the fact they know it was an eco in the last round instead for Hellslayers, they've committed to the M4s again instead. Smoke will come in from Flusher toward the B bomb site. Unfortunately, they're already walking into the AWP of Exapower, and they'll get himself another pick. Raijin with that tight line in toward Cave as well. JW isn't expecting that, and now Svedjehead is walking toward A, and he's only on his lonesome, I'm afraid. He will get an entry toward Newland, but unfortunately, that is the worst case scenario. Flusher's trying to come in and support, but that's the bomb dropped in no man's land in mid. So that's going to be another K23 round here, and Svedjehead is forced to save the AK and his double flashbang.
Not ideal, considering Hellslayers' money as well won't be optimal to go for another buy. As you can see, Shine, JW, Flusher, Sapek, all sitting around that $3,000 mark. And so maybe it's a Deagle or a Tech 9 half armor or something to do with that. Definitely won't be the AKs and all the util that they had in the previous. This is a great start here for K23. They will not be complaining one bit here, Trav, that they're walking away with such an easy advantage. We know how difficult it can be on the T side to get rounds, but the pistol is usually where we see most of them, and if Hellslayers can't find that, this quite quickly could spiral out of proportion.
Yeah, they wanted the guns obviously as quickly as possible, didn't they, Hellslayers? Because they know that T side on Ancient is so brutal, but that is also a brutal entry. Svedjehead will take Raijin out of the round, and that's an excellent way to get yourself into this one, considering it grabs a second rifle now for the T side. Sapek has that picked up. Flusher, JW and Shine only have the pistols, but they can be the ones to go in first, and the rifles can come in for the quick trade, and we could get yourself into a 2v2 after plant, something like that, with the rifles up, and give yourself a good opportunity. But look at Clax. Look at Clax. He's going all the way in, and he's found one of those already, and he's isolated the other two as well with that smoke. Good play from Clax there. And that's unfortunate, Retro. One of the AKs gone already. Sapek goes hunting and comes up empty-handed.
Yeah. Really nice that they find themselves that advantage, the lead that they have. Down to 3, JW, Flusher, Svedjehead. All three players heading towards B. Nealon, just back and forth between the angles. X5 has recovered from ramp. He's got the man in cave. Life is grand. 4-0. K23 lead the game. It's another buy for Hellslayers, but another chance in which K23 can hack down that CT economy.
Yeah, they're going to need to. Already it's been built up quite significantly, and it's only 4 rounds in. Exapower on 5.5. X5 on 4.4 already, looking pretty solid. And at the moment, one thing I will have to point out, unfortunately, which is not something I like to point out too often, because, you know, it's a team game and all that. But if you look at the scoreboard, only Svedjehead has kills right now.
Oh my words. And that might stay the same. That might just stay the same, because Raijin,
wow,
it's a third kill. Unbelievable hold towards B. Last two players scattered around. The bomb has to be picked up. Exapower will take a bit of damage. However, K23, a significant start, and it continues to work their way. This could be a flawless way to end the full buy as well. What a cracking round from Raijin.
That was just a beautiful hold. Two-man spray down there. They couldn't trade it, even though they went in as a duo. That's what you're supposed to do. They did the right thing, Hellslayers. They didn't just go in one by one. They went in as a duo in toward the Jaguar position there. But it just comes up with absolutely nothing. Incredible hold. And getting the third toward Flusher as well when he wasn't even full health was very impressive. And JW is left with vague control of the B site. It actually does have the bomb on his back as well, but there is so many things for him to worry about. I think he would quite like to plant the bomb here, JW, but the longer he waits, the closer Nilan is going to get on this flank, so there's not really much chance for him anymore, I would imagine, here. He glances down the pixel gap in towards CT doors, but in comes Nilan, and the reaction is not there for JW. Fantastic frag from Nilan. In the end, JW just confused that he was given the site for free there, I feel like. And it will be a clean start for K23. And now I'll say it one more time, and I'll never mention it again, so hopefully it changes. Only Svedjahed has kills. He has 5. Every single one of his 4 teammates has 0 at the moment.
Yes, and everyone but Svedjahed has died every round, so...
Yes.
Just, hurts to see, doesn't it? Klax take a bit of early damage, but it's a half buy here for Hellslayers. They have gone for the half armor, pistol investments, it's Deagles, there's a P250 and Tech 9 in the mixer as well. It's just looking very comfortable here. K23, an unstoppable start here to their CT side. It is just bliss for them, absolute bliss.
It is. They're going to need something to happen for one of these 5 players. Some sort of double kill entry to get some sort of progress anywhere. Raijin just goes aggressive again. He hears the utility that Sapek is throwing in. And it's just too much to handle when you have an AK in your face, I'm afraid. Swings for a second as well, and that's super clean. We're starting to see some of the aim that we know Raijin has and that we've heard about in the scene. He's up to 11-1 already. And of course, because of the lack of kills on the Hellslayer side, every single one of K23 have only died once, and it's round 7.
Yes. It is a very,
Come on,
very
boys.
good start.
I want to see a game.
Is this the one? Yeah, of course.
believe.
We're all hoping the same. Bearing in mind, this is for qualification to the main event here. You know, Hellslayers, they won't get another chance at it. This is the last
go.
reflection they'll have in Republic.
There we
Finally,
go.
yes, JW. 2 kills to his name. Nilan and Raijin gone. And Hellslayers might have just found themselves on the board. Welcome to Ancient, lads.
Welcome, and we're going to see a replay of that for sure as well. Obviously, we didn't get to see his POV, but I know for a fact that we're going to see exactly what JW did. It looks like he was bounding into War Jaguar and mid there when we first saw him. So that's exactly what Hellslayers need. A bit of star power, something to write home about. And I think they might have got it in this one. Power will hold the line and take Shine out, and they can't afford to go 1 by 1 here, but no, it's working out well. Flusher will get his first kill of the game as well, and that's going to give Hellslayers a 4v1 after plant, with Klax looking to retake, but I'm not even sure if he'll attempt it. Probably just going to commit to the save instead. And this is a sort of situation where, you know, you get 1, but you need more. You can't be too panicky at 6-0 down on T-side Ancient. You know that even if you get 4 on the half, it keeps you in the game very much indeed. So they can't afford to say, oh God, guys, we need a round, come on. But they're going to get this one at least. So they're off the mark. And when this bomb explodes, hopefully we'll see exactly what JW managed to do in that one.
Finally, mate, they're on the board. That's what we wanted to see, eh? We wanted to see them prosper a little bit on this T side. And well, there we have it. Only 1 man to save. Klax, he'll keep his M4. 4 players survive for the Hellslayers side.
Here we go.
JW, how on earth did he open things up? First kill, nice. Second one? Oh,
Okay,
no,
that's dirty.
that is dirty.
Yeah.
That is filthy that he's just done that. And a 3rd kill as well that he finds in the round. It was a great round from JW all in all. He is really found his groove in that round.
Yeah, he knows his angles, whether there's a smoke there or not. That is a beautiful double entry from him. And that opens up the possibility to take B like they did. Really good stuff. Tech pause coming in. I will let you know if I get any information from our admins as to what exactly the problem is, but hopefully it won't take too long. We fixed our Mr. Unconnected that was in the server, our ghost. He's gone now, don't worry. You won't be haunted. We promise. There's no one under your bed. Honest. But yeah, Ancient, of course, is a really important map in this series for both these two. Hellslayers need it to stay alive. K23 need it to qualify for the main event. I can just quickly run through you actually some of the previous results on this map for Hellslayers. As I mentioned, they took down Apex the other day in this very event, 16-12. They did lose it to Ecstatic 16-6 though, which I believe is what put them into the lower bracket. And yeah, it's a superb sort of idea of where Hellslayers are if they can beat Apex and K23 on this map. But of course, we have a lot to find out before we get there. They only just got their first round on the board. That's exactly what they needed. And now we can see if they can try and build up a couple in a row here.
Yes, absolutely. X5, that is relentless aggression. I'm not too sure if he spotted anyone. I don't think so. But there is a staggering amount of players moving in on ramp. JW, he finds the opener. The AWP fade, mate, is claiming souls left, right, and centre. It's his 4th kill in 2 rounds. Not a bad start for him. M4 of Clack stood in the open. We'll find one. Oh my god. The transfer, 1 bullet the difference. Sledge ahead survives 10 points of health. Sapek low as well. It's actually a really good position to be in for K23, despite being that man down.
Problem is for Hellslayers, and now the problem gets bigger actually. That's a fantastic headshot from Sledgehead, considering he's only 10 HP, but he's not going to expect a Hex 5. And the bomb's being planted in the open. Oh my goodness, I think he was just saved by his teammate JW. But now it's a very tough situation for Flusher. He knows exactly where Raijin is. In fact, it's basically a 50-50, quite literally. Flusher, 51 health, and Raijin, 50, but it doesn't matter. Flusher picks up the AWP, and with only his 2nd kill of the game, a hugely impactful one to get Hellslayers 2 in a row.
That is brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. JW, another opener, and imagine Clax finds both of those kills. How different this round plays out. How substantial that 2nd kill would have been in X5. I mean, nicely done to find the discipline. Raijin as well to find a couple of kills, but Flusher ultimately will pin him to the wall. And that'll be the end of that one. K23 concede a 2nd, and the money funds that we complimented them about just a couple of rounds ago quite quickly become distant. We have, you know, 3-digit values, even $0 on X5. Like, we are scraping the bottom of the barrel when it comes to these investments. JW,
Wow.
How has he hit that one then?
That's such a great find, because there was a risk of that advance toward the B doors there from X5 being a very dangerous one. But JW has once again put pay to the early hopes in this round of K23. Done that the last 3 in a row, basically. Getting really important picks is the legend himself. Sapek yet to get off the board alongside Shine. It really is just the 3 in the middle of the scoreboard right now, doing all the heavy lifting. And it can't stay like that. They have to show up and support their teammates, otherwise it'll be basically impossible to keep this one at a close game. Extra powers toward the back of B, and it looks like Hellslayers are ready to pop with 40 seconds to go.
Yes, and they are going to be going for it. JW, the opening kill, very nicely done. Down to 3, looks good for Raijin, who claps back for a couple, Nealon. Another kill. Nade, will it drop onto the bomb plant? No, but the wallbang nearly does some damage as well. Flusher holding very, very patiently for the swing in. Nealon, got to do one better to win it out, but won't. Clacks in the meantime from ramp. Nealon, has he done enough to disguise the ramp push? Clacks moves in. Trying to position, he seems to have an inkling of knowing that he was going to be there, but a great flashbang from Flusher. Hellslayers, that's their 3rd in a row.
A classic bit of Flusher utility usage there. Fantastic flashbang to help out Shine. Completely destroys the Clack's flank as it comes up. Here's JW's picks again. The peek on the edge of the smoke there was brilliant. Takes a leg from Exapower, but he really has seemed to have Exapower's number in this series in general so far. Might not be winning the game for his team, but he's been taking him down left, right and centre, has JW. And finally, as you so rightly said, Retro, it puts K23's money now in a very tough spot. They have pistols, and they're going super aggressive on this one, but they'll be walking right into Sapek, and this will be some confidence for him. Finally getting his kills off the mark with 3 on the board in this one. And he might even get more thanks to this grenade. It's going to be pretty tight. Good damage. Actually on for an anti-eco. Ace here is Sapek, the young man from Young Ninjas, trying to harvest the AKs, not letting the CTs do anything with them, looking for the ace, and he gets it. That just is sometimes how the game goes. You don't get any kills for the first 10 rounds, you get an eco to face, and there you go, all 5.
Lovely. Lovely, lovely, lovely. We do enjoy the old eco ace. One for the highlight reel.
Eco France.
Yeah. We do enjoy it, especially on the server when playing. Nothing wrong with a bit of a confidence boost, you know.
Especially when you got
yes.
0 beforehand.
Well, yeah, exactly. Like that is one way to make an entry, isn't it?
It is.
Take all 5.
Oh my goodness, Neelan going super aggressive here up toward the edge of mid, and with that smoke down, it's actually going to work out really well. He's completely covered by the possibility of those kills coming in from the back of mid, and just like that, at the snap of a finger, K23's next buy affords them a 5v2.
Just snap right back into action, mate. You can kick them down, but they will get right back up. If they can make this and keep it a flawless one as well, that would be an unbelievable, and I mean unbelievable, turnaround from them. Flusher, oh my god, Raijin. I was going to say a whisker away from death. Shine missed shots as well. We're done. That is it. That is the flawless one. K23 up to 7.
But what did I mention? I mean, Hellslayers, I think, are going to be delighted, honestly, with the way the last few rounds have gone. Sure, they lose this one incredibly comfortably, but that's just down to some super aggression there from K23, just trying to counter the space they've been allowing Hellslayers to have in that particular position of the map. It's getting them opening picks thanks to JW. They wanted to put a stop to it, and they did, but Hellslayers are going to be happy. They've got the 4 that I mentioned. 11-4, even if it does get there, is pretty decent. And Neelan, he's burning in the mid cubby there. Klax can't swing wide thanks to that Molotov to come and help, and that's a brilliant entry from Shine. Neelan's still here. They know he's in there. The calls come through, but he does still get 1. And he has a flash to try and escape too, but he shouldn't get more than that 1. And there we go. Svedgehead finds him. So Hellslayers are converting rounds really well here on T-side after that poor start. Next to Power. Oh, I was just going to say he's about to get caught off, but almost flicks round to Flusher. In the end, it's only a 1-for-1. And that gives Hellslayers a one-man advantage, as they can now pick a site with a minute to go.
Raijin, we know how explosive he's been though on Ancient. 17 kills already denied of number 18. A cracker of a shot from Flusher. Surely that gives X5 the knowledge that they're not going to be going towards A, and it in fact is towards B. But yeah, that is killer. Absolutely killer. K23 concede a 5th, and all of a sudden, Hellslayers, they were what, 6-0 down? Something like that? And now this half looks not only doable, but actually winnable.
Very winnable. It's not like K23 I got there like 10 or something in a row, something like that. It's only the 6, and the 4 came as an immediate rebuttal from Hellslayers, and it's looking really good for them right now. They seem to have figured out K23, of course, as I said before, Hellslayers have got one big win on this map against Apex, but when it comes to K23, actually they don't have a good record on this map at all. It's only 17% in 6, which is literally 1 in 6. Their one win was in this event against a team they should beat anyway, honestly, in Ungentium. They lost against Sprout 16-12, they've lost against Entropic 16-7, Heat 16-5, and before that, I think that would have been with their old roster, with Norbert and Fame, AGO 16-7, so they haven't been close at all. So you can see why Hellslayers were comfortable to pick, or happy to feel comfortable to pick into what is considered a weakness of this roster. And right now, with 5 on the board on T side, they won't be unhappy at all.
Yeah, I think they've definitely turned this one around here, Hellslayers. Definitely could look in getting some more as well with it. Talk about a turnaround. K23 will be very disappointed with the results that they've had. Here we are. Round 13. A slow, methodical one here. K23 don't want to risk losing that man advantage by the looks of things. Neelan will get an assisting smoke to support him towards middle. Naturally, does get very difficult here because K23 have wound up with a lot of control in the early stages of this one.
Yeah, when you get control of this portion of the map as well, the opposite side of Jaguar and the B doors, it's so powerful. You basically lock off such a huge amount of control the T side can have, and now they have it. They have it for certain. Flusher was the only man there, and he's been taken out thanks to Raijin. Again, Raijin doing such good work. He's up to 18-6 now, and there's still a few rounds left in the half. We could get a 20-kill half from him at this stage. Shine has worked his way up toward the CT doors, and he will flash in to try and take some control. 40 seconds to go, and splitting A, I think. Oh, I mean, they have the bomb, but what's the call? I think splitting A has to be the one at this point, with one player going toward Donut as well.
Molly, Klax will find one. Oh, and a second Klax. He's still fighting Klax.
Brilliant.
It's a triple. And that's it. Hellslayers derailed. JW 1 on 5. The first no scope was good, but you will not strike twice. And K23, it's an 8th on the board.
That's a superb hold from Klax. I mentioned that the A split is a possibility, but in the end, they don't even go for a full cross on that split at all. They go right into Klax, and once Rajan gets that pick toward the outside of B, K23 have all the information. They know exactly what Hellslayers are doing. They know they're either in mid or going toward A, and that just had so many players in position ready to defend it. Klax was the only one needed, really, in the end. Fantastic 3k from him, and that puts Hellslayers back onto pistols again. So we're looking for a 10-5 here, K23.
Oh my word.
And that is an interesting one to start us off. Flusher somehow got a kill with the Glock, but in the end it's gone right back in K23's favour, as we expect. You can see the CC on the ground there thanks to that Glock. I reckon he probably didn't have a helmet for that one.
Glocks, mate. How on earth? That's ludicrous.
Glock.
I didn't... Yeah. Feels like, I don't know. You know the... Oh, what's his name? Dazed clip.
Yeah, the Dazed clip, exactly. That's the one.
Glocks. Yeah.
We're losing to
A
Glocks.
manager.
A coach.
Love it. Yeah, exactly.
Bomb plant?
No coaches on the server today, though. Just the old veterans.
Good bomb plant,
Must
actually.
admit, see JW and Flusher competing, you know, now. After so much time in Counter-Strike, so cool to see, man. Like, they are the people that I looked up to when I started watching CS. And no doubt maybe K23 as well, right?
Oh, for sure. I mean...
Guys definitely watching old Fnatic, old NIP.
The fact of the matter is, probably JW and Flusher's teammates looked up to them when they were younger, because they are the young guns in this roster, of course. Yeah, I mean, that's the case for many people. I remember, obviously, you know, 2015, the eras they had with the Fnatic roster, with Olaf and everything. It was just unbelievable time for them. They changed Counter-Strike for a little while. But now the time has come, of course, for them to try and develop younger talent. And that is a lovely boost, but in the end, Klax is too aware. Sapek answers back and he tries to go for more, but there's just too many men to face. And with Shine unable to walk through that smoke, it's going to be hard for him to do anymore, and there's Nilan stopping it. Flusher now last alive. He's pushing toward B, and he actually does have the bomb available to him. So he can plant it right now if he wants, but he's just confused at the fact that it's open again. That's the second time that's happened this game. One on each side. One for JW, one for Flusher. Confused that the B site's actually completely clear, and once again, it's going to be a carbon copy. They're letting a big flank come in here from X5 on this occasion. Flash is trying to catch someone in the back, but hilariously he's finding nobody at all. There's an up to pick up, but of course it doesn't matter. It's the last run of the half. There's nothing to save. He has to go for it. And he's
around the road.
He's literally going around the rosy here. He's on the roundabout, but he needs to send everyone to the first exit if he's to win this round. And it's looking more and more unlikely. Big off angle being held by Nilan. He probably won't check it considering he was literally just there. But actually Nilan misses those shots. But Flusher is down to 40 now. And the big rotation is going to be coming in. Clarion Cable ready to face. And there it is. X5 will take him down. And that will be a 10-5 half for K23. But I think Hellslayers will be very happy with 5 on the board, considering they were 6-0 behind at one point in that one. We'll be back after the break to see how Ancient transpires.
Movement god.
Nej.
Ooh, shit.
What should I do now then?
So bad.
EG.
I don't know. Oh shit, you have
You
turbo?
go first.
You have turbo? Wait, he's ready. Okay, you should. What the f?
Easy. Did somebody make it?
No.
No? What?
No.
Det är så fucking in.
No? Yes, please. Do we still have 2 noobs in the back?
Yeah, he just got killed
Shut
by
up.
trap somehow.
Okay, you can pass, you can pass. I need more speed. Hey.
Need no traps, it's too hard.
No!
System. Okay, okay.
Sacrifice myself, guys. I'm the.
Oh my god.
I don't think you can even go on it. He's baiting, so he can go. Okay, we have 4 minutes to...
Okay, I
this.
finished, I think. Yep, I'm done. AK now. Should I do?
Kill, yep.
Men alltså, det är ju jävla sjukt.
Is he playing? Okay,
Trav.
Yes.
Movement, mate. Movement. We love a bit of it. Hellslayers demonstrating how the death run is done, and the death run in Ancient continues. They are down by 5 heading into the second half. K23 now on the T side. Let's see how things get on. Of course, I'm Retro, joined by Travis. Taking you through the action.
Yeah.
We are well into our second map, but it could be our last map for Hellslayers in this tournament. K23, 6 rounds away from taking the slot in the main event.
They are. But I think we've got a little while to go yet with Hellslayers on the CT side. We've got Sapek on the dual Berettas. They are in the meta right now, it has to be said. We're seeing many CT pistols include the dualies. And we'll have to see if 2 guns are better than 1 on this occasion, because they are rushing in toward B right here at RK23. No hesitation whatsoever. And JW's actually let them advance a lot further than he would have wanted, perhaps. He does get 1 toward Clax, and he gets a second as well, but we'll get overrun on the big flank. So... Flusher, oh my goodness, you can hear the tags, of course. Very squishy. X5, the Julies don't get 1 in the end, but Shine finding Exapower on the big flank should mean that this is a Hellslayers pissed around, but they still have to retake. The bomb is planted, but there are the 2 headshots. Svedjahed and Shine get the last 2, and that's exactly what Hellslayers needed.
Very mirrored to that of the last game. Or the last half, right? The first pistol where K23 were on the CT side. There was only 1 kill for Hellslayers and a bomb plant. This time it's 2 kills and a bomb plant for K23. And that is an AK investment made, I saw just then. JW, very nicely done to find 2 kills. Of course, it all spirals out of control from that. Very, very nicely done from Hellslayers in general. I'm wondering, collectible and AK, that's in Rygen's hands. Yeah, damn straight it is. 22 and 8, mate. Holy. That's the scoreline I missed, but one that you should definitely keep an eye on.
Indeed. Oh, I'm expecting some good things. We saw that CT side, of course, be very good for him, but T side on this map is a whole different proposition. Flusher with the MP9. Alongside Svedjahed and Sapek on this one. They're going to try and get these kills. Of course, the full force by thanks to the bomb plant. It's going to work out really well. Wow. Hellslayers go super aggressive, but X5, the Steam Authenticator code himself, gets 2 kills to bring it up to 11-7 for him and a 5v3 for his team. And that's so important on a round such as this. He gets a free FAMAS in the hands of Exapower as well. Hellslayers, what do they even do from this position?
Yes, that is the question, isn't it? K23, I doubted the heroic AK buy a little bit. I was like, Clax is going to have to take no Kevlar. What is this man doing? He's finding nothing. X5 is doing all the dirty work. JW and Sapek both out of this round. A molly to front cave to give them that control. And the pressure towards B will only build up here, Trav.
Yeah. And I think the amount of time that K23 have taken will only work in their favour. They are walking into multiple players, and Flusher is very close with that MP9, but he can only get the 1. And Sinovak can't show up on this occasion. Svedjahed will show presence and actually hits 2 players there as they advance toward the site, but the bomb will go down. Grenades will come in, and it does do significant damage to Exapower as he tries to plant the bomb, but it's going to be set down comfortably. And Shine and Svedjahed actually don't have a kit between them, so looking to save the M4 might be the best course of action here, but already that's gone because look where Nilan is. He's locked them in. And he can't even get out, Svedge ahead. So looking for a kill is probably the best course of action, just for some bonus money into the next round. Nilan now knows where he is. We'll have to face him instead. Tries to get the M4 before he's faced, and actually does manage it. But of course, only 60 health. It's going to be hard for him to escape in any way, and Nilan takes his head off. Beautiful second kill from Nilan. 2 for him, but it was X5 that really opened up the round there with that aggression toward Cave.
Love a bit of that, don't we? We love it. K23, 11-6. The response of a lifetime from X5 in the beginning of this round, and from there, it just spirals out of control. And while the kill dabbled in here and there for Hellslayers, it was the overwhelming majority. K23 continue to provide, and Hellslayers now, they're 5 rounds down, which is where we started. K23, 1 closer to 16, and they themselves now have to take a force buy. Very much feels like it's going to be an eco in the next, and it will be 13-6 the scoreline.
Yeah, exactly. That could not set up Hellslayers very good at all. We've seen the comeback from K23 on their map pick, but it's a whole different kettle of fish on this one. That's a beautiful long-range tap there from JW, actually, with the P250. Well, that's not one you expect to get every day of the week. And that already gives him a 5v4. Of course, the gun can't be recovered, and JW's going to go searching for it, tries to get away, but the gun is being protected by both Raijin and Klax. Makes sense. 5-7 close up in Jaguar. This is one-shot headshot range, I believe. So he's in a good spot for this, and he hears the running, I think, of Raijin there. So he's got some information. He's now going to take the face. It's going to catch off Raijin. He looks for the second, and he gets it. 5-7 works again for the side of Hellslayers. And look at this situation we've got toward A-Long. They've completely bypassed each other. Svedge ahead might be calling that it's completely clear, but it's not even going to matter. Sapek turns up for what feels like the first time this game, it has to be said. 5-7, hugely impactful. 3 kills. I said it's a one-shot headshot range, and he gets all 3 of them. And Klax is left wondering, how have you all died to a pistol, boys? What's gone on?
That is unbelievable. What on earth has just happened? Klax, maybe a little bit stunned. Dude, he's in mid. How on earth did that happen? Like, I thought we had it held. No, dude, I don't know. I pushed A. It was clear. No, it was not good, sir. Sapek. Oh, it's not even Sapek, it's Flusher. You dirty man. I thought he was going to go for the knife. We know your antics, Flusher, all too well. The default knife as well. The old classic for Flusher. But no, Hellslayers respond. Another force buy win. And the wars continue between these pressed investments. JW, very sick opener. But look at this 5-7 play. The transfer between the two, mate. It's like, it's crazy how good that gun is. It is unbelievable.
It's scary. I mean, I tell you what, if the M4 and MP9 weren't so powerful, I think people would be calling for a 5-7 nerf very soon. Most of the discussion has been about the silenced M4, of course. But yeah, that is such a huge round for Hellslayers, as we said. Like, it could have easily been a 13-6 scenario if they lost that one. But it keeps them in the game. K23, though, can easily hit straight back. I mean, look at the guns they have. They have 4 rifles in this one still. Only 1 pistol on X5. So yeah. This is a scary one for Hellslayers. They're going to need to build up a run if they're to have a chance in this game and in this series. It's going to be a 4-man setup toward long right now, with Raijin coming in late. A late burst, perhaps, toward A is about to happen.
Indeed, 1 man for the job for now. Svedge ahead will drop the flashbang, decides to move away, giving up the A site and more or less leave Shine alone to defend. And he will find one. Nilan! Oh my good God, Nilan!
Oh my God.
2 through the CT smoke. That's criminal from him. And all of a sudden the bomb set down. A 3 versus 4 post plant. And another round that could break the Hellslayers economy. Shine will clap for a second. Raijin gone. He has been a star man for this T side, but it's Nilan to step up in this round. And I say step up because this isn't done just yet. Flashbang sent high. Sapek to try and reintroduce the CT side to the A site. Nilan, he'll fall. Flusher a second. A Klax 1 on 3 required. He's already found this first. Looking for a second. Flusher's going to continue to stick. Ladies and gentlemen, round over. Hellslayers, a killer retake. Despite heroics from Nilan, Shine has pulled off a masterclass. 8 kills, 3 of them come in that round.
I tell you what, that is such a huge one to boost Hellslayers. They could have easily not converted that one, considering the antics that Nilan got up to with that double spray through the CT smoke. How he got 2 there is beyond me. I don't think he himself will be surprised by that one. And I tell you what, Hellslayers do such a great job of retaking that one pretty comfortably in the end as well. With 2 players left alive. A really important frag in toward the temple area. And in the end, they could hold the bomb with Clax in Donut. With no vision on the diffuser. Really important for them. Now the gap is just 3. With K23, K23 on pistols, but Clax already will rip the head off of Svedja.
Wowee.
No head anymore. I'm sorry.
See what you did there. Took me a while, but I did get it.
Genuinely sorry for that.
It's alright, mate. It was a good one. I will applaud it a little bit. Shine. He's going to try and hold on a little bit here as well towards A. Flash is dropped in. Down to 3, the K23 side stand. And Ancient, it is bubbling up to be a banger of a map, just like we saw on Overpass.
Yeah, it's we could easily be in a position right now where it could be a direct vice versa. Hellslayers looking to do on the CT side what K23 did to them. Another lovely shot from X5. But Sapek has a big off angle and he will take the frag in the end. So that is 11-9. That is the 2-round gap recovered now. And K23, they're going to have their buy. And they'll know that Hellslayers' economy won't be built up perfectly as of yet. Flush is going to stick with the MP9 as well, actually, to continue with the bonus and then drop the M4 to Svedja Head instead, which makes total sense. And they're going to continue working with 4 rifles and an SMG. Not going to have the AWP up just yet, but it doesn't matter when you continue to win rounds.
Well, here we go. Nades. Oh, it's good. It's really good. Raijin, though, still finds the kill. Oh, my God. And he gets away with his life. 17 points of health. I don't know. Was it Flusher on the back of the site there? Mate, how on earth?
JW will be upset
away with a kill there.
that.
And keeps the man alive as well. Like, the man advantage. Wow.
Yeah, the fact he gets away is one that Hellslayers will not be happy with. Of course, you do have to change things up on the CT side of Ancient. It's not just a stock standard positions and you basically think you can win every round. You have to keep going with the aggression, keep changing it up with different holds on different positions on A, for example. And it's now down to this A hold, Svedja Head, to keep K23 at bay here. This grenade's going to be relatively okay, I think. Yeah, it'll do some more chip damage to X5 and Clax. And it's the 2 S's, at least 2 of the 3, to try and hold off this play. Svedja Head and Shine, what can they do? Flash is coming in, 30 seconds to go. They're about to pounce.
One man for the job, it's Shine. He had a very quiet T side. His CT side will be as silent because Claps, I'm going to call him Claps because he did just clap out the rifle of Shine. His name is Clax. He will find a kill. Exapower with a second. Nealon, he'll fall, and Svedja Head, he'll find a double himself. In fact, 3.
Oh.
Flusher another. And Raijin, the low HP, left alone 1-on-2. A great turnaround from Hellslayers, and there is no time.
That was a meaty swing there from Flusher. Beautiful insta headshot. And with Raijin on 17 HP, he was the snake in the grass, basically. Or maybe the anaconda in the swamp, as it's Ancient. But unfortunately, with being so low, it's unfortunately nothing really you can do from that position. Clax, that was a beautiful tap. Goodness me, look at that reaction he got there towards Shine. But in the end, this big swing from Flusher coming in 3-2-1. There it is. Clax utterly destroyed. No chance for the bomb plant. No time on the board. And Hellslayers are now within 1.
Yeah, that's brilliant. That is a brilliant recovery from Hellslayers. And the distance, it may be done. They have closed the gap and start to open things up a bit. K23, their T side, starting to get a little shaky. And with that, I think problems start to occur. Raijin going for, of course, the save weapon in the previous, so no money in this one. He's going to try the wall bangs all he can, really taking a bit of damage. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. That's Hellslayers just dominating, just setting the pace on the CT side.
Yeah, setting the pace is the right way to describe it as well. You need to make sure they can build up a little bit more money, because the one thing that's worrying for them is they're still one round behind, and they won a number of these CT rounds with 2 players alive, something like that. So you've got a couple of players who haven't built up an economy whatsoever in Svedjehead and Sapek. So they need to win one cleanly, and they're going to want it to be this one against the Pistols and the one AK saved over. Svedjehead holding the tight angle, and that's the AK removed. We'll go for a swing onto the second. That's a beautiful hold from Svedjehead. Sapek will get the frag on toward Klax as well. And now Shine looking to finish it off. As he power in the corner, and he'll get taken out by the aforementioned Shine, and he's shining at the moment on the CT side. A couple of extra frags for him. He is still the bottom fragger on the Hellslayers team, but he's stepping up a little bit in the last couple of rounds. 11 all, and K23, they're going to have their full buy, but again, they're not going to have the AWP on extra power. And on this round, on this occasion for Hellslayers, they have it on JW, so that will give K23 a different look.
Towards middle, that's where K23 went ahead. A nade sets K23 back so far. An M4 spam that will connect eventually. Shine, he'll escape with his life. In the meantime, the AWP of JW just out of sight of the AK of Klax. An M4 from Plat does not give Sapek a kill, and it is complete carnage in the beginning of round 23. But K23 themselves, they'll escape with a man advantage. Not for long, Svedjehead responds.
Important response as well. You can't afford to have not really any information on what K23 want to do when they have a man advantage, so he recovers it straight away. Flusher right now is the only defender toward the B site, and he's playing it very defensively, basically playing retake here. It's Flusher. Happy that his teammates have weaponry and the kits available to play retake. In fact, they all 4 have kits, so you can understand why. Utilities, though, is a bit low. They only have 2 grenades on Shine and Svedjehead, and because of this, it might make the retake a little bit more difficult. So K23, they're going to make their way on toward the B site and plant on pillar and feel pretty safe about it. Swing will coming from Sapek to try and win an opening duel. Now Flusher might pounce at a certain occasion as well, but he just looks away. He could be looking away at a horrible time here, and he will. Oh, the timing for Hellslayers is not going to go in their favour on this occasion. The fact they give K23 the bomb site and lose the timings and lose the knowledge on where they're pushing up from is going to give K23 a critical T round.
That's unbelievable. Unreal times. K23 had themselves a 12th breakthrough on the T side, despite how much damage was done at the beginning of the round. Before JW went down, we had a nade that did like 80 damage. The M4 spam did like a further 70. We were like a player and a half up before the round had even started for the Hellslayers side. Yet they still are at the bottom hand of round 23. K23 up by a round. 24 could be the response, but also the downfall. It gets intense for that CT side.
Yeah, and that's that swing. I mean, even if Flusher did take down Exit Power in that situation, they went as a duo, right? It'd be unlikely he got 2 from that situation. K23 taking the initiative there. It was Flusher to play defensively, and K23 to take advantage of that. There are the scores on the doors at the top of your screen. Everything you need to know. ADR.
23 and 13.
Yeah, very good performance from Raijin so far. One of the new additions, of course. Whether he's going to be a new permanent addition remains to be seen, but right now he's certainly making a good case for himself. I think 21 of those kills was on CT side, so he's only got a couple on T, but they were both pretty important if my memory serves correctly, so that is the way the game goes. Don't usually get as good a performance on T as you do on CT on this map. And now Hellslayers, as I mentioned, their money was not in a good spot. They're going to lose that previous. And right now they're in a tough situation, because look at this. Again, very fast toward mid from K23 here. Neo will get the first towards Shine. Completely blind on the ledge near the doors there. And JW couldn't pick to help out on the AWP, so look at the amount of control K23 have already in the form of Klax. And there's only 1 minute 25.
Yeah, this is so advanced from K23. And if they go towards B as well, there's only one man for the job. Sapek's left alone. Says Hellslayers in a horrific position. They gamble more towards mid than they do towards A. And well, this is going to get very unfortunate here for Sapek if he isn't careful. Flusher will join the fray, but it's only an MP9 to try and do business. And Raijin, he'll spot out the SMG. Nade to go in. We'll do a fair bit. X5 down to 70. Raijin as well down to 80. Comfortable beginning. Sapek, if he finds this kill, it looks good. At least for Hellslayers for now, they have themselves a little bit of a gate back in. Svedjehead will find a 3 versus 3. MP9 of Flusher trying to find damage as well, but Exit Power does one better. The flank from Sapek could be good, but the frontal force is gone, and they know that last player was lurking around from Cave. I feel like K23 have themselves a 13th here.
Yeah, they've figured it out. They've figured out these last few rounds that Hellslayers, the way they play B, is not working out for them, and they're trying to take advantage of it every single opportunity they have, and again, they've exposed it. Flusher did, honestly, quite a good job in general. The fact his grenade was really good. Of course, we all know that Flusher and HE damage, he's been a king at that since the very beginning of the game. And he'll continue to do that, but in the end, the MP9 is not strong enough to deal with that position and that angle. And unfortunately, he gets taken down just as he swung from pillar. Couldn't get around the angle quick enough. And that's 13-11.
Crazy. Unreal. 13-11, as you said. That is a definitive way to win a round as well for K23.
Yep.
We talked about the map presence that they had, the control that they had over the Hellslayers side. You could see this round was winding up to be theirs, and Sapek, I mean, it wasn't his fault that they lost the round because he didn't do something, but he was given so much pressure towards B. Like, he had to do everything, just couldn't get it done. Too much on his plate, maybe. And round 25 really is go big or go home for Hellslayers. It's a force investment that either makes them or breaks them.
Indeed, and that is a really good start at least. Shine going very aggressive there with the SMG. The MP9, you all know how strong that gun is. Got himself the opening pick, but now Sapek is under a bit of trouble here. He's going to try and strafe away and go for the wallbangs instead, and it's working out nicely. Catches the wrist of Raijin, basically snaps it off and puts him down to 31 health. So this is actually a really good start for Hellslayers in this one. They've won some unlikely rounds, of course, in the opening few in this half on low buys. The Sapek 5-7 comes to mind, and they're going to need to do that again. Slightly better buy this time around with the 2 MP9s, the Deagle and the CZ, of course, with Sapek's M4. But he will be mollied away from that angle. We'll have to just flash for a teammate. Flusher can now look for some info. Oh, JW will be the one to swing in the end. They have actually got 4 toward B this time, do Hellslayers. So they're completely trying to adjust to what K23 have been taking advantage of, but that's a good answer back from Exit Power.
And well, it's a good advantage, a good chance for Hellslayers. 30 seconds left on the clock. They've got to move fast here, K23. The bomb's in the open for Sapek. He'll find one. So much damage done by the MP9. The HP bars are glowing red right now for K23. So low on all of these players. Svedjehead's MP9 could be the difference maker. Klax will be looking to set the bomb down, and despite the gunfire, the CTs won't pick up on it. And the high HP player can swing in as he finds another. JW left alone, and it is Hellslayers' head in their hands, because what could have been in this round, and a 1v3 now for Mr. JW, who finds a second. There's a chance for the veteran. The Swede needs to step up. Raijin, a bullet away from death. Will he swing? Will he cooperate? JW, again and again and again. The big man to step up. Hellslayers not done just yet.
What a round to win if you're Hellslayers. We mentioned that the health was so low, and yet that's exactly what comes back to haunt them. JW needed 1 bullet, and all 3 of them, and guess what? He's pulled it off. Unbelievable clutch from him. Peeking all the correct angles at the right time as well. We're going to see all 3 of them on the replay. That was a really important frag there from Exit Power, but in the end it was all in vain. Look at the damage done. Klax took another bullet as well. There's the first, 1 bullet needed. The third was, or the second, sorry, was in the corner, and the third in the cubby of the cave position. And JW is gonna give his team a huge lifeline, but K23, they don't care. Look at this. This is a lot faster than I expected. Look how blind Flusher is.
Wow.
So much utility forcing them away. And look at the smokes up. They're going to have to jump through them to try and take something to take something from it. And it's going to come back to bite them. Shine jumps through that smoke into the hands of X5. And just like that, Hellslayers are going to have to fall back.
It is indeed a save. JW, my oh my. Heroics in the last round, but it means nothing here and now. That's crazy. That is unbelievable. It's a 14th on the ball for K23. 2 more and that's it. We're done. It's 2-0.
Yeah, unbelievable recovery. And the balls on K23 to, once again, I mean, as I said, they've really been punishing the B bomb site and the holds of Hellslayers so far, but the balls to go for it again, just after they lose a 1v3 to JW.
Yeah.
To just go for it fully, no holds barred. And to completely destroy Flusher on the site as well. He was so blind for so long. And he's been living on the MP9 this half, I'm afraid. There's just lack of money for Hellslayers on so many occasions. They still have the buy, of course, having won that previous round. But this is now a must-win. If they lose everyone in this scenario, they're going to be left with peanuts at 15-12 behind.
Yeah, that is the worrying, isn't it? That is the worrying sign, the factor, the do or die for Hellslayers. K23. They have themselves 2 chances. And if they take them both, they win the game. I say they've got 2 chances. They've actually got 3. There's, what, 4 rounds left of this game? Well, yeah, I think they've got 4 chances. They only need 2 of them. Sapek, though, he's looking to take away the first of the 4 with a beautiful double kill.
Yeah, reminder, Sapek was the player that was 0 and 7 in the first half. He got that anti-eco ace to get his first 5 kills on the board, and then since then he's having some very impactful rounds. So 5-7 now again with the M4. But look where Klax is. He's going to catch Shine in the back. Svedjed got holding the angle though, and it's a big off angle as well, and he will swing wide, but the FAMAS is just the FAMAS at the end of the day. If that was any other gun, that was probably a kill, I feel. And he only does damage to Klax, but it's critical damage. 3 health. They're going to try and make their way toward A. Smoke up toward Donut. That does block off Flusher, but look where Sapek is. He's going in again here. 2 kills on the round already. Shit. There's the AWP remove. Looking for the second. Finds it. Could be on for another ace here, Sapek. Ace. Can he get it? He can. 2 aces in 1 map for Sapek. And Hellslayers are still in the game.
Wowee. Yeah, right on. No complaints. That is a brilliant round from Sapek. Beautiful to find the opening 2 kills. And then the flank, you knew it was just going to be sailed for success. The moment you saw it come to life, Sapek, a very easy double, and he even takes the last. It is a 5-kill round to his name, a 13th on the board for Hellslayers. They get back into the game, but look at the money for K23. They've got enough to survive another buy. It's 5 AKs at the start of this round, and another fast play, this time towards middle.
Yeah, the fast plays have been what has caught off Hellslayers on multiple occasions, and that's such an important entry from Klax. Shine looked nailed on for that kill. Not to be. And swings and roundabouts again. This time it's K23 with the 2-man advantage. Hit back by Svedjed. But still, K23 can now pounce toward B if they really want to. They have everyone here, and Hellslayers again are playing a little bit more defensively than before. A tag from JW's AWP puts Rajan down to 18, but he still takes him out of the round. Now Flusher needs to show up. How many can he get? Drops the bomb on the site, gets that first, but needs another one, and he flicks beautifully to find Nilan. They are not facing him. They have to at some point, but there we go in the end. He gets found, but still, Svedjed, so doable. The bomb's in the open still. It's not planted. He has full utility for this one. Both players very low, neither above half health. And he's going to have to be faced at some point. Rajan has the angle, and there's the shot. It's now all down to X5. Svedjed on the angle, about to cross it, goes for the spray, but that's a humongous headshot from X5, and that could be what gets K23 into the main event. They
need 1 more That is a brilliant spam from X5. Klax just round the smoke, bending bullets to find it. That is so
wow.
from Raijin as well, man. And all these replays just demonstrating how hectic and close this round was. And despite being in the 1-on-2, Svedge ahead finds the first, but couldn't keep his nerve. X5 with the last. And with that, round 29, very similar. In fact, the exact same as what it was on Overpass. Hellslayers need 2 to bring it to OT.
They do. This time at least they have the CT side of Ancient to play on. But look at what they have. Sapek with the Mag 7. Playing up close to the smoke. Probably the best place for it. Just a 5-7 on Shine as well. Spot some information, but will fall away. The 1M4 available for Svedje Head, but that is it to keep this one alive. Flasher close with the Deagle again. Can easily be flashed in from this angle. Svedje Head does have 2 of those, but he's on the opposite side of the map. So Flasher's going to have to do that alone. X5 on the angle. Sapek ready and ready to go with the Mag 7, but he's so blind. That's a brilliant flash from Exipower, and X5 takes JW as well. Flasher's still in the corner, but I think he's telegraphed. It's going toward a K23 victory, and even with the humongous shallow advantage, Shine gets taken down as well, and it's all Svedje to save the series. On the tight line, gets 1, gets 2, and makes it vaguely interesting, I would say, as he's not even that low. He's about to walk straight into Klax, I think. He's got his knife out. Klax is here, and that is the main event secured for K23. Congratulations to them. Even with the 2 new players, they get through against Hellslayers 2-0.
Really well played from them. I think the way they had done it from beginning to end, it was a close game, don't get me wrong, but K23, I think they deserve winners. It's a shame to see Hellslayers out like this, it really is. I think for them, a growing team, still with a lot of experience to be gained for some of these younger players, but we have pieces to a very nice puzzle in this side, but it's just about now making it work, right, and pulling together the stops and I guess delivering on a greater level and making these events work out just with that little bit more time and experience. But unfortunately, it is not meant to be their game today. K23, of course, move forward to the main event, and Hellslayers, they're out, mate. They are out. We don't get to see any more of them in Republic Season 3.
Yeah, and it's a so near but yet so far situation for them, isn't it? After how close they got to ripping K23's map pick away from them on map 1, just couldn't find a T round to save their lives, and then the same happens. The same, as you say, the same sort of scoreline happens with a 15-13 to K23 on Ancient as well, and they look really good on their CT side, but in the end, K23 just took advantage of a number of situations where the B site wasn't held to Hellraiser's high standards, was it? I mean, they went B so many times, I feel like, at the end of that half, and in the end, that is what Hellslayers will have to be looking at the demo later, saying, what can we do to improve our B hold? Simple as that.
Yes, difficult. Very, very difficult. And for K23, of course, this is a big promising factor to them. They get to move forward to the main event. And we look to the Tier 1 experience that we're really yet to see K23 break through. We thought at one point they were going to have it covered with the roster that they had previously to the Virtus Pro changes. And now we're in a scenario where, okay, sure, it's a big setback, but this is a big victory. Not beating Hellslayers, I think they were expected to win this game. The way they did was a bit dodgy, but they deserve to win that game, right? Odds speaking, everything like that. K23 were the favourites. Did it the hard way, but now it's time to see them against some of the better teams that we have to offer in Tier 1. You know, we have some very high caliber teams, and now we get to see the measure for K23 is that, are we going to see them compete at this level in a good enough level? It's the way I want to put it.
Yeah, it's going to be a huge step up for players like Raijin and Klax as well, of course. A huge opportunity for them to show what they're made of. But that's going to be all that we have for now. But if you're back in around about 40 minutes time, we have an absolute royal banger for you guys. It's Sprout versus Skade, and that will decide our final main event slot.
I do believe, Trav, we have an interview as well with X5 on the way.
Of course. So that's be interesting to see what he has to say.
We do get to have a chat there as well before we head to the break in 40 minutes.
Yes.
For 40 minutes or so. But yeah, I think a great day for them. Counter-Strike was played well. Did get very sloppy on the T side, but of course we do believe we're on the line with him now, Mr. X5, to have a little chat with him and see how things went. So we'll bring him on and obviously have a chat. X5, congratulations on the win first and foremost, and welcome to the main event. It's a pleasure to watch you as always. Let's talk about Overpass first off. What happened at the beginning?
Okay, hello guys. first half overpass. Like, we were a bit sleepy, I think. Yeah, but when we took like 4 rounds, we had this like halftime break, and our coach says that we should wake up, give some energy in our voice, and after that we started to win. Yeah.
So it's huge congratulations to you, by the way, for making the main event, of course. And that is a lot of fascinating teams for you to go up against in that main event. You've got teams like the New Fnatic, NIP, lots of exciting opponents for you. Where do you think you can go from here? Where can you think you have a good chance against this high level opposition?
Yeah, I think so. Like, we have to, like, well, our 2 players went to Virtus Pro, and
Yes.
I have 2 new guys. Like, and but we're already like prepared a bit on maps, and I think we can go a bit far. Like, as I heard, our first game is gonna be versus Entropic, so it's gonna be interesting.
Ooh.
Nice, the derby, the derby. I'm going to ask you a bit of a broader question. Outside of REPUBLEAGUE, what's the next step for you guys? Obviously, bringing in 2 new players is a massive setback in terms of a team environment, but where do you guys see yourself at the end of this year?
Okay, after REPUBLEAGUE, we'll have like holidays, like 1 week break, and after that we'll start Prax. Like, I think we'll stay on bootcamp for 2 weeks, for example. Yeah. We should learn our players a lot of new stuff. So.
Okay, I've got one more question for you, which I think is on the lips of many people in the casting scene as well. Your username, X5? Is it Zagev? What are we supposed to say?
No, just X5, and that's it.
X5.
That's just,
okay.
Yeah.
Where did it come from?
I don't know. When I was 14, like I didn't have a nickname, but I started playing Counter-Strike, and I like was looking at my keyboard, and I was thinking, what nickname should I put? And like I just touched random letters and numbers, and that's it.
You know
that's
what?
the whole story.
That is one hell of a story. I respect that.
Yeah.
You do make our days a little longer with that name, but we'll allow it. We'll allow it, man. Amazing Counter-Strike. Thank you very much for joining us. Congratulations on the main event, and we look forward to seeing you soon.
Thank you, guys. See ya.
See ya. What a nice guy, man. And what a wholesome way to end the interview, man.
What a cutie.
X5. Yeah, man. I like, it's the name. It's the name that gets me. But no, very well played to the lads. And you can hear it, man. The approach that's being taken, despite the new players, the big setbacks that this team's had, they are starting to find form. And a big win over Hellslayers today to put them in the main event. Sure, the matchup itself probably wasn't where they wanted to take it and how close it was, and probably wasn't the ideal day of Counter-Strike. But now, of course, with that is the invite to the main event, and we get to see them prosper and be the team that they want to be.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really excited to see how far they go, of course, because he seems quite confident, doesn't he? He seems quite happy with the 2 new additions as well. Seems like he's ready to go against the high-level teams in the main event. And as you say, they're going to have a nice little week break after the event too, to have a little settle down, maybe have a little bit more of a broader conversation with their 2 new additions, and possibly even gel more as a team. So I'm hoping the best for their future for sure. But as I said earlier, we do have one more game today, and that is Sprout versus Skade. Really exciting game. It's the last spot available in the main event. That'll be coming up very soon. But for now, we can head to a break.
We break up and you slam the door. I messed up on the bedroom floor. What the hell do we do this for? I push you out but you come back. That attraction, we can't fight that. Oh, keep telling myself that I should let go, but I hold on. And oh, keep telling myself that I should move on, but I don't. 'Cause we got that mad love, we got that sad love, we got that fun love, we got that young love, yeah, that dumb love. 'Cause we got that mad love.
Okay, so I think it was Hellslayers, I think.
Yeah, it should be. They were
Okay, so
playing
let's go for it.
2014 major. Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. That was Hellraisers. So first point done.
I have that thing in my mind that I've seen is 2002, but I'm not really sure. I think it's 2002, like answer A.
I trust you. I don't know, so
Do we go for
I
it?
just trust you.
Okay, trust me. 2002, answer A.
Okay, you're right. There was 28th anniversary this year, so you're right.
I will take the responsibility if I'm wrong, so let's go for C, Team Envious. Blame me for that one, if I'm not right.
You're right. Team Envious was first, Navi second, and G2 NIP third, fourth. Good job.
Mirage should be there, Inferno should be there as well, Train as well, maybe. Maybe the Overpass is found a bit late.
We can go with Overpass. If you
Yeah,
want.
I think so as well. Let's just risk it. We don't
Yeah.
know the answer, just risk Overpass.
Yes, you're right. Overpass and Cobblestone were added after first two majors.
I'm not sure it was 13th or 11th.
It was above 10th, so.
Let's go 11th.
Yeah, let's go 11th.
Answer B.
Answer B is right. Good job.
It should be D, but I'm not sure. It can be A as well. B and C, I don't think so. Let's go with D. If they agrees, we
I
can go
trust
D.
him 100%.
Okay.
So final answer D.
Yeah.
It's wrong. It was during the Danger Zone launch event.
That much for Negev?
I think we should go for C. It's like if you follow the logic.
So final answer C.
Yeah, let's
Yeah.
go with C.
You're wrong. It's B. It can be trade up to AWP Gungnir.
That's why it's that expensive.
Yeah, and it's factory new also.
Could be with some copyright issues, but I don't think it's that as well. It should be, I guess, C. I don't know. I just feel
Probably
it's
C or
C.
B, one of those.
It could be banned in China because they have some rules. I don't know.
Let's go with C.
Yeah, let's go with C.
Okay.
The
C.
final answer C
Yeah.
is wrong. It's D because the author that made it stolen the artwork and it was discovered after the sale of the skin.
Only one is real?
Yeah, only one on this picture is real.
Let's go for 2.
Okay, let's go.
Two is the real one.
Who is the real one? You're wrong. It's 3.
I'll bring cash and remove nuke instantly.
Would you bring a new cache or old one?
Old one.
Yeah,
cash.
sure. I probably would bring cobblestone back, but not this cobblestone. Maybe a little bit reworked, but not in that way. That is like the newest version. Probably would have removed, I guess, nuke, because we're losing there a lot. Kidding. We want to thank everybody who is supporting us, and we really appreciate that. No matter Bulgarian or just every fan of Skade.
Yo, welcome back in, ladies and gentlemen. Trav, we have our final day here and our final game of Republic Season 3 Close Qualifier. I would shed a tear, mate, but there's so much more Counter-Strike to watch. 8 teams from this Close Qualifier get to the main event, and then another 8 teams to join them to have a 16-team playoff stage. And of course, there's a lot of money involved. There is a hell of a lot of money involved. I'm Retro, joined by Trav. We're going to be running you through the action here for our final best of 3 today. And what a banger it is. Skade taking on Sprout.
Yeah, I'm super excited for this one. This one really could go either way. Both teams have had insane runs of form this year in the Tier 2 space, and both of them have this one chance at the one slot remaining for the main event. Skade vs Sprout should be a real banger. I hope it will be. And we can obviously see the first lineup of Skade. We've seen these guys do some fantastic work in recent times. They had their, I think, their highest position in the HLTV World Rankings with this particular lineup a few months ago. Ships is an absolute nutter. I love watching him play. He's aggressive and also can certainly clutch around as well. The recent results haven't been as consistent as they have been lately. That surprise loss, Retro, of course, against Into the Breach, which was a shock one. But I would still give them a very, very good shot at this final match here.
Yeah, I'm super excited to see these Skade guys. Of course, the storyline for them is that we had the merging between Skade and Fiend, where we took some amazing players from Fiend. Bubble, obviously, the big man that moved across as well. We had an unbelievable Skade lineup beforehand, but now we just have more to the firepower of the side of the Bulgarians. And of course, their map pool's looking pretty promising as well. But when you look at the flip side of things, at a team like Sprout, I mean, man, have they undergone changes, but changes that only have improved this roster. Stare has been a young gun to remember. He came out of absolutely nowhere and is killing it. Lornix as well, doing very similar things. The young guns of this team just proving and provoking some of the beasts that we have in Tier 2, joined by Slax's ability to AWP, and of course, Speedy, the big man behind it all, alongside the man of rules. This is a great roster, and they have had an incredible run of form recently.
Yeah, they have. I mean, the run of form to qualify for ESL Challenger Valencia as well. They beat Maus 2-0 twice in the space of 2 days, and that is by no means luck. You can see the map pool coming in here. They do love a bit of vertigo. They do love playing Ancient as well, these boys. And I completely agree with you. Lanix, of course, as well, is someone that I wouldn't say has come out of nowhere as much as Stare did, but the Nexus roster is proving to create some fantastic talent in the Romanian scene. And at the moment, the fact that he is performing so brilliantly well on this team gives me a lot of hope for this Sprout team in the main event if they do make it there. But of course, they have to go overcome one of the Tier 2, as I say, a Tier 2 final boss, you could say, of Skade. These guys are by no means an easy prospect.
No, absolutely. And I am stoked to be getting into this matchup and talking more Counter-Strike when it comes to these two teams, because sure, we've undergone change, but actually both teams are on very similar wavelengths. Both teams want to be breaking into the lower end of Tier 1, and what better position to have than the last spot here in the Season 3 main event of Republic, right? So, yeah, exciting times for both teams. Let's talk vetoes though, Trav, and obviously when we look at this matchup and maybe the individuals that we have involved alongside the maps that we can play, obviously, the ban of Vertigo is one that Skade take, but a Mirage ban coming in from Sprout instead of Nuke. Right. Now, I am alarmed, to say the least, that Sprout have let this one through. Is this a misban, or is this genuinely something they've been working on?
This is a strange one, because that leaves... Yeah, that leaves Nuke open. I mean, I think maybe the main reason they've done this is because that Skade, while... Oh... That's weird. Skade play Nuke so much, right? They don't have the best of win rates on it. They really don't. I mean, I can just quickly run you through it. I had it open because I knew it would be. I knew it was going to be an interesting one. Skade have played it 22 times. It's their second most played map in the last 3 months. They've only won it 32% of those times. But the fact we're going into Ancient first, which, as I said, is a map Sprout love to play. The fact they didn't ban Nuke and they've left it open for the Dust 2 as a decider, which Skade love. That is their, I think it's their, their 1, 2, 3. That is their 4th most played with a 67% win rate over 18 on Dust 2. I'm amazed that they're willing to let Skade have Nuke. I mean, is that purely only because their win rate isn't good on it? I don't know. It's such a weird one.
just so torn, mate. I don't know what the nuke idea is about. Maybe Sprout have been prepping it in the background, but
They last played nuke.
I don't know.
In March, early March, was when the last time Sprout played nuke. They lost it 16-9 to Forza. That's all we have to go off.
Yeah, and they are yet to play it since. It's been more or less their perm ban. And I didn't even have it on my radar that they were going to let it slip through. I thought Skade have played it enough times to warrant away any form of threat from Sprout. But no, they're just having a pick, mate. And I'm sort of, I don't know, I'm stunned, mate. Ancient as well, Skade, although not the most experienced on the map, they have had a pretty good run of form on this, right? They are obviously just come off against a loss from one win, but they've beaten EC Kiev, AGO, Into the Breach, one of the teams that just took them obviously earlier on. They had a facing off in Pinnacle Cup 3 in which they beat them. So this is, yeah, difficult. Very, very difficult here for Skade. Not to mention as well, we are currently in a little bit of a tech delay because some of the Skade members, there is actually an internet issue on Bubble. Okay. So, if there isn't already problems for Skade, this is a bit of a worrying one when your internet's out, mate. I mean, do you field a stand-in? What's the go-to now? You know? Like, well, obviously they have tech time to burn into, but I don't know, mate. I'd be worried if I was Skade. And my predictions, I was #1, and I had Skade, a little bit of an outsider's pick now. You know, starting to backfire a bit. The gods are telling me that REPUBLEAGUE don't want me as the #1 predictor, mate. I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, I mean, I took a gamble the other day as well, so I think I'm out of the running now, getting first place, but I might still get in the top 5, we'll see. But yeah, as we just see, getting the information now from Skade's coach, Punisher, I believe that is. Bubble's internet is down, that's the reason he's late in the server. He's on the phone with the provider, and I think about 30 seconds later, something like that, he said he's joined TeamSpeak. So hopefully we're not going to wait too long, but it gives us more time to talk about these players and this team, of course, because Launix is one I want to bring up. He came from that Nexus roster. Nexus has been a team in sort of like the bottom of tier 2, upwards of tier 3 for a very long time. They've been doing some really good work, of course, thanks to their quality Orpa Zello. Now he has the chance in Ecstatic, and he's doing quite well. And now Launix has been poached as well for Sprout, which is another pick a little bit more out of left field, because of course we saw Marix, the Luxembourgian, on this Sprout team for a little while before he then moved to, I think it's OG Academy, is it, if I'm not mistaken, or is it Fnatic Rising? Yeah, OG Academy. So yeah, that's a good pickup for them, because I thought he was pretty decent, but I think Launix is a step above and beyond, honestly, from what I've seen so far from him. I'm really excited to see how he can play, especially with the opportunities that he's got coming up, because he's only 17, he's got a LAN in Valencia to come, and now a possibility of making a main event for REPUBLEAGUE too. Yeah, and as you said, a very out-of-field pick for the Sprout boys. You know, Launix wasn't even on my radar when he got picked up by Sprout. Like, I had no clue the potential that this kid has. And I can say kid, feels weird, only being 19, but there are people on this server younger than me. And, you know, sometimes when I'm on the mic, I get bullied for being young. I'm so old, man.
Well, you're not old.
You're 25, man. Come on. Compared to you,
no, but that's not old. That's no. We can't have that as old. We can't have that as old. We just have that more experience, mate. That's what I see it as. Okay, you know, you've been around the block longer.
I see. I'll take that. That is the way. That is the way to look at it mostly in those sort of situations, I guess, to make you make yourself feel a little bit younger. But yeah, of course, it's scary. I mean, the other day, for example, we've got a player, of course, who'll be making an appearance in the main event for Mauser NXT. That is Ian Pat, of course, Jimmy, as he likes to be known. And, you know, this guy is... I saw it's a hilarious thing which I'll mention before the game goes live, is that he posted a meme on Twitter the other day, Ian Pat, and that meme originated when he was 1 year old.
Damn.
Does that break your brain a little bit?
That does.
It was the kid punching the air meme, you know, the kid with the fist. Yeah. That originated in 2007 and he was born in 2006. Pretty wild, right? The talents we've got out there, how young they are these days.
Yeah. The memes we have these days are no level to the memes that we have in the early 2000s. You know? When Vine was a thing? Damn.
Don't even.
Anyway, we should probably talk about Counter-Strike, lad, because the game indeed is live. We have ourselves a best of 3 like no other. Skade taking on Sprout. Bubble to draw first blood. His internet's back up and running, and he's feeling better than ever as he finds the first and a second kill. Bubble has gone huge. In fact, Dreamer to pinch one away, but it doesn't matter how they come. It matters that they do come. As Speedy, he will show some resistance to ships, but other than that, Skade in a 4-on-2.
Yeah, and the bomb's dropped on the site as well. Dreamer with a beautiful second tap there. And Slack's now trying to make his way in, but Dreamer will finish it off with a brilliant 3K to start it off. And Skade get off to a great start. I was confident in Sprout, it has to be said, Retro. I was confident in Sprout before this game got underway, before I saw the veto. I picked them. I think it was very 50-50 split between all the talent as to who they thought was going to win this one in the predictions.
Actually, I had a little look, because I thought the same thing. I thought, like, this is one that you get torn down the middle, right? But no. This is actually only me and one other person have gone for Skade. Everyone else has gone for Sprout.
Okay, fair enough.
It's a little more one-sided than you'd think in favour of the German org. Skade, however, have got off on the right foot.
Yeah, they have. And with the veto, as we so described it, you never know. This one could get out of hand. We'll have to see. Nuka's going to be a fascinating one to see if Sprout can put up any resistance. Of course, with Skade picking it. Skade being given the opportunity, not a map they win much on, but it's a map they play a lot, and being given the opportunity to play a team's permaban is not an opportunity they're going to bypass. Ships with just the USP in this round, trying to do some damage here, but he's supported by Dreamer. They've pushed him all the way back to T-spawn.
Oh my.
In the end, Slacks does rip off Dreamer's head. And he's doing more damage. One more kill would be really nice in this scenario, but he gets swarmed on by all three. Nice try, hits both shots, but both body shots, I'm afraid. And Skade do get that 2-0. As you say, I respect the USP only from Ships there. He knows that with the lack of a bomb plant, that Sprouts probably aren't going to force buy immediately. They know they need a good T start on Ancient, so it makes sense.
Wow. I actually found that really smart that Ships didn't invest, because look what we brought out on Denny's Law now, you know? We have an AWP, and we have Skade in a position where they lose one rifle. That's fine. Ships has got the money to bring it back for Sprout. Round 3, it's AKs, but they're facing off against a 4-buy. Skade have actually played this one really well to try and stuff out Sprout's early advantage in having sort of the bonus buy factor. This is very gambly from Skade, but it's one in which that could actually really prevail.
Yeah, I don't mind it at all. Already they've got the AWP out on Denislav, so that's a fantastic option to have so early on in the game, especially on CT side. And he's going to be the only one actually locking down the A site right now. We've got Rainwaker in mid, waiting for the push up to a donut perhaps. So if he gets bypassed, they'll know that Denislav will know there's going to be issues. But oh goodness me, he gets one. Bit of a rough one, a bit of a rusty one it almost looks like, but it's not going to matter. Denislav will get his one kill. Slacks advances towards CT, and Dreamer hits a double headshot. Skade, very clean opening gun round, 4 alive.
Yeah, and 3-0 the scoreline. Sprout set back even further. But, Trav, I do believe we were together when we watched Sprout last, if I'm not mistaken.
That was an XT game, I believe.
It indeed was, and
banger.
Remember how good they were on the CT side. So I, for one, am not worried whatsoever about Sprout on the CT side of Ancient. You know, I remember on the Vertigo game, it was very... Oh, hello, dodgy smoke. It was very back and forth on Vertigo. On Ancient, when I watched Sprout play as well, they had a really good CT stint, like an incredibly good stint. I'm not worried whatsoever, Rainwaker. He won't be either, mate. It's pistols, and he'll find 3. Tantalizing to spam through the smoke, but bomb in hand is enough to make him happy. And with that, my friend, I think it's going to be 4-0.
It is, yeah. Sprout obviously don't even have a huge amount of loss bonus yet, or so early on in the game, so it's a full eco in this one, and Rainwaker and Bubble will finish off the last 2. Rainwaker with 4 on the anti-eco. And now, it's time for Sprout to get some headway on a gun round here. They've got Slacks' AWP off and running now. And it's not a glass cannon either, so he'll be feeling a little bit more confident, I'd imagine. We saw in the game earlier, of course, between Hellslayers and K23, there are a number of glass cannon AWPs early on in the half, trying to get it in the action as early as possible. But Slacks versus Denislav is a battle I'm looking forward to, that's for sure.
And look at this, the AWP. Oh, it's so fast there. You will not have a word in on this round. Sprout already relegated to 4. It is an A play, and the site left quite deserted here. The M4 of Rainwaker tries to get involved. Chips, he'll have to get his hands dirty. Low HP for the rifleman, but a molly should be enough as Denny's Law comes alive. Dreamer, another one through the smoke. Speedy's the last man standing, and Skade riffling off an amazing start here on Ancient. If they can keep 4 alive as well, that is going to be promising for the economy. That they do. Ships will find himself a second. Skade 5-0, and the money is bliss for the CT side.
Yeah, it is bliss. They survived with everyone again, basically, 4 again, and in the end, Denislav couldn't even be found there by Spiddy, even though Spiddy had the line. That aggressive peek toward the mid-window is something we see so often by the AWPers, and it can be very powerful indeed. Ships survived as well, even on that low health. Great start for Skade. And this is the sort of thing we see so very often on this map. Of course, we saw it earlier. We thought Hellslayers might be in with a chance when they got 4 pretty quickly in a row on the T side of Ancient. In the end, they just fell by the wayside at the very end. But the clean sheet is remaining intact so far. Pause coming in, and I think it's going to be a decision for Sprout to buy again here, which is scary because although they have the majority of players with rifles, the 3 in fact, with a Galil and 2 AKs, they are just having the Techline and the Deagle to surround it. So what's the call to go with this?
And well, it's straight towards middle. The nades have done enough. Rainwaker already have been spotted amidst the mayhem. A molly to force him out, and so he will find a kill. Low HP on Speedy as well. It's a great advantage picked up by Skade. However, a gun that passes into the wrong hands.
Yeah, 4v4. Damage done to Spiddy. He's only on 41 toward the latter portion of this round. But Sprout are happy to fall away with the 4v4 because they still have the 3 rifles. Stale will be swapped over some utility, so perhaps he'll be the one to chuck it in to give Sprout a chance to entry. They are going back toward B right now with a minute to go. At the moment it's Dreamer, you can see at the top of your screen with Bubble to defend that one. It's giving it a bit of a glance. Flash coming in for Bubble to take a little bit of a more aggressive peek, but he'll see nothing. So, be interesting to see what Skade choose to do now in the form of their rotations. Stare sticking around. Not much movement at the moment, only 1 player, and that's Ships, and I think he's just been missed there by Stare. So Ships could have a fast flank that they're not expecting here.
And timing is going to be of the essence, and Ships, here's the master. He's found one. Bubble a second. Speedy, he will stand his ground for 1. But this is looking very much like another Skade win. 20 seconds left on the clock. We're done and dusted, mate. Dreamers found another in the meantime. Stare, last man standing. Ships will swing through the smoke. And with that, Skade 6-0. What a killer start for the Bulgarians.
Yeah, looking fantastic. Skade are a bit of an odd team, aren't they? Because they have the ability to just destroy anyone they face, especially as we saw, I think it was in the Pinnacle Cup a while ago, where they beat Vitality comfortably.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was. They also have the ability to sometimes lose games against sort of lower tier 2 that we maybe wouldn't expect them to lose. And it's going to be interesting to see how they do in this one. So far, it's a superb start for them. They are locking Sprout out completely right now. That timing from Ships in the previous round was unfortunate for Sprout, but it's. In the end, I think they probably would have been held back by Skade's positioning anyway. Oh my goodness, the reaction there. It's actually Rainmaker to get that kill, not Bubble. The gun was coming in. It's another sort of half buy in this situation. And Spiddy, well, just ripped the head off of Rainmaker directly behind Bubble. So an interesting way to get the opening 1-for-1.
Unreal. What a cracking shot. And I mean, as we said just a second ago and sound quite surprised about, I think it was Denny, or no, it wasn't, sorry, it was Rainwaker. To pick up the pieces. A very slow M4 engagement taken. Denny picks up another one with the AWP, and they just making it look so easy right now here, Skade. 6-0, looking like 7 as well. Man advantage, an AK, an M4, and a Deagle is all that Sprout have to work with here, and considering they're the man down, it's not looking too likely for them. Dreamer, he's going to get the information that it's out towards A. Ships on the back of the site. Deagle will do okay damage, looking for a second to follow up. Won't quite be there. 30 seconds left, Dreamer. Now this is bold to move through like this, and I'm not sure if he would have been heard in the matter. No, indeed. It's 2 kills, sideswiping the remaining players of Sprout. Another 3 survive. Look at the money that Skade have, man. That is filthy.
Yeah, it's out of control. I have 2 players on quintuple digits right now. And as we see the first couple of frags, this is the shot from Spritty, a really nice one toward Rainwaker there from mid, but with what they had in that round, it was never going to be too easy. Ships did get instantly traded, but as you can see, Dreamer going unchecked, flanks around both of them. Not expecting that angle. And Sprout are struggling to get on the board, and with the fact that this is one of their better maps that they're happier with Nuke up next, which is a map they haven't played since mid-March, this can't be a confidence-building start for them.
Well, here we go, Rules. Slipping away, and he might just have this. Because look, Rainwaker's in Donut. It's a great flash, but shit! So smart to swing in there. Rules is just caught completely off guard. Thought that both players were going to be blind. Bubble, he'll fall in the meantime. So a 4-on-4. A Lornex to keep Sprout in a competitive scenario. However, look at this. A 4v4. Ships now has another kill through the smoke. And wow, that is crazy. Denny's Law, missed shot though, and a chance for Sprout to get back in. No way are we going to see 8-0.
The 7-1 curse might be about to be broken. There's just 2 players left. Ships gets another, up to 10 kills already. Denislav yet to die in this game in round 8. Garnix and Stare looking to try and make their way in. Bit of information spotted by Denislav, and will miss his shot, but he can fall back to safety. Site's been taken, but Dreamer will cover for his teammate, and they realise it's a planter left, and Ships even guesses the position perfectly. It's just so scary to plant the bomb when that cave position is occupied by a CT. Spam is so possible, and that'll be 8 in a row. Clean sheet still intact.
Unreal. That is disgusting from Ships as well, by the way. Like, without the crosshair as well, obviously he has one, but the view that we don't. And look at this, the wallbang. Just Skade is so smart on this map, man. Notice how in Cave as well, we have M4s that are very controlling. They know the game plan from the get-go. The spams, the angles, the timings, the everything. Won't particularly be used in this one, though, Trav, because it's a fast play towards A. Denny will have Lornex's head taken clean off his shoulders. Bomb in the hands. The M4 of Ships will come alive for one. Looking for a second as well. Transfers out. USP will find a hat-trick. Oh, it's too easy for Ships. 9 on the board for Skade, and Sprout are yet to score. What is this game?
Oh, goodness. I'm worried for Sprout, let's put it that way, at the moment. I haven't seen anything from them that gives me any hope that they can get around, because Skade aren't making any mistakes. And while Skade, as you can see, another brilliant shot from Denislav there as they cross CT without the smoke up. Sprout just gives the AWP free reign. Ships just owning everyone again. I really don't see a world in which they get around if Skade keep staying error-free. There's no star power, and look at that, yeah. Look at the money, that's just terrifying. You've got Dreamer and Ships, who are basically, Nearest makes no difference on 16k because they've just repurchased utility, no problem. That's all it is, the reason they're not up at the max. And then we have to hope for the Sprouts case that it can at least glean 2 or 3 right now. This is what T-side Ancient is like. It can be so difficult. Skade can continue to go aggressive, continue to change things up, and Denislav again has basically full vision over B-site play. But in the meantime, finally, Sprout are going to take some initiative, just running straight in through A, and that's an entry we want to see. Ship's gone.
On the board as well, and the A site compromised completely. Skade now with 4 members have to make the retake happen. Smoke dropped in, Slacks has got a second. Sprout, will we see them emerge on the board with the first rounds? This is unbelievable. M4 has done decent damage. Well, 8 dunked in, 2 players remain. Lornex has done good damage with the HE. And with that, we have ourselves a Sprout opportunity.
Finally. Yeah, I mean, what did I say about them needing some star power, needing some individual decision and individual fragging to get them into a round, and Riles has done just that. It's just pushed straight through through the A-long position there, and made it perfect, made it look perfect. Here we go, here's the opening frag. Brilliant. And then Slacks can just post up towards CT as well. They don't smoke it, so he can just have full vision. Such a powerful angle to hold. And Sprout find out that the full run in toward A is possibly the way to go. We fixed that sound for you, no problem.
Mate, it's just Ancient.
Ancient does that sometimes, doesn't it? There it is.
Yeah.
See? Is
Whoever's on the
production playing with
mute
us
key,
now?
Could we turn it into an EDM rave, like it's a horrible sound, man.
It's a horrible
Ancient
sound.
is just an interesting map.
Because I don't know what it is necessarily. Sometimes like it sounds to do with the water when you're in the observer camera as well.
Yeah.
And obviously our producer's obviously having some fun with that sound, but I know it's a horrible one, so we'll make sure that's
we'll
turned
keep it
off
to a
for as long
minimum.
as possible in the
Nope,
5
they're
other camps.
trolling us.
Nope, stop
They
trolling
are.
us, guys, please.
NA production, honestly, give them all the hate. What the hell, guys?
What the hell? Be nice.
It's a tech pause. Maybe
Just
it's
tell
for
them
us
to
to
fix
fix
it.
the damn noise.
Fast.
Yeah,
I
hurry
know.
up. Chop, chop. Make it happen. I'm only messing. We love our production, and we're all good friends. So we love them. We love them all to heart.
We love our
Amazing
cameras. We love our replays, our X-ray
Yeah,
cam, our
of
smoke
course,
cam.
man.
Great stuff.
The observers do an amazing job, and the production
Yeah.
level. We always have a little chat about this, Trav, because
We do.
no one does it quite like REPUBLEAGUE. And that's a reason why you should follow REPUBLEAGUE on Twitter at REPUBLEAGUE. And of course, if you want to go that little less of a distance but still show us some support, drop us a follow here on Twitch. Nothing wrong. We're just hitting the little heart, lets you know when we go live. We have closed qualifier done, and the main event starts tomorrow. So you'll get a little ding on your phone when, we go live with the matchups tomorrow, the day after, the day after that. We have so much Counter-Strike for you to watch, so make sure to drop a follow, not to miss a beat. We love it here. Whether you see our faces again together as solo, whatever for the rest of this season, I am telling you now, this season is killer. And with the teams and the level that we have invited so far, man, it's going to be a season to remember, I promise you that.
Yeah, it should be a great event. I mean, we've seen K23 earlier, we've seen Ecstatic, Sinners, X-Mad Lions, Into the Breach, Enterprise, and the exciting Mouse NXT make it through this closed qualifier. And the invites, of course, some fascinating invites. Fnatic's new team with Crims, Mezzi, now alongside Nikodos and Roy. Fifth is still to be announced, so that is going to be interesting.
Yeah.
Got one win, of course, with my namesake Travis with their new addition, Lollipop. We all know about Lollipop, hugely talented player. We've got Eternal Fire, who made the major, Forza, who made the major and impressed, Bad News Eagles, who made the major and impressed, Imperial, don't even need to talk about them. They're an incredible performance at the major. And even our top-rated team, NIP, in the main event as well. Probably the strong favourites to win the whole thing. But this level of Counter-Strike, everyone knows, is an absolute bloodbath.
Unreal. The level that we have for the playoff stage, we absolutely love it here. Like,
some teams breaking through as well.
I promise you, the moment I sit down and I'm done with my day, if I'm working another event or if I've got a free day, I'm just going to sit down and watch this CS, man.
Probably.
We have
almost certainly, because I really want to see Fnatic's new roster play, and with the first time I think we do it as well. Actually, I think they're going to be playing in the first few matches, of course. They also got the is it the Pinnacle Cup Championship, or did they get replaced? I can't remember, but let me just quickly check that so I'm not spouting lies to all the audience. I can't do that. I can't afford myself to do that. Yeah, they are still scheduled to play on LAN in Sweden for the Pinnacle Cup Championship, so that should be pretty fun. And so yeah, that's two opportunities to see Fnatic coming up soon with this exciting new roster. So yeah, really interested to see how they all perform. But technical pause is over, and we can stop waffling about random stuff and start waffling about the actual game. So here we go.
And well, there we go. Good start for Stare. He's found the opener. Lovely first kill, Sprout. Putting Skade down to 4. Not as quick as the response from Dreamer, though. He's caught off the young gun, the rifler for the German Org. Denny, in the meantime, holding aggressive towards A. He's patiently waiting for his chance to strike. Whether he'll get that or not, this round will decide. You can hear the utility and see the oppression from Sprout, more or less. Looking towards middle at this point in time. Trav, nothing more than it. Guess just trying to find a way into this round.
Yeah, and Sprout need to find a way to get at least a couple in a row here. Otherwise, Skade can just run away with a 14-1 maybe. They've been impenetrable up until that previous round. Rainwaker here on a weird off angle. 3 players to face though. Spinny jumps across for his teammates, but little did they know Denislav's there as well. So it works for a 2-for-1, and now Ships is coming in on the flank, just catches Slacks before he crosses the line. Denislav is watching for Launix making his way through the edge of the donut smoke. Still only 1 death in the game for Denislav. And it was only a blip. 10-1, double digits confirmed. They at least have a 10-5 here, and that's nuts.
Ships is 15-3 as well, by the way. Like, we talk about games, like, being pretty good for a certain player or a certain group. Skade overall are having a monster of a time. I mean, Bubble's been fairly quiet, but when you have your Rifler of ships and your Orp of Denny finding so much success and such little damage being done their way, Skade are in a position like no other on this CT side. Stat, he's going to get mollied, the nades are good, he's going to have to throw the flash high to see if he can escape, and well, he will get out of harm's way just in time as well. Bubble, oh my god, the spam, that could have been huge. Stare, set even lower, Dreamer picks up the first kill, and a responseless Sprout left in a 4v5.
Yeah, this is an absolute run over so far. Slacks does get one back on the AWP, but it's instantly traded by ships again, and Rainmaker has that line from Donut. They're just locking down this CT side right now. This is a map which Sprout are happy to play as well. They're happy to pick too, so they're not inexperienced. Not inexperienced at starting T-side Ancient. Unfortunately, even Lanix there will get caught off and played with by ships there. He's really running riot. And this is what he can do sometimes. 17-3 for him. Every duel's being won. There's the only things that Sprout really have for them are sort of trades when they're already in disadvantageous situations. It's really not looking too hot. And I'm starting to think now, Retro, unless Sprout can somehow get the last 3.5, this veto, it leaves Nukin. Could be very scary for them indeed. Look at the kills. Goodness me. Look at that. Look at the ADR. 17-3, 138. 2 deaths on Dreamer, 1 death on Denislav. We're in round 13. Domination.
Yeah, mate. I mean, you can't write any other way, can you? You really
no,
cannot
we just
write
have to say, listen, usually sometimes, casters, we have to try and build up big moments, which of course we do, and we love to do that, but reality of the situation right now is, Sprout, you're getting owned. Sort it out.
It's true. It's true. Unreal. Unbelievable. Nade has done good damage as well. Skade are levels above Sprout right now. And bear in mind, this is the Germans' map pick. And I say German, obviously they're a European team.
Yes. German org,
the
right?
German org, exactly.
Yeah.
And I've known them to be a German team for like all my time in casting.
Yeah.
So it feels so weird to call them European after all this time. So just to specify, but they are going to get tested by Bubble. No passing for Lornex or Rolls. It'll have to be Stare to pick up with the Galil. And while he's able to find one, his time short-lived as well. M4's doing good damage. Slack's facing back and forth. Dreamer tucks away as Slack swings, and he moves back out as Slack's hides. Another kill coming in from Wayne Waker, and the disjointed Sprout only find 1 kill on the half by 12-1.
Yeah, it must be so disheartening to have to half by when you're 12-1 behind. Or 11-1, I suppose, as it was in that one. And the thing is for Sprout is that I can't really think up much that they can do to stop this from being so dominant for Skade, because Skade aren't making any mistakes. The only mistake they've made in the entirety of this game so far was letting Rules run through A long and just headshot the player defending Donut. That's the only thing that's worked, and that is not repeatable, just running through A like that. So that is worrying for them. They've tried to take control of the outside of B. They've been stopped. Look where Skade are again. In this one, good counter flash this time. It should mean that Bubble goes down, and there we go. This time they counter it with their own utility, and maybe now finally have a chance in a 5v4.
Oh, absolutely. Round 24. Oh, 14. Good God. I've just fast-forwarded, like, a whole half of CS. Round 14 is off to a better start for Sprout than most. Lornex with the opening kill. Bubble left responseless with the trade. And well, this is quite unfortunate, isn't it, here for the T side of Sprout, because even if they win the rest, a 12-3 half is just, it's never good enough. It's never going to be good enough.
I mean, yeah, you said earlier that their CT side is really good, but you need to give yourself CT rounds to play first. That's the big question. Rainmaker gets one, and look at the timing. The timing peaks for Skade in this half so far have been so good. Dreamer again doubles down. He even spots Rolls as well, drops the bomb in the meantime. So that's all the information in the world.
Yeah.
Spiddy's going on a big flank here, but he's going to have to do it pretty quickly with only 30 seconds to go. Make that 25 now. Riles and Spiddy have to try and recover this. Denislav's not looking toward this angle, but now he'll just guess it. Oh, the Spidey senses were tingling. And that's going to ruin the possibility of the round for Sprout. Riles just has to run this one in with 10 seconds to go. It's being watched by Denislav. It's being watched by Dreamer as well. And Denislav will continue to have only one death in this game. 13-1. Spiddy had a play there, but Skade too smart.
I believe it, Trav. What is the game that we're watching right now? 13-1. Sprout are levels below the Skade side, it seems. Great shot from Denny to end the round as well. And this could be a 14-1 half. I cannot believe this is the kind of disparity we get for two sides, which we hyped up in the pre-game deservedly to be one of the closest bouts we would see. Sprout's map pick is just being shot in the foot time and time again.
Yeah, pretty remarkable.
Okay.
Thankfully, this time has a bit of an opening, but look at the damage taken already. I mean, Spiddy 20, Riles 33, Stare 41. You've got an opening pick, sure, but you've lost rounds from this position many times already in this half. Denislav's going to be peeking the aggressive angle. He might get a pick from this. Look at the tight line he's holding. Riles is on it. The smoke will come in to block him off, and he tries a timing shot, but has to fall away. Dreamer now has a smoke to spray through as well, but look at this.
Oh,
look
brilliant.
at this. It ships again. Again, he's a snake in the grass. It happens so often. Ships' flanks are so dirty. And now they can afford to play really aggressive on the final player. Denislav even runs through the smoke to take down Launix, and it's all Spiddy. It's 1v2 with 50 seconds to go, so it's very doable, but his health is nowhere. And right now, Sprout are nowhere as well. It's a 14-1 half for Skade. We'll see how this one finishes after the break.
Yeah. Oh, he's on default.
Knife, take knife!
Behind you, behind you, behind you.
It's good, it's good. Just chill. Nice! What? Behind you, behind you, behind you! One to the left. Yeah, okay, chill, chill.
Go.
Don't move. And follow the steps. Aim down.
That's it. No.
Run close. Shoot. Down. Oh,
this is so close. It was so.
Shoot, D and shoot.
Yeah, he's right side.
First, stop full spraying.
Yeah, just
down left. Cheating.
More to the left. He's low HP. You got this.
Down. Yeah, like this. Perfect. Yeah.
More to the left. Right side now, right.
It was perfect.
Timo.
Easy headshot, man.
Aim to the right and down. Down, left. Yeah,
It's
left.
in the middle of the side.
Down. Oh. Okay, stop shooting. Reload. No, he's coming.
Let's check Timo, let's check. That's it. Now go right side. All the way right side with the mouse as well.
He's sneaking around the map again.
More to the left.
He's short.
I think he's on
Watch
side.
the left. Down a little.
I'm looking side
And not just sneak
Yeah,
left.
you're looking.
And shoot. Shoot. Yeah, one left. Reloading.
In front of you, just
stay like tap. Oh fuck. He's to the right.
More to the right side.
Yeah. Nice. Yeah, okay. But he's shooting. Let's go. Ah!
Wait.
Yeah. Oh.
That's perfect, actually.
One more. A little bit more.
10 seconds.
Yeah. Wait. And now do ultra slow tapping.
Right side.
Oh, he was. And just tap. Okay, he's gone.
Left side. Good.
Oh, he's right in front of you now. He can't make it. Okay, just do it.
And left side. Reload, no bullets. Little bit across down, Timo. That's it. Go there. Nice.
Bro, you need to use your sound.
All right, blindfolds off. Let's get going, Sprout. A slow start on their T side, but their chance to strike back as they head onto their CT side, of course. It's been a painful game, but one in which is recoverable. And that word will continue to stick with us until 16 is hit. Ladies and gentlemen, we are underway. Second half, of course, as you can see in the top right-hand corner of your screen, and it is said in the Twitch chat. Locksar, Burek, Pista, and Raiden, you are amazing people. We love you all. And of course, without the second half start, we'll have a tactical timeout. And do you know what? That gives me a little bit more time to say why we love our observing team and why you should follow on Twitter, because they are awesome. And you see all the smooth cinematics, all of the camera transitions. I'm a big fan of the ones that switch between spawns. Like, we're too smart with it. They're too slick with it out in Republic, mate. That's the problem.
They are indeed. Sprout using the third of their 4 tactical timeouts, as you say, to begin this half, and that doesn't bode well with a whole half to go, does it? They're going to be looking to have a bit more fun in this half. And they had a bit of fun in the blindfold 2v2, but we're certainly looking to increase that level of fun in this half, because that was not enjoyable for them whatsoever. The one round they won was just purely down to Riles rushing A-long and getting a couple of headshots. That was basically it. Very rough one for them, but they do have CT to play. But obviously, I don't even want to say it. I'm not even going to say about the pistol round, because everyone knows they need to win it. I'm not even going to discuss it. That would be rude, because you all know that already. Don't want to assume the fact you're all idiots, because I know you're all smart. Only smart people watch Republic. It's a fact.
Yes. Brain cells to stream watching ratio with Republic is very, very strong. And speaking of strong, a strong pistol needed from Skade, a messy tap from Lornex, but he will pick up the kill onto Bubble. Just sitting in the smoke, mate. Dream Up plugs him out. The Glock Vogue goes rogue, and now the bomb plant will come in. Ships will find another, and this is looking even more confident for the side of Skade. One man for the job. It's rules in a 1-on-3. Oh, man. Yeah, this is going to be killer now. Left alone. Dreamer's got the kill. Oh, my God, Skade. 15-1 trap. We could be going to a break soon. And to say that this is a 16-1, what a dampener on the Sprout side.
What a dampener. What did we say about them? I was really looking forward to it. I was saying I was quite confident in them possibly taking this series. Of course, it's only the first map, but, well, I haven't been given much hope by what I've seen so far. 2 brilliant taps there from Benesav. Dreamer finishes it off, taking down the kit holding Riles, so that clutch was very winnable for him. They just need to overcome the MP9s and the Deagles and the Scout, and Skade will have, in what feels like no time at all, taken map 1. Spray coming in, a re-smoke to try and block off this play, but Ships is wanting to go in straight away. This time he doesn't even get one. Molotov takes Spinny down to 7 HP, but they're locked out right now.
Yeah, very nicely done. We'll get the trade eventually. Dreamers AK on the mark, on the money. And now moving in towards spawn. Bubble is in a position like no other. Scout will be gunned down. And well, 4 versus 3, ladies and gentlemen. Probably the most one-sided game about to draw to a close, unless Lornex, yes, 1 kill. Needs a couple more though. Rainwaker's Mac 10 to gun him down. The last 2 players, both 1-shots to the Scout. The bomb plot will be denied. Bubble, gotta move away. Oh my God, Stare just slings in for the kill. Dreamer, a 1-on-2 to close this out as a 16-1. Otherwise, we continue to watch Ancient Stare, excuse me. High HP, Dreamer will tap down Speedy. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, it is a Skade 16-1 on the Sprout map pick. That is worrying.
That is utter domination. 14-1 half. Sprout's only round was thanks to a run through from Riles up A-long and headshotting 2 people. There was nothing else they had to show for it. Nothing else at all. And that has to be with how competitive Tier 2 is, in at least the last couple of years. It has to be one of the easiest maps, or easiest victories I've seen for one team over another for a long time. Skade, absolute domination. And now they are just 1 map away from getting themselves through to the main event. Sprout have to hit back on a map they haven't played since mid-March.
Yes, it's going to be difficult times. Ladies and gentlemen, I do believe we're ready for a break. A bit of a long one, well, a short one on Ancient. What could be a long one on Nuke, though. It's Skade's map pick. They are 1 map away from making Republic Season 3 the main event. Can they do it? We find out after this.
No, but they keep going around. What? How did you get them?
I'm so blind.
Oh,
No, it's just the ground is just going down, team. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Bye, Lawrence.
Okay, actually, you can dodge it. How are you? Oh. He pressed all. He pressed all. Guys, I made it.
Holy shit, Timo's fucking swearing this.
These traps
Oh,
are
yeah.
bad. The worst thing, Timo, I pressed it, but it's not killing you.
What?
It's not even killing you! These traps are so bad!
That was super.
Oh, what? He pressed it.
Oh!
What's happening here?
Wait, what is
This one. Oh, it's so...
This trap is so bad.
Oh, in 10 minutes or...
Whatever, Timo.
Yeah,
I got
if we don't make it.
Oh, so.
Oh!
What? What?
What's the... Ah,
You're
okay.
done soon.
Nice.
Guys, also over here, we're almost done.
Me and Ole were trolling.
No!
We don't even need to fucking... We don't need this guy to fuck us up.
These plates will fall down,
Bro,
right?
there's 2 left. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think so. I think it's
How many levels are there? 20 or something. I'm at the first level. Aye!
The good thing is he cannot come to you.
Aye, it's so slow. Oh! No. And then what?
What? What?
What?
But it's hey, man, the problem is there will be more. Oh,
No, there's no more. No.
I don't
You're
think
done.
there's
I think
more.
it's just
Wait,
there's
you
no more.
fell. No, there are traps like you fell down because some of the
Yeah,
parts
but
are.
just you have 2 game books. Just go for it too. You got this. What? That was so scam.
Hey man, I'm so scared.
That's so scam.
What? I did it.
What the fuck is this? Ah!
Guys, we won.
Did we win?
I don't know.
No.
Okay. Right now, I would say Hellraisers or Liquid, but I don't know which one.
I would go for liquid.
And then the say Liquid.
Yeah, we will go for liquid.
Okay, let's do
Final
it.
answer.
Yeah, D Liquid.
The liquid is wrong.
Nah, it was
It's
Hellraisers.
Hellraisers.
Oh.
Yeah, that's you, Low.
Oh my god. I think I would say
Can it be in
C.
10?
No, because it was 1.6 and
Was it there in 1.6?
yeah. I know.
Then maybe 2004, I don't know.
Or actually, I think we can go for D.
Yeah, I think so. Let's try.
Yeah. The final answer is D.
Final answer D, 2010.
Yeah.
It's wrong. It's 2002.
It was a A.
Okay.
Yeah, there was 20th anniversary this year.
Yeah. Wow.
Oh yeah.
Okay, that's actually unlucky.
Oh, this is easy. This is C. Envious.
Okay, then we go for C.
So Team Envious C.
Yeah. Sick. Got one right. It's not Inferno, I think. And
Yeah,
I don't think it's Train either. That's 2 very old maps. I think it's Overpass, but I don't know.
Yeah, I would say Overpass as well, because Mirage was played
then
back
let's
then.
do it. Let's do it.
So final answer C, Overpass.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wait.
That's nice.
Good job. Overpass
Come
and
back in.
Cobblestone were added after First the Majors.
Uh-huh. I mean, he did make it, didn't he? He must have. He did.
Yeah.
But it's just which
sure.
one? Maybe 8th? I don't know. You choose. We guess.
Yeah, let's just go for 8.
Okay.
So 8th place.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's wrong. It was 11.
What?
I would say 10 to 20. What would you say?
Yeah, I would say the same.
Then let's do it. A.
We'll go for A.
10 to 20 is wrong.
That's unfortunate. We go for 0.
Wow.
Correct.
Yeah. It's trade upping to Dragon Lore.
Ah.
Oh.
How should we know? GG.
I know it's either A or B.
I would say B. But
because I know that this is a trade up towards the up Gugner, so.
yeah,
But I'm not sure.
I think we should go for B. It's a little, I don't know. No way it costs above 2. Yeah, let's go for B.
Okay, just go B.
Let's go for B.
So final answer B.
Yeah.
He's right. Good job.
That's nice. It's Germany. It's A.
Yeah, yeah.
So final answer A.
Yeah.
It's wrong.
Doesn't say anything in German on there.
What?
Bro, we are so bad. We are so bad.
The old version is in Germany.
Really?
Yeah, from 2013.
No.
That was bad, man. D.
It's A or C. No, not D. I don't believe. Is it? Oh yeah, it says caution actually.
Wait.
Yeah, okay. Wait, it says caution. There's a lot of X's. We could go for D. I just thought it was.
Yeah. Let's
Okay,
just go D.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Okay, let's go. D.
So D, caution, XXX
Yeah.
is wrong.
Ah, it was one of the two left.
This skin doesn't even
That's
exist, I think, right?
It does exist. It does.
It's
No,
also full
like
paid.
the D.
No, it doesn't. I wasn't thinking either. I've never seen this name, but
Yeah.
it says on the gun, so I was like, okay. I don't know actually. Maybe Cobblestone. I haven't really played it, but I think it was a pretty nice map. Would be sick. And then I think it should replace Mirage for sure.
I'll just go for the old Cobblestone to have it back in the map pool, and I'll remove those two.
Well, a quiz time for Sprout and quizzing time for them as they head on to Nuke, a map that they have not played since March of this year, Travis, to see if they can keep their space here in the closed qualifier for one map longer to fight for a space in that main event. I'm Retro, joined by Travis, taking you through the action here today. Our last best of three, mate, and we might end with a bang, but for all the wrong reasons.
Yeah, it's a worrying one for Sprout. That first map was barely even a warm-up for them. They only took home one round, and I'm just going to quickly tell you just the extent of the domination and look through the stats that Skade had. Dreamer died twice. He finished 22-2 in the year 2022. That's a lot of twos, but it makes sense, doesn't it? Ships died 5 times, went 20-5. Denislav only died 4, went 14-4. 1.98 rating for Dreamer, 119 ADR for Ships. It was just unreal, and Sprout had no answer whatsoever, but they do have a CT side start on Nuke. What can they do with it on a map they haven't played since mid-March? That is the question.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I think this is shaping up to be a 2-0 now, isn't it? If Sprout let this one through and Skade picked it, clearly they've done a little bit of prep when it comes to this map. And if they've done the prep, then, you know, what's to say that they can't come in on the T side? And even if it is a middling performance, you know, a 5-6 round half, when they get on that CT side, Travis, where things get a little easier, that's where things are going to get a little more interesting. And for Sprout, they need a lifeline. Nonetheless, ladies and gentlemen, we move into the action. It is indeed Season 3. It is Sprout versus Skade. And as we run into the action, quite possibly for the last time here in the closed qualifier, buckle up, get ready. Nuke could be the landing platform for the main event. We shall see. Skade up 1-0. Can they make it 2?
Let us see. Pistol will be underway in a matter of seconds in this one. And Sprout need to get off to a good start. They need to find something on this one, because if they start falling to an early deficit again after what we saw in map 1, it's only going to spiral for them. Fresh start, forget map 1 ever happened, start CT Nuke. Even if it's a map you haven't played for a while and don't have any good results on, even when you did play it, everyone knows how to play CT Nuke. Do they know how to play it to a good enough level to get a good number against Skade? That is the question. Already fast toward outside on the pistol round for Skade, no hesitation. Looking to maybe drop into the hands and quite literally into the body of Slacks. Denislav getting the first already. Spiddy answers back nicely, and there's Rolls as well. He knows exactly where Denislav is, but doesn't matter. 2 frags in return for Skade. Stair trying to answer back if he needs to get that kill, but Denislav's just too good right now, and he'll even headshot the last as well. All 4 for the AWPer of Skade, and that builds up so much money for him already for that future AWP.
Wow, wow, wow. What a round from Denny. 223 damage. Obviously, he got 4 kills, so obviously, you know, some pinching of kills has happened. We'll excuse it, mate. One for the highlight reel. And, of course, Sprout on a force bite. First round to Skade. Best possible start here for the Bulgarians to ensure that Sprout have no chance of getting back into this game.
They have to win a fun round, right? They need to win a round they're not expected to win. Something which gives them some exciting moments, something to cheer nice about, and that could be something to start us off. Launix doing great work right now, 2 with the Deagle. This is what we want to see from him, the young 17-year-old. Can he get any more done? Unfortunately, Spiddy's been taken down by ships. We just saw the tap there as we switched over as he advanced toward main. Now Slacks under a lot of pressure by the Mac 10, run down by Rainwaker. And now the A site's open for business.
Looking clean. Denny will set the bomb down. A 40-second timer placed on this retake for Sprout. I don't think they even try and invest, or at least they shouldn't, in my honest opinion, to get back into this one. Stair gives it a go. The spam of the AK ships, that is a wild spam. And so I will zip my mouth shut. He does find a kill. An AK picked up as well, Trav, of all weapons. That's the best one he could have found. A 2-on-3. Problem is they've already let the bombs tick so far. Even if they were to start the retake now, they'd have to clear everyone out in the next 5 seconds or so. So no chance in this. Sprout will move away to save. Skade will take themselves a second, but at what cost? There's big damage done. Integral damage, in fact, to that T side.
Yeah, I think they're both gonna be fine to the bomb, so no problem there. But as you say, good job from Sprout. They didn't win the round, sure, but they survived with 3 in the end, and one of those AKs nabbed over 2. 2 lovely shots from Lance coming in here. We're going to see the second in a minute or so. Actually, I think the second one was almost exactly the same time that other kill was going down. So the first one was the tastier of the 2, that's for certain. So we got that one for you. But yeah, it's they're going to need to try and do something. How do they set up the AK? How do they set up the AK on Stair here? I think he might be going solo outside, which makes sense. But does he have any flash support? Not on a round such as this, so just needs to be tapping the heads at this point, and that's hard to do if you're the only defender. Already Dreamer staring it down as Amoli comes in towards Secret. And there's a smoke to help them cross as well. Nothing coming in from main, and that is a lovely shot from Slacks, but gets instantly tapped. Bubble tapping down the AK of Stair as well. Taps at the order of the day so far, but he should be cleared, and is. And that's a 4v2.
Yeah, pretty clinical stuff. Skade make sure they deliver and they give the right orders when need be. And well, 3 rounds in a row for the Skade T side. Of course, this was an eco for Sprout. You're not expecting all too much from them. But a round that I thought maybe they'd have a little more interest in doing some damage, especially with that AK on Stair. A single kill is not how I anticipated this round to go. Nonetheless, the AKs will actually get saved into the next round. So 2 of them kept forward here for Sprout. 3-0, a chance for the CT side to build economy off of the back of these safe guns as well. So, yeah, not bad, not bad.
Yeah, it's not too, as you say, it's actually, if you're going to lose the first 3 rounds of a game, this is probably the best scenario you can have. You're going to have 2 AKs, it means you can get full utility in the next round, on the first buy round, first gun round for Sprout. Question is, will they be allowed to keep it? Molotov will come in toward Lance and have to fall away from that angle. This is going to be a rough one. They're going to get hunted down here. Riles gets 1, but only 1. Tries to get saved by Launex, but he's getting pushed. Oh boy.
My word.
One more tick of the round, and perhaps he wouldn't have survived. But as it is, he's the one man that gets to keep that AK. And Sprout, they have to build up a run. It has to start here. They can't afford any more losses. They've given up the first map 16-1. It has to sort of be a situation where you say, okay, we've forgotten about that. Let's start afresh. But right now, Skade are outplaying them, and already the first openings of the gun round, Dreamer will find Spiddy through door.
Wow. great advantage picked up by Skade, looking pretty promising. And yeah, I don't know. I think looking promising for the Bulgarians already. If it wasn't before, the kill onto Speedy certainly does help. Round 4 does get, I don't know, a little more on the ropes, doesn't it, for Sprout here? Because as a CT side, we thought it's the favourable one. They could start to gain some momentum. If they don't win this one, Travis, I feel like it's a killer. It's like it's gonna harm them so integrally.
Yeah, Denislav's the king of not dying in the early portions of the game so far as well. I mean, he's again on 5-0. Very different, of course, on T side. I doubt that will last for too much longer, but let's see. Going to be in toward A here with the flashes. Can Rolls defend?
Well, Rolls caught blind. The Galil, it's a bit of a messy gun from that range. Ship's able to pick up the pieces. Denny takes another as the Mach 10 of Rainwaker finds a couple as well. Denny, in fact, a second. And with that, Skade 4-0 and a more or less flawless way of doing so as well. What a killer round. And, well, you can only think the worst here, Travis, and
we've seen
the start is anything to go by. Yeah, if the start is anything to go by, this game is feeling rough.
Yeah, woof is what I'll say, because it's very rough right now. It's not looking hot for Sprout whatsoever. They're gonna have at least some form of weaponry in the next round. Laux has an M4, of course. Scout on Slacks. Deagles just around it. They need to win a round such as this to get something to happen for them, and there we go. Good flash assist outside. Ship's full blind. Laux swings and destroys him. 5v4 early on. Dreamer trying to cancel it out, but Laux is not going to give them anything at the moment. Denislav goes in again, though, for another kill, and look at Bubble just creeping in, just using all of his experience, catches Riles in main, and Spiddy top hut as well. Denislav's just aware of everything right now, even waiting for Laux to come back up from Secret, or at least re-aggress from that position anyway. And Slacks is 1v4 with just the Scout. It's a remarkable feat of domination right now. Not something you usually see in a game that we expected to be so 50-50. We were surprised by the veto. Oh! That's a lovely shot from Slacks, but unfortunately it probably won't be a round winner. There it is. Rainwaker takes the kill. And this is just not what we expected, is it, Retro? This is such a weird one. I mean, a lot of us predicted Sprout, let alone the fact that we both thought it was pretty 50-50 to begin with.
Yeah. I think Nuke was always going to be a difficult one, right? Where either Skade come out swinging and they do exactly this, where they're 5-0 ahead, they've got plenty of chances just to close this one out and gain such a lead on the T side, or Sprout were going to be in a league of their own, right, and pull together a masterclass. And unfortunately, we are yet to see any signs of the latter of the two. This is another full buy, a chance for Sprout to put themselves on the board and get themselves on the server, and it'll be Lornix to kick us off here in round 6.
Finally, an opening pick to work with. Laux with the opener with the M4, Slack still with the AWP, so that's his turn to really get started. Denislav's streak of staying alive again will finally be broken by that scout shot in the previous round. But still, he's having a ridiculously impressive series. And if this game goes anywhere near like the previous map, the HLTV stats at the end of the BO3 are going to be, I think if you're a Sprout supporter or a Sprout player, you might be throwing up looking at that, because that is just disgusting. But let's see. A long way to go in this one yet. And they've got the opening pick in this one. Creeping in towards Secret. Ship's doing it silently. Denislav holding toward ramp, waiting to be given an opportunity to swing. Maybe a boost will come in here from Dreamer. Often you see this to try and get the opening pick toward the ramp area. If Lornix shoulder picks at any point, he could be taken down, and there's the entry again from Denislav. Back into a 4v4 with Ships down Secret. This is very powerful now.
Yeah, this is going to sting, isn't it? Absolutely. 30 seconds left. You are running for this lower site. Speedy, he'll be the man to try and hold on, though. If Skade make their way towards lower, which they look to be doing, then they could be met with a Speedy surprise. Ships, they'll sideswipe him, though, and that bomb can move across. They've got a clear double door. Dreamer, they'll have the walls beaten in that fight as he finds a second as well. Slack's left alone. 9 seconds left. No chance for the AWP to get out now because he's boxed in by Ships. And by means of elimination, Skade 6-0.
They're going to get absolutely slapped. I mean, just it's simple as that. Dreamer in that position. So often we see, the CT side staying alive, thanks to those dirty angles from the single door position when the bomb has to cross the plant as well. But Dreamer, look at this. Insta. Second one. Insta. You just can't beat that. Even with the power of the Silenced M4, you're not getting past that. So many situations you'll see the CTs win that round, but Dreamer just says, well, no.
Oh, man. Killer. Absolutely killer start here, and they continue their reign of supremacy. It's Skade, another 5-on-4, this time ships to add to his tally. Dennyslaw's 10-1. Travis, 10-1. What a game. Slack's going to get dinked up as well. The oppression from Bubble, he just drops down into the jaws of Rawls, and so maybe a bit greedy to get given an AK away. Lornex, a second kill. Not to mention the AWP's low. They've got to be careful here. This CT side could get very scary very quickly as the Deagles start to pick up pace. And it's now Ships left alone, 1 versus 4. And it doesn't matter where he fires. There should be enough players to take him down with ease. And even if he does get a kill, it should be enough to react, and even then, Rawls hasn't covered. AK chucks over. Will it be spam? No. Slacks, he's got an AK of his own, and look at this, picking up the guns, but Skade, stacks of cash to reinvest.
Finally, we've got something to work with if we're Sprout. They win on a half buy as well, which does wonders for your economy. Some great shots from Raz and Lanx there. Even Spiddy's 5-7 coming up and saying hello. Of course, that's just the way Counter-Strike goes, isn't it? You can't win a gun round to save your life. You've literally won in, 23 rounds? Something like that. And now they pull out the Deagles, pull out the pistols, and that is the first round they win on Nuke. And they now need to build on this. As I said, they have a number of buys in a row now. Winning on the half buy means you get the guns for free. And look at Rawls, Slacks, Stare, and Lanx. Their economy has been helped exponentially by that. So now we need to see a streak. The question is, can Skade stop it immediately? They've got the money for it, of course, themselves after their ridiculous start. Sprout hit some 1-digs, and that one on the round. That is not necessarily repeatable. They need to do it on a gun round, and that's a good start. Ships will walk into his demise. Stare playing it to the smoke again. Works out nicely for an opening frag.
A second kill as well coming in for Stare. Spokes, mollies, everything. Skade are going to try and do it in the first 20 seconds of the round. Sprout put their middle finger up in disgust, it seems to be here, Travis. They're like, no, disrespect us once on Ancient. It's not going to happen here on Nuke. And down to 3, Skade have got decisions to make. Their money in a pretty rough spot as well. Slacks picks up a double from the ramp position. Speedy the last, and so a flawless way to win that round. Comfortable beginnings here for the Sprout side. Will we be seeing more of the same, though?
This is what we needed. Finally, some comfortability. Is that the word? Comfortability? I forget that word.
Comfortability?
Is that a word? Have I just created one? Finally, some comfort.
Yes.
On the CT side. Yeah. I think I heard it once before in the past, and I thought, I'm going to use it here. And I said it out loud and realised it didn't sound right. So.
It doesn't sound right. You are dead right.
I'm gonna now completely blacklist that one for my English from now on, but no problem. Rainmaker's not going to blacklist this push. Look at this. Straight down vents already. And that's a lot of control. Thankfully, Stare at least taking Bubble out elsewhere, but of course that's only the IGL. That's he's going to go hunting, but he's not going to expect Rainmaker in the vents at all. That's at least how the knowledge gleaned, but oh my goodness, what a flick that was from Lanix. Chips could have easily got that kill. Sort of strafes around the corner with his knife out, but he does get traded instantly. 3v3 as they go toward B.
Slacks patiently waiting for the AWP as well to swing in. In the meantime, Stare, he's going to pick up one. Dennyslaw will respond, and knowing that there's one person towards upper, I think they'll know that both people are going to be towards the upper position as of right now. Bomb set down, and both head towards the ventilation system. Dennyslaw, he's either going to find both or nothing. It feels like one of those plays. Sprout, in the meantime, taking their time in general to get back into this site. Rainmaker playing towards ramp, double doors heard, and so tension spins around. Dennyslaw, poised position. It's Rawls, his head taken clean off, and all of a sudden, we're back down to square one. Stare, he's going to try and make the move as best as he can, but it is not meant to be, Trav. It is indeed Skade back on the board, 7-2.
Just like that as well. Again, it was started off well by Sprout, but the fact that Skade got a player down the vents in Rainwaker so quickly.
Yeah.
Meant that Spiddy was just not expecting it at all. Here's that frag that I mentioned. Lanix does a really good job here. I mean, that first frag's big, but the swing from Rainwaker in the vents again is an important find. And then in the 2v2, Skade can just play it smart, flank their opponents as they hear the sound cues come in to a double door. And that's the start and the end they wanted in that one. Oh my goodness,
Good
how many
sir.
ships here
That
already?
is crazy. Ships.
What?
One hell of a way to start this round. He's just darted into no man's land and found the opener here, Trav. No time to catch a breath. Denny Slaw finding one through the smoke as well. One clinic of a performance put on here. This CT side in shambles. Ships his second kill. Denny, one with the AWP, a 2v5. Sprout are going to concede an 8th.
And this is the sort of situation, right, that can snowball in certain situations because Skade feel so much freedom that they can just keep trying, not necessarily common things. They can try more outlandish things. Now, Lanx has got a chance here to maybe get a couple of frags, but he's been spotted now by Bubble. Gets one, but Dreamer, that's a fantastic find. Maybe a bit of miscommunication there as Lanx is stepping up right now. Right. 3 kills on the defense. Skade looked the wrong way, and now Rainmaker needs to finish it off and only just manages it. I think takes a dink there through the edge of the silo. A great attempt from Lanx again. I mentioned that he's one of the stars that I picked up on before in our pre-game. Only 17 has been fragging brilliantly for this side. Don't forget this Sprout team took down Mouse twice 2-0 in the Valencia qualifiers, ESL Valencia qualifiers, so he's by no means having an off game today. He's still performing well. Just the entire team. It's hard to step up when you feel like a one-man army, and he certainly was in that round. In the end, couldn't make it happen. Too much damage taken, and Skade, reach 8.
Yeah, and look at this. They're just fast, relentless ships. Straight down, mate, towards lower. No problems at all. Slacks has obviously played the reactionary. He's gone down. Lornix will pick up the kill, but 4 players dotted towards outside right now. Stare. A smoke keeping him alive. Denny will watch his teammate fall, and with that, I think it's safe to say the ever-distant man advantage that Skade were looking for at the beginning of this round. But quickly a reality check. That CT side still something you should not be playing with.
Yeah. As I said, sort of the freedom that Skade can feel having such a big lead on T-side already, as I said, doing more outlandish things. Well, this time it's been stopped. And Slacks is in the perfect position as well toward ramp. They're going to go for a boost. It looks like they were maybe discussing it, but rip the head off of Bubble. They'll actually go for a reface before that smoke, or before that flash, pops, but it's still a 2v4. Spiddy's still in the vent as well, trying to be a nuisance. 5-7 up close. It'll be difficult for Dreamer to get past, and exactly that. Pistol can be so powerful, and Spiddy takes his head off. So 3 on the board. It's not as much of the nightmare as Ancient was, but Skade's still in significant control.
Yeah, and I mean, even if this was to end up an 8-7 half, right, and all things considered, Sprouter to win the rest, which is unlikely, but it is doable, then what's the comment that we make here, right, is that 8 rounds on your T side?
It's good.
Damn, yeah.
Oh, nice.
That is a, whoa, where are we going?
Can we go back?
Mr. Freecam, yeah, can we... I was here discussing options and what do we have? Obviously it says easy T.
Okay.
What do we have in the vending machine? Like, that's the real question here. So, that's like Spanish walkers, mate. That's what that is.
I thought for a second that as we saw our lovely
blue
little
chips.
blue chips, as we saw, I thought for a second we were going to get some custom models in the vending machine as well. After we saw our lovely custom model of the Republic, easy sign there. Punching the digits.
No money.
He's trying
there you
it.
go.
Oh,
he said nothing from the vending machine, Travis. You've had your snack for today. The break was long enough. You should have got your own. You meant to bring your packed lunch, fella. You meant to bring a packed lunch.
But I ate it.
And you still went for the vending machine. You're a snacks man, and REPUBLEAGUE say no. And neither does Rawls. He will be wagging his finger at the way of Rainwaker. Nah, good sir. It is a 5-on-4 picked up by the German organisation. Skade themselves a man down here, and it is a scenario in which obviously round 12, one bottled up to be a bit of a force buy here for Skade. Feels a little bit lackluster, especially when Stare continuing to do a little bit of damage here. The nade isn't bad either. Bubbles swing in. Dreamer, he'll find the trade. And, well, down to 4, but Skade, their numbers reduced even more so.
Nice shot. Nice shot from Lanx there, taking Dreamer out as he crossed towards the silo. And that drops a big threat. And now Ship's lost alive. She'll get caught off by the off angle. Actually does take Riles out before Spiddy swings. But Sprout win another round, so they stay alive. And 8-7 is still a possibility. Now this puts Skade in an interesting position. Now this gives Sprout a chance. Full force buy from Skade in that previous round. Nothing to show for it. As played with the single door there. Faked the noise and then went back for the swing to get 1 kill for free. There's that second shot from Lanx, which I praised. But yeah, they have an easy round coming in here, do Sprout. It's a full eco for Skade. They're going to close the gap to 3, unless something ridiculous happens, through a ship's deagle, for example. But we're finally starting to see them step up a little bit. The question is, how long can they keep it going?
Glock's not going to be ideal for this round and the outcome of a Skade 9th. It'll be Sprout taking it to 5. And if I'm honest with you, Travis, the recovery mission here for Sprout has been one that I can only applaud. In most scenarios, you know, when you're so far down, especially on a map that is so CT-sided, you would be so cautious at a scoreline like this and so scared to be playing, and you'd be being so conservative. Sprout themselves, they're just, they're taking it, mate. They've doubled down. They've got themselves a bit of success on the CT side. Ideally, you'd be winning 8-5 and not losing, but they're still trying to involve themselves in this game, and I respect that. I can only commend a side like this for so much courage and a willingness to try and get back into the game, especially when there's so much on the line as well. It's so easy to get caught in the feels and in the moment that you're just going to lose the game.
Yeah, I mean, they can only have not felt good about map 1, but as I said, they've put it behind them. And they now have a chance to possibly even get an even half on the back of this one. Oh my goodness, a spray through door. Riles will hop away from that after doing 80 damage to Dreamer. Opening exchanges of this round puts a couple of players very low indeed. But that's an entry and a half, and that's Bubble as well. Just taking no prisoners. Straight in toward ramp on his lonesome, takes an opening kill, and will now drop down, and that causes some panic in the ranks of Sprout here. They have to have a player toward B. That is Riles, but he's the low HP player as well from that original situation. Stead does take ships in the meantime. There are 2 players here, in fact, actually. Spiddy's come in as well, but Bubble's playing this so slowly, and that's really smart. Oh, Bubble, absolute mastermind there. Gets another kill for free by being so patient, but it's still a 3v3 as Spiddy trades it.
Really well played. Not a bad scenario to be in whatsoever, is it, for them? And I think they'll be very comfortable with the position that they've found themselves in this round. A 3-on-3, bomb set down. Retake is going to be a bit tedious with Dreamer being low HP, but now with that man advantage, things can only play into your favor. That is a brilliant shot. And, well, that is going to be a fairy tale killer here for Sprout. It should be a night to the board here for the Skade boys. Slacks will pick up 1. Dreamer's response is good. Speedy will respond. And, oh, Messi from Rainwaker. Has he got the time? Yeah, indeed, plenty of it. Nicely done. Wow.
Well, that is not one we saw coming, was it? I thought for sure it was a 2v3. The fact that Slacks gets his 1 kill, then immediately gets taken down, is huge, because if he doesn't get that 1, then of course there's no chance at all. Here's the first kill from Bubble, as we said, like a really excellent entry, then just bides his time. There's that frag from Denislav as well, taps down the AWPer of Slacks, and then it's all down to Spiddy, and adds another one to the clutch tally. He's one of the highest clutching players, I think, in all time on HLTV. Been around for so long. He's up there with the likes of Zipex and Shox, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe in 3rd place, I think, in that one. And that's another one to add to the list. But at the moment, it looks like Sprout are adding to the list. This is an excellent start on the final round of the half. Already 2 kills on the board. 1 for Stare, 1 for Spiddy. And it looks like we might be getting the even half we predicted, actually.
Yeah, it's looking like it. Skade, they've got 1 more stab at it in round number 15. And while unfortunately Lornex, he'll pick up 1, Denny's Law will eventually trade. This is killer. Very, very nicely done. 2-on-4, no chance for Danny. Dreamer left alone. Speedy will tap him down. 8-7 at the half. Sprout have made it a recoverable game. Can they continue to do so on their T side? We find out after the break.
Дясно. Наляво сега. Кабина си. Назад си. Да, плант.
Сега си на лок много си добре. Гледай се надолу. Гледай се надолу и наляво. И дръж бомбата. Дръж я.
Чува още. Цъкна бомбата. Давай направо и наляво. Надясно стои, надясно. Да.
Айде, пън! Я се обърни с рязко. Да, зад мене и те вижда. Надолу Америка и наляво, надолу и наляво.
Стреляй.
Бягай, ще за едно. Зад мене, бе, човек.
Майко мила, къси. Зад чахти си, брат, нямаш време.
Надясно единична. Надолу Америка. Наляво.
Надолу Америка, надолу.
Те каваше ГГ. Браво. Не го фърли, бе, взими каваше.
Вземи го?
Да.
Да, отвори врата, влизаш. Човека е Хеван. Малко, да, там е. Да, там е. По-надясно обаче, стреля стената, той е там, обаче стреля стената.
Надолу Америка. В момента си до син, от другата страна син си в момента. Долу на хедшота. Напред и надясно дай. На лок. Напред и надясно на лок. Надясно. Другото дясно. Ама не Америка. Дай сега стреляй наляво. Наляво и стреляй. Наляво. Още наляво.
Дай наляво. Човека е на лок долу. Долу свали мерника. Долу човека е на лок. Гледаш Хеван, човека е на лок. Дясно сега. Дясно стреляй. По-надясно и по-надолу мерника. Човека е на лок дефолт.
Той е на едно кръв. Наляво.
Надолу.
Да, глава,
Жмите го,
Я дай наляво.
Пред тебе, ляво. Да.
Къде съм, бе?
Така че е нещо, бе, планфа. Не го чу. По-наляво.
Бягай, назад и наляво. Готово с Криса, до врата си.
Бомбата, китай бомба. По-назад тебе, не ли чуваш, бе?
Ще ти кажа кога държи. Спотвай. Държи, отивай. Коли, наляво още.
За коли го? Не.
Браво.
Няма как, брат.
С маки. С помпа.
Свали надолу. По-нагоре.
Подай, спри се сега. Служи Америка, надолу Америка. И стой и ти казвам. Не, аз ще кажа кога да стреляш.
Идеално, да, сега пак надясно. Човека е на лок. Ще планфа, въди ляво и...
Не моя таколи, не, дай назад, бягай.
Дясно е, човек.
Надясно, наляво сега. Добре си, браво, бе.
Имо майка.
Well, Trav, we head into the second half of Sprout versus Skade. Skade are 8 rounds away from making their spot in Republic Season 3 through to the main event. And for Sprout, well, they need the recovery on Nuke and then a decider of Dust 2 to go their way. A long stint ahead of them. Can they get it on? We find out as we head into the second half. Skade now on the CT side. Expectations for Sprout, well, they're going to need to set that bar very, very high.
They are indeed. They used to have a chance, though. It's not like it's 14-1 like Ancient. They're very much in this one. So let's see what they can make of it. Plenty of utility on Spiddy and Raz. Smoke, Flash. In fact, 2 flashes on Raz. And a Molotov on him as well. Ships will make his way down from the top of hut silently. As the flashes come in, what can the double Berettas do? He's going to be very, very blind. No way in, but Dreamer double taps, gets 2 from that somehow. Don't ask me how. And just like that, even though they got the opening pick, I couldn't even say it quick enough. At the snap of a finger, all 5 kills come in, and it's a Skade pistol. Wow.
Unreal. How quick was that round as well? Like, how speedy the response was from Skade just to find all those kills. Man. Sure. Nice.
Definitely weren't blindfolded
Skade
there, that's for certain.
Yeah.
That was slick. What a hold. The fact that Ship's one of the biggest threats as well gets taken down instantly with the help of those flashes. In the end, Sprout just didn't expect Skade to have so many players there. And now they're going to have to take the pain and fall prey to this full eco. Skade and really the team to reach double digits first. Being looking to clear up all the last few. Raul's trying desperately to remove the bullets from his opponent's clip. I mean, he already was that, but now he's just knifing the wall because he knows Bubble's coming. That is a little bit of a, haha, you're not killing me. You're getting killed in the back. See you next round.
Well, a flawless round here, Mr. Trav. Does give us a little bit of breathability for Skade. The money isn't that bad. Actually, I say that. I think there was one casualty, wasn't there? Ships has bought an extreme amount of money, so I'll eat my words a little bit
Maybe
here.
he dropped the AWP, maybe.
Yeah, could have done. Could have done. But I think there would have been an M4 going then, no? Because Bubble wouldn't be on an MP. I don't know. Either way, Denny, he'll pick up the first. Oh, Rawls, a snappy response with the AK. Will eventually get the 4-on-4, but the damage already being done, and a lot of the plans for the Sprout side foiled. The fast play towards outside, and, well, they're spotted out completely in the AWP, revealing plans, it seems.
Yeah, Bubble's already made his way down the vents with the MP9 as well, just to cover off this secret position of Sprout. Rainmaker holding the pixel gap angle on top of the box toward ramp. As soon as he sees anything cross that angle, he'll chuck his smoke down. Bubble looking for Slacks. Does he swing the angle big? He does, but Slacks is better this time. Good find with the AK, but Dreamer will reaggress, and that actually chucks the bomb in toward lobby as well. Obviously picked up immediately, but that will force Rainmaker forward as he gets that information. In the end, Spiddy was a little bit too smart for that one. So 3v2 for Sprout on this gun round. Ships is still here though, and even though he's smoked off, he could make something happen from this. Dreamer rotating in as well. Vent not being watched at the moment, and there's the gap in the smoke. What did I say? Ships gets one more, but Slacks is flanking the flanker right now. Does he expect Dreamer here? Oh my goodness, the timing. Dreamer's just going to continue to look at this, but doesn't matter. Slacks rips his head off. Great find, and now they can herd the bomb back off toward the A site. There's enough time for it, and Ships has to run them down.
Bomb set down, mate. This is looking so impressive. And oh man, Ships are 1-on-2. Speedy, low HP, faces first. Slacks will be swinging in. The spot, Ships no, can't get the second. Sprout up to 8. My god, that's another close round. And a nail biter. Skade really could have had themselves an 11th there.
Very close. Considering the fact Slacks wasn't full health either, Ships, I've seen him win many a clutch, many a 1v2 in those sort of situations. In the end, not to be. That was a really important frag there from Spiddy toward that ramp aggression, because Rainmaker went forward on that one as he saw the commotion in lobby, trying to take advantage of the madness, but in the end, Spiddy caught him out, was too aware of that being a possibility. Now in round 19, there's some madness outside as well. Stare already taking Ships out, but Denislav's still here and staying aggressive. He's up to 20 kills now in map 2. And he'll fall away and keep that 4v4 for his team.
Well, round 19, more spoils and problems for Skade, but for Sprout, the long road ahead of them. Now going to be doing a good job in keeping it manageable. Bubble sits in the smoke, a deagle in his hand, but Lornex one better. The AK has found the kill all of a sudden, down to 3. Rainmaker can't find a kill either. Lornex, he's got huge when it matters, down to 2. The Skade side would have spotted more Dreamer. That's so much information gathered. Denny's going to dive down the vents, but this is no B play. They've gone right back up towards A. Dreamer left with a USP and all of things. I think he's got an M4 now picked up. Denny trying to surf along the ladder to find the kill. Not going to happen. Bomb set down. This is it. It's a save. Skade, they'll forfeit a 9th.
Yeah, there's no way you're getting out of that one, and there's no way you're going to be supremely accurate on a ladder either. He tries to get lucky to look for one kill, then drop down and possibly play a 2v2 retake, but not to be. The save is now called, and Sprout are staying interested in this one. Just the one behind. Skade's economy is nowhere. They've got 2 players on who are literally bankrupt. $0 each. Just 850 combined between the rest. So Sprout looking to possibly even up this game now. Skade caught off a little bit in those faster outside plays. And there are just too many men over, and as I said, when you're in the vent like they were, could be so hard to deal with. There's that opening pick from Stairs. Ships just charges through. Doesn't expect him to be on the edge of the smoke. And the arrow reaction from Lance as well was really good for both those 2 kills. In the end, the trade from Dreamer was a bit a day late and $1 short on that one. But Skade is definitely $1 short right now. So they're going to stick with the 2 M4s and that's it.
Round 20, Skade. A chance to get equalised upon on the CT side. You would expect something better for Sprout. They have a real good chance. Rainwaker going to be moving in from ramp as Sprout's forces head towards A. Dreamer's done well to hold up. From behind goes Rainwaker with double dink. AK in his hands. Oh my god, Rainwaker, nearly a 3rd kill as well. Speedy has it undercover. And it's a Denny Slaw 1-on-2. But the most doable 1v2 of them all. He's got an M4. And if he gets the penny drop on one of these players, it gets so difficult for this T side to reinvest into. The flash will give us some info away that one's towards lobby. But only the one, though. Only that one. Because Sprout, they move towards ramp.
Yeah, they've buddied up as well. So not to give Denislav any opportunity. But he is guessing correctly. Problem is, double door is not broken open. So he's going to continue to be silent about this, and he's doing everything right so far, in my opinion. If he breaks the glass, he will be known, but Riley's going to look for it. If he gets the spray, he's got a chance. There's one. Does he know where Spiddy is? On top of the edge of the railing, just about makes it happen. And that's the 2nd big clutch Spiddy's won for his team so far. 1 on CT, now 1 on T as well. Adding to those statistics. And now we have a completely even game at 10 each. And it's anyone's to call, I would say, at this stage.
Absolutely. And the graph shows Skade in a position where money, not their strongest suit, but for Sprout, considering they managed to piece together a few rounds now, this is quite the game to be watching. Listen, if you're, doing the dishes, whether you've just eaten your food, whether you've just tuned in after a long day, I think you've got to stick around for this one. Because if Sprout take this to map 3, especially if Sprout take this to map 3, one hell of a best of 3 to watch. We're not even done on Nuke. Both teams equidistant to the goal of 16. For Skade, 16 would put them in the main event. For Sprout, 16 would put them onto Dust 2. And one more map to separate these 2 teams, and only one. They'll make it to the main event, and the other eliminated here in the closed qualifier.
Yeah, and the hilarious thing is, of course, is that if Sprout somehow find a way to win this, they'll have done it the hardest way possible. Not just losing the first map 16-1, but the veto not being in their favour whatsoever. So it would be a remarkable victory, and one that I'd most certainly like to talk about in the interview afterwards. I think even we'll ask Skade about it, even if they win, about the veto, because I think that one might have shocked them a little bit on Sprout's choices. Even Dust 2 is statistically one that favours Skade a lot more than Sprout, but we'll have to see. It's a long way to go, 10 each, and Skade is still on the favoured side of this one to possibly close it out 2-0. Stair lurking toward outside with the AK. Rainwaker looking to double up with Denislav toward ramp, actually. They're going to go for the boost. Could be an idea, just leave one player there off the back of that. I think they'll manage it silently. Denislav will shift back away as Sprout look to wander toward that very position.
50 seconds left, though.
Look where Stair is.
Really have left it late. Oh, Stair. Rainwaker, though, the aerial position, good for one, but he's revealed way too early. Slacks is going to chase him down, but it does not stop Rainwaker. A flurry of kills leaves him with a hat-trick. Rawls and Stair now left alone from a 2-on-3 position, have managed to pull the numbers together to make it level. But Rainwaker has breathed life back into a round that they had no business in winning. The fat massive bubble picks up the bomb carrier. Rawls was going to do his best to put it into the post plant, but now all eyes turn to Stair with 15 seconds to go. He's going to run through the vents and back up Dreamer. He'll be patiently waiting for this one here to hurt all of this noise. He's going to set the bomb down. Bubble coming up from heaven, and while the bomb gets set down, they circle in, and Dreamer has him done from behind. It's 10-11, Skade back in front.
Oh, goodness me. I gotta say, I really love that decision in that 1v2 to actually try to go back toward A. It was basically his only chance, considering the bomb was where it was. When he managed to nab it, you can't just plant in the open with 2 players looking to face you down. Tries to escape, but obviously at that particular stage, it was just way too clear what his plans were. Rainwaker with a humongous hold toward Ramp. The fact he gets 3 from this is humongous. What a hold. Bubble dropping the bomb as he did. It was a great frag as well. So important to be on that flank so quickly. So to not let Sprout get into after plant positions. And Skade win a critical one. 2 players up as well. That puts Sprout onto a lowish buy. 2 Deagles and a Galil. So if Skade take this, they're back in the driving seat.
They could find themselves a real good chance of winning this map, and in turn the series and the spot in the main event. Bubble takes a bit of early damage. Got to be content with losing a bit. It's a give and take scenario towards A site, especially towards that squeaky door. The volatility that these rounds have been. Sprout in a position where they've got to exceed all expectations, and so any advantage they'll take.
First bit of damage done to Bubble, but Skade might want to just batten down the hatches on this one. No need for any aggression in these sort of rounds. Just keep it stock standard against a buy such as this. Whether they have any knowledge of that, of course, is another matter. They might be calling that the utility is a little bit low, or the weaponry might not be full, but obviously they're not to know everything. Ships holding the angle, takes the first gun away, and he will fall back. That's exactly what you should be doing. Not going to choose to reface, going to hold a different angle instead, and he does get another one for his troubles. But there is a way still back in. Spiddy takes 1. Bubble on the line in vents. Is he going to be hard cleared? Or he tries to go for the swing, perhaps expecting Spiddy to entry, and he is found. And now it's all down to Dreamer, and Launix gets a critical frag. Dreamer was the only one defending A, and that's the bomb site lost.
Wow. How has this gotten so bad for Skade? Sprout, they'll have themselves a tied game once more. It's going to be 11 all, mate. I don't believe what Sprout have just pulled off. A critical opportunity for Dreamer to pick up a couple of kills. He finds nothing, and all of a sudden, Skade left to save. What is this game? It continues to give.
It does indeed. It only gave to Skade in map 1, but map 2, Sprout really turning up here, especially on the T side. They're grinding out these rounds right now, and they're keeping the economy of Skade very honest. They're going to be in a rough situation here. Ship's falling back, does really well to get that second, but perhaps after that, maybe he could have fallen back behind the stairs. He already fell away from the first kill anyway. Why not fall back after the second? In the end, of course, they didn't even go toward his position. They went toward A instead. The kill in vents was a big one. Bubble getting destroyed. Close range by Spiddy. And this buy, Retro, could be the difference between a 2-round deficit or a 2-round lead. It's going to be so hard to call. Probably the biggest round of the series so far. With what it means for the economy of both sides, whoever loses it. Depending on saves, of course. It looks like we're going in for a fast A as well.
Yeah, it does definitely feel that way. Dreamer jiggling, waiting for his chance to strike, to drop his Molotov that would cancel or at least hinder the push of a T side. It could do big damage in the meantime as well. Molly now will be deployed. The players look to push out, but the Molly's done exactly what they need to do. Look at this, delayed completely. Sprout burns so much utility towards A, but now they have to dive towards ramp. Rainwaker's dropped another Molly to do more damage. But all of a sudden, Sprout with 50 seconds to go, sure they got time to make it up, but they've got no control to show for it. They tried A, work. They tried ramp, well, they've been given a little bit of leeway. They're boxed in.
They are boxed in, because look where Ships is playing from. Skade are playing this position so defensively, and they're being so cautious about it. And I feel like in these situations, it's the right call. But now it's all on Dreamer, and he has to multi-frag. He can only get the one. A bomb site open for business again. And Sprout, even though they were forced away in at least 3 different occasions from that counter utility, the fact they were given ramp for free, and the position to push through to hell has given them a lead, which is not what we expected at any point after map 1 and half 1 in map 2. Skade having to save again. Sprout are fighting hard, and I have to respect them for it. This is exactly what they needed. especially on T side, of course. They did lose 8 on their own T side. In the end, Ships might be kicking himself there for not getting maybe 1 kill and staying alive to stop that hell play from being so easy.
Oh, what a game this is continuing to be. Skade, a map that they should have had under wraps, one that they were confident in picking, quite quickly becoming their downfall. 11-12, and as you said, even though we have saved weapons, Skade in a position where they have to take an eco, and it'll be 2 in a row.
Yeah, that's such a huge stage as well of the game. Attack coming in for Skade. They have the AWP, they have the M4, which might make them tempted to go for some form of buy. If you have 3 MP9s surrounding that, it's very possible. Ships has already purchased up Kevlar. So it makes me think that they may be looking for something here. Right, they're keeping it simple. Only some pistols to surround the M4 and AWP. If they can set up those guns, this game, or this round I should say, is probably just as big as any gun round. If they can isolate the pistols, Sprout, and they should have the idea where the 2 remaining players are. Already a big rotation coming in towards Secret to get Rainwaker on the angle. Already the AWP looking to go aggressive toward Hut, and now it has a line to work with.
This does get scary because Denny, with that oppressive position with the AWP, he wants to cross to take the bomb, whether that's towards lobby or towards ramp. I'll have to cross his sight. That could be an easy pickup, but no. Double dinged. Lornix, just one quicker, mate. It's just a very, very nice shot. All of a sudden, Bubble moves away with the big green, chucks it over to Dreamer. He's like, dude, I've taken an extortionate amount of damage getting out. You can have it. I've got to go chasing with my P250. Ships in the meantime towards outside. Could actually be gifted an opportunity to find a kill here onto Stair. As long as the outside player doesn't get too complacent that nobody will be around. As he moves on forward, Ships can pick up the kill. AK in the wrong hands. 4 versus 4. Bubble low HP. The B bomb site compromised. That P250 low HP. Gonna make its way towards the lower position to see if he can aid his teammates in any way. Lornix, he'll find the kill. M4 of Rainwaker to trade a 3 versus 3. A man advantage for Skade. Surely not like this. Surely not like this, Skade. 1 man for the job of Slacks, and his position revealed drops down into the jaws of Ships. And a hat-trick for the Bulgarian rifler leaves Sprout stunned.
That is unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. I can't believe that Sprout gave them the opportunity to do that. The fact that they still win that round, Skade, despite the fact they have to go through such extraordinary lengths, as you said, to re-grab that up. Lanx just destroys it. Look at that. Perfect crosshair placement. No chance for it at all. But in the end, Rainwaker taking him out, then just keep on fragging from the glass position. I mean, look at this. Ships actually badly whiffs on Ralls there, but recovers it. Says, okay, this is a critical kill. I can't afford to miss this. Stops shooting, goes for it again, finds it. It leaves Slacks in an impossible position. And Sprout, if they now lose Nuke, they know the round to look at and say, oh, we had a chance, but we got punished for some poor mistakes on that particular round. Ships trying to look for a line on top of the outside blue box there, but Slacks will punish him. So already, again, the AWPs are chiming off, and it's a 4v4.
Or is it? Because Stair has his edge in now. A 3 versus 4. Skade have a man advantage. Or rather, a man disadvantage. Sprout have earned themselves a real chance back into this one. A massive blunder in the previous, and it might be a blunder in this one, because even with that player retention being good at the beginning of this round, at the minute mark, we stand at a 3 versus 3.
These last few rounds have been so nervy and so fascinating. Back and forth, whether it's eco or full buy. Now Rainwaker's going to go searching. Spiddy is safe indoor at the moment. When does Rainwaker decide to look for that? Will he look for it at all? If he walks into Hut, And there may be a chance. Does he check his close left? He does. Spiddy finds it. And now Dreamer, oh my goodness, what a frag that is from Slacks. That's Dreamer's every day of the week. And he's just no-scoped him coming up the vents. You just can't predict that ever. And Denislav must be wondering, we had good spots for this hold in a 3v3. Just a lack of knowledge was the only thing hampering us. And it's going to be a no-scope from Slacks, which could just seal it as well. He'll get one kill, and he has a kit for sure, but there's no way you go for this in this situation. Skade have the money for a buy next round. Have to keep this up. And Sprout are going to retake the lead again.
And things get even closer. Unreal. I don't believe it, man. And the AWP might not even get saved. Denny Slaw, his position revealed. Money is okay, but Sprout want to make sure they go no hunting. Keep these weapons. 13 to 12. We're at a very close goal now of 16 to take us to a third map. Skade, they've thrown this round away big time. I mean, sure, we were a man down for the most of it, but how on earth? Okay, dude. Okay. I was going to say this shot here, the one from the vents.
Here we go. Oh, so clean.
And imagine if Dreamer doesn't get hit by that, right? He kills the AWP, and he probably continues to transfer and hits the second player up the vent. Slacks has hit the most RNG shot, but it might just win them this map, and in turn, take us to Dust 2.
Yeah, the fact he has his barrel basically inside him there probably is what makes that shot slightly more in his favour. Look at the just dry aggression. Look, I say dry. It was helped out with a flash from Bubble, but it's a big old lobby crunch at 12-13 down, and it's working out. First pick comes through. Denislav will stop Skade from advancing. Bubble will get found by Spiddy at least, but Skade picking up their balls and saying, I'm going, but Spiddy has picked up his headshots. Second frag onto a Dreamer as he looks for that trade, and he even takes the third as well. Spiddy, unstoppable in round 26. How has he done this? From a 5v3 to a 3v2, just down to one man. And Rainwaker and Ships must be so frustrated that they got off to such a great start, and they're now in this position. Bomb will go down. They've looked at their economy. They're thinking, it's the business end of the map. Maybe we need to save here. And Spiddy has perhaps rolled back the clock a little bit and said, listen, I'm still a factor to be reckoned with. I have 22 kills and 14 deaths in this one. He's having a brilliant map just when Sprout needed it as well.
Oh, man. I just don't get it. I don't.
I'm just as surprised as you.
Has just hit a colossal 3k that gives Sprout 14, but not only does it present them with a 14th round, look at the Skade money. We have nothing heading into this next round. Quite literally, bottom line is, that there might have just put Sprout to Dust 2 and given them a chance in this best of 3. This shot as well, I mean,
beautiful.
It was a nice shot from Speedy, but Denny Slaw should never be facing that, especially dry. Like, never be swinging in like that, going for heroics. It's an easy 14th for Sprout. All of a sudden, round 27, we have ourselves a game. A missed smoke at the beginning of this round, though, from the Sprout boys. It's dropped in towards the outside of lobby. Not ideal for the boys in red. Let's see if they can continue, though. Util towards a pacey start. Maybe in this round, Denny in the molly, burning in the flames. Lornex and Speedy both with kills there. Oh my god, hits the shot on Dreamer as well. Ships will go wild through the smoke. He's done no damage and taken everything. It's him and Rainwaker left. It's a 15th for Sprout. No denying it, no stopping it. This is it, mate. We're going to map 3.
It's feeling a bit more likely now, isn't it? Skade forced to save again. Sprout just say, okay, we're going to go together toward A with a good old-fashioned execute. Molly's toward the back of Silo, flashes over the top. You saw the problems that Denislav was having there. Stuck in the Molotov, stuck in the open, fully blind. It's an AWPer's nightmare. And it's an AWPer's nightmare. And you don't even have Kevlar. And of course, Sprout have the money to hunt. Spiddy's just going to destroy Rainwaker. And now he's the co-top fragger in the server, looking for even one more. Ship's trying to save toward T-Spawn. CT Spawn, I should say. But Riles rips his head off. And that leaves Skade with barely anything to work with at all. 2 MP9s, a FAMAS, and I'm expecting a second FAMAS, perhaps another MP9 to finish this game off. Look at this execute. Look where Denislav is. You're going to see it in a second. Stuck in the middle of nowhere. There it is. Stair gets the last as well. And then they go hunting and find everyone. Sprouts have picked it up after a horrible performance on map 1, and we could still be going to Dust 2. Our production have said OT in our little Discord as a bit of a joke, but I'll tell you what, at the moment, Sprouts are in the ascendancy.
I was going to say, the OT does not look likely here, my friends. If it is, then Skade would need one hell of a recovery. A round that they have no business in winning. Ready to begin with. Slow form of passage here from Sprout. Outside control seems to be the aim of the game. Round 28 for Skade themselves. Just a very slow, methodic round, waiting for the move here that Sprout are going to make.
Yeah, I mean, it's a horrible buy to have at this stage. 3 FAMASs and 2 MP9s. They've won with less, and they've already got the opening pick thanks to more ship's aggression. Lanx is close toward the main position right now. Denislav actually has a line. It's being watched for by Spiddy though. Oh, he looks away. Oh my goodness, the timing. That could have gone either way. That could have been absolutely huge. As it is, Ships gets found in the meantime as well, and it's all down to Dreamer in this position, looking for the information, but Rolls, even though he's mid-jump up toward the Heaven area, he gets completely destroyed. Now it's all down to Bubble on the site. Gets one, but only one. Out of absolutely nowhere, Sprout have picked it up and are 1 kill away from taking us to a decider, and that's exactly where we are going. Sprout take map 2 16-12 on a map they haven't played since mid-March. We can't predict anything anymore. This one is up in the air entirely. Retro, unbelievable.
I mean, what a game. But, of course, we have more Counter-Strike to watch. All good best of threes end on Inferno, but we're not normal here. We don't settle for Inferno, mate. We've got Dust 2 as our last map. It is Skade's best map, second best, in fact, of the entire pool. One of their best maps to be playing for Sprout. They've had recent turmoil on it. Can they turn things around? We find out in map 3, a decider between the two, to see if Skade or Sprout make it through to the playoff stage, to the main event of REPUBLEAGUE. It's first to 16. It's cutthroat. It's Skade versus Sprout on Dust 2. Up next, don't go anywhere.
Ja sam samo ubio, Maš sam samo ubio.
Čekaj, pokazam.
Daj Guđi, daj.
Давай, Guđi.
Evo. Čekaj, mene puната.
Няма брат, пълната майба.
Мяре, минавай камера, докато той е тука, минавай.
Той е при мен, давайте, минайте. Дай.
Пълната.
Аре бе,
Опада бе.
Занимава.
то трябва да е бял.
Той ли се занимава, вярно?
Каме нещо, много бяга.
Много съм
Аз съм
бърз.
на третата, дай.
Аре, занимава го, вие сте. При мене, давайте.
Чуя кон.
Давай, при мен.
Аз не мога да го мина.
Не бе. О! Минах. Слушай, камене, слушай.
Да.
Чакай, дойде още някой.
Чакай,
Минаваш?
Аре, момчета.
Аре,
Гледам
минавай.
на
вас.
Слушай. Монка, минавай направо. Само ти. Минавай. Движи до края. О, ти оживя. Дай, той ни ще го направи, да.
Газ?
Тук сега ще отворени уръдия, стой.
Къде?
И уродия, бе, брат.
Доджвай.
Еми, няма, бе, паднах някакви лайна.
Ох, начете съм. Тук какво става? Ау,
доджвай
каква
го.
е тази шивачка?
Чакай, той ще спре, той сега не мога да пусна малко, чакай да спре. Кабе,
Много съм луд.
Идваме към.
Бе, насам ли, бе? То тук на къде, бе, да му е майка?
Оу!
Тук какво се прави?
Добре, бейтинга. Това беше също, нали?
След са жертва.
Айде.
Брат, ама това как му отвърля така, бе?
Айде, Guđi, чакам те.
Добре, уме. Мале.
Ти видя ли за какво се хвана?
Човека намоли да говорим на английски, бе.
Брат, да
Тръмбус.
Добре, ама това другото е там, какво е, бе? Okay, so I think it was Hellslayers, I think.
Yeah, it should be. They were
Okay, so
playing
let's go for it.
2014 major. Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. That was Hellraisers. So first point done.
I have that thing in my mind that I've seen is 2002, but I'm not really sure. I think it's 2002, like answer A.
I trust you. I don't know, so
Do we go for
I
it?
just trust you.
Okay, trust me. 2002, answer A.
Okay, you're right. There was 28th anniversary this year, so you're right.
I will take the responsibility if I'm wrong, so let's go for C, Team Envious. Blame me for that one, if I'm not right.
You're right. Team Envious was first, Navi second, and G2 NIP third, fourth. Good job.
Mirage should be there. Inferno should be there as well. Train as well, maybe. Maybe the overpass is found a bit late.
We can go with overpass. If
Yeah,
you want.
I think so as well. Let's just risk it. We don't
Yeah.
know the answer. Just risk overpass.
Yes, you're right. Overpass and Cobblestone were added after first two majors.
I'm not sure it was 13th or 11th.
It was above 10th, so
Let's go 11th.
yeah, let's go 11th.
Answer B.
Answer B is right. Good job.
It should be D, but I'm not sure. It can be A as well. B and C, I don't think so. Let's go with D. If they agrees, we
I
can go
trust
D.
him 100%.
Okay.
So final answer D.
Yeah.
It's wrong. It was during the Danger Zone launch event.
That much for Negev?
I think we should go for C. It's like if you follow the logic.
So final answer C.
Yeah, let's go with C.
You're wrong. It's B. It can be traded up to AWP Gungnir.
That's why it's that expensive.
Yeah, and it's factory new also.
Could be with some copyright issues, but I don't think it's that as well. It should be, I guess, C. I don't know. I just feel
Probably
it's
C or
C.
B, one of those.
It could be banned in China because they have some rules. I don't know.
Let's go with C.
Yeah, let's go with C.
Okay.
The
C.
final answer C
Yeah.
is wrong. It's D because the author that made it stolen the artwork and it was discovered after the sale of the skin.
Only one is real?
Yeah, only one on this picture is real.
Let's go for 2.
Okay, let's go.
Two is the real one.
Who is the real one? You're wrong. It's 3.
I'll bring cash and remove nuke instantly.
Would you bring a new cache or old one?
Old one.
Yeah,
cash.
sure. I probably would bring cobblestone back, but not this cobblestone. Maybe a little bit reworked, but not in that way. That is like the newest version. Probably would have removed I guess Nuke, because we're losing there. A lot. Kidding. We want to thank everybody who is supporting us, and we really appreciate that. No matter Bulgarian or just every fan of Skade.
Hola, hola, my friends. Welcome back. Travis, we're here for map 3, mate. We're into the late hours of the evening. It's, 8 p.m. where we are. It's 9 p.m. for the lads in Sprout and Skade, and we've got one more map to decide who goes through. And, of course, the old map trade here in the Tier 2 continues to prevail. Nuke going the way of Sprout, meaning Dust 2 will decide who goes through to the main event and who is cut out here in the close qualifier.
Yeah, just one map decides it, and it is Dust 2. I mean, I couldn't have picked it before I couldn't have picked Nuke, the result of Nuke, after we saw what happened on Ancient, that 16-1 drubbing that that Sprout got at the hands of Skade. And now we get here after some remarkably close rounds mid-game. I think Skade will be looking back on that and thinking, if we have 10% more luck, this series is over 2-0, but they can't think about that right now. They have to put all their focus onto Dust 2 to get that one spot left in the main event. Sprout, super impressed with them. Very, the comeback they made from the early portions of Nuke as well. Don't forget, Skade had a very significant lead on the T side to start us off. Brought it back to an 8-7 at half, and since then they had a really good T half of their own, grinding out some really impressive rounds. And now we get Dust 2, the final map of the closed qualifier, the entire closed qualifier retro. Let's see which way it goes.
Indeed, my friend, our last map between these two sides, Dust 2, the map, the grounds in which we will fight on. And well, ultimately, one team through, one team out, and it is a race to 16 to see who is through and who is gone. Travis, your thoughts, your predictions? Do you think Skade take it after that, or a Sprout making the big recovery?
It's so tough. I mean, we've already seen previous of both these two teams on this map, but in this series I predicted before it got underway, I predicted Sprout. I thought they were going to win this one. That was obviously before I saw the veto. I was confident in the performances of Launix and Slacks as well, both performing incredibly well on this newly revamped Sprout team. And I picked Sprout, and I'm going to stick with that. But I think Skade, just honestly, it's the biggest 50-50 of all time this final map. Because just looking, I'll give you a quick run through of some of the stats actually. In the last, in the last 5, Skade have won 3 of their Dust 2s. That includes 16-6, 16-11, 16-14 against 1 win, and a 16-11 actually against Budapest 5 in this very event. And when it comes to Sprout, they've only won 1 of their last 4, and that was against the new K23 team. So stats don't favour them, but they didn't exactly favour them on Nuke either, did they? So it's literally anyone's. It's whoever shows up, whoever makes the right plays. And as we see them all reset in spawn, we're about to see how it begins. Pissed around, about to get underway. 1 map, 1 spot in the main event to play against the likes of NIP, Fnatic, Entropic, 1 win. So many different teams, quality teams in that main event, and we're about to get underway.
Well, here we are. Well, how did good map 3 start, mate? With a knife round. That's how good map 3 starts.
Exactly. This is important.
Yeah, of course. Sides and that, we do appreciate the old side pickaroonie of CT or T, especially when this map becomes ever so more CT sided. Like every time I watch it, it just gets that little bit more CT sided. So yeah, of course, the fight breaking out rules. Ooh, tagged to 12 points of health. Not sure if you caught that, but he got the old left-right treatment and still survived. Launix, 45 points of health, needs both players right-click, then his will just put him to sleep. Done and dusted, mate. Skade get to pick the CT side if they wish. And, well, this is looking pretty promising now. Of course, Sprout starting on the T side. We'll have to see how they get on.
Yeah, of course, knife round so critical in the third map deciders. Especially, I would say, on the other maps, it was so amazing to see how they panned out with, Sprout starting T. On Ancient, couldn't make anything happen at all. 14-1, it was to Skade. And then even on the second map, they got off to a poor start when they started CT. So we've sort of seen two different variations of the Sprout team so far today. We've seen one that just got blown out of the water and one that performed at a very decent level. And now we're going to find out how this gets started. Pissed around, P250 on Slacks. We see it so often. Let's go.
Let's go indeed, my friend. 4 lots of Kevlar, no kit for the side of Skade, so relying purely on the USPs to take thy engagements rather than whimper away to the post plant. And well, the tap's coming in. Rainwaker, it's messy, but he does get the first walls to go. Lawnix, in the meantime, has actually slipped his way very close to this smoke here. Speedy and Lawnix both with kills. The boost over the top ships his position compromised amidst the mayhem. And actually, Sprout a man up heading into the post plant.
This is a tough one. I'm going to try and go for the boost in CT, but it's not a reliable one to go for, and there's so many angles to worry about, and Lawnix, that's so calm, so collected to get his second of the round. He's the man that I heaped praise on beforehand, the young 17-year-old Romanian, incredibly talented. Now Dreamer's left in a very difficult clutch. It's a beautiful first tap to take down the aforementioned Lawnix, but I'm afraid that saving your Kevlar in a situation like this is usually the way to go. He'll go towards CT to look for a long-range tap, perhaps. I don't think Stair spotted him, so he's just going to hold for the exits to try and take down some of these players running away with their pistols. He will tap down Slacks. He does so with his Kevlar still intact as well. Checks for someone crossing mid, but he'll escape to B. But it doesn't matter. It's a Sprout pistol, and that's the best start they could have hoped for.
Promising. Very, very promising for the Sprout side to take the pistol. I think Lawnix was the man to win them that round. Had he have not got close to the smoke, the USPs would have kept taking those distant engagements. As you can see, Speedy and Lawnix both with the kills. And then from there, mate, it's, you know, chalked up to be a Sprout win. A very nice shot from Dreamer there to pick up the first of 4. Obviously, Slacks getting taken on the exit as well is always pretty promising. But ultimately, Skade with no resulting round. It is just the force buy here to try and respond and put things back level in round 2.
Yeah, it's going to be a hard one to face. Dreamer can actually get himself a FAMAS after that, with a helmet as well. He's bought the 350 helmet and the FAMAS in this one, and he's already actually taken control of B, which is really pretty remarkable. But Lawnix may have heard it, which is why he's staying so defensive toward T-spawn. Speedy's Galil already chimes off for 1. Taking down Denislav on the site. As you can see, the scout on the ground there, on the long corner. Smoke chucked up to a teammate, which may help them a little bit more from that position. CT peek coming in. Ships is desperate to nab that scout, but he doesn't expect them to be so far up already. And Bubble Smoke will be primed and thrown in, and he'll be flashed in with this 5-7. But he's not really got much to work with. They're getting spammed down as well. 21 health left. No bullets left on Stair, but you know, so many teammates around him, but it doesn't matter. 5v2. This is a very, very well-played anti-force buy from Sprout, it has to be said. Even with Lawnix creeping in there in the end, taking out Rainwaker. And Dreamer, despite the fact he cleared out B in its entirety, he's still there and has only the FAMAS to save.
He can even save it because Lawnix looking for the kill. It's messy, and the AK eventually will pick it up. Sprout shooting nothing by means of elimination. Scout have nothing to represent into round 3. Just pistols, mate. Just the eco. Sprout, a very good start here on Dust 2. Whether it can continue to be that way, we'll have to wait and see. But so far, so good. An amazing start here for Sprout. And if they can, you know, keep the ball rolling, it does get very worrying.
Yeah, they're going to keep it rolling at least for this round, you'd imagine. Ships buying up a Zeus. A couple of places on the map where you can have some fun with that one. Plus, he might be able to navigate on away, and he's already close mid-doors to try and make that a possibility. Macton of Ros could be jumping in here looking for a kill. He looks like he wants to. Dun, 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 dun.
Yeah, let's go on. No! No! Oh,
it's fine, it
he's not
baits him
gonna
in.
push, is he? Nah, it doesn't. He's just going to sit there. Yeah, look, he moves away. He's like, yeah. When there's one, there's bound to be more. Dreamer finding a kill. That's an AK retrievable as well. Now maybe he goes looking towards middle, but no. He is heading towards short. The Zeus investment. I respected it. It's not going to happen though, my friend Ships. It is definitely not going to happen.
I mean, Spitty's still here. He could maybe get a jump in. Another dink actually comes through there toward Riles. And in comes the aggression. But yeah, Ships has to commit to the pistol. And in the end, he tries to quick switch it. And he can't do that when he's trying to recross. Spitty deals with both. And Dreamer will most likely be hunted down with this AK again, you'd imagine. Especially by the MAC-10 or the Galil. Probably planted on the A site. There's the info. Of course, Dreamer has no armor to work with in this one, so he's going to get most certainly swarmed on. And it is Spitty's Galil to finish it off. Perfect start for Sprout. And it makes you sort of wonder in these situations, right, whether winning the knife round is a blessing or a curse. I guess it sort of evens its way out over the course of a year. The CS gods evened it up, but in this situation so far, Sprout seem a lot more comfortable being the aggressors early doors.
Well, start of this one, it is a full buy for Skade. And of course, that can only mean one thing. You're expecting different results, but same treatment given to Bubble than the previous 3 rounds he's invested anything into. It's just instantaneous death, a pickup like no other for Slacks. 4 points of health, but he's managed to get the 5-on-4. And for Sprout now, with that man advantage, possibilities are limitless.
I can do anything they want at this stage. Denislav is here on the AWP, but he'll get flashed off the angle nicely. Thankfully for him, oh my goodness, I was literally about to say, thankfully for him, there's a big flank coming in with that frag from Rainwaker, and Ship still doing something with that, but he gets checked immediately by Lanx. What a fantastic frag that was. But they've fallen back off of that position quite quickly, and that's going to force a rotation from Skade here. Only one player's really left that position. Maybe the death cam was spotted as Ships passed away, but they have left a couple of players still toward long. They will leave it now finally. You can see the grenades on the map there on the angle, and Denislav will at least get one back. So 3v3, if they do go toward B here, it has to be quick because there's only 35 seconds to go and they're quite split up at the moment.
Does get very worrying now, doesn't it, that Sprout, with such little time left and no advantage to work with, it gets difficult, incredibly difficult. Mollies, smokes, everything lobbed in towards CT, peeking on forward Dreamer. He's got to be careful, but back at the site, Denislaw's AWP also available to help. The cavalry, how quick will it arrive? There's 10 seconds left, both players fall. And Rainwaker now left alone in a 1-on-3, and he's clapped out the first, but only the first. Speedy responds, Sprout 4, Skade 0.
That one is, I don't like to pin things on one decision that decides a round, but for me, that one is all Dreamer. There was no reason to move from car. No reason whatsoever. He had his teammate Denislav watching toward tunnel. Sure, you might be worried about flashes coming over to blind both of them in that sort of situation, but there was such little time on the clock. Why change position? Why change position at that stage? And basically, lovely shot from Denislav. Why change position?
Oh.
Okay, I'm going to come back to my point later because this round's getting out of hand much quicker than I thought it was going to. Ships with a beautiful 1-dig, looking for more as well. Will get stopped by Lanix, but now Rainwaker chimes off too. Lanix is trying to recover it. 3v2. And I'll tell you what, I'll leave my point at. Dreamer didn't need to move. Simple as that. And that could have been a Skade round. But anyway, let's move on. Retro, take it away.
Mate, honestly, crazy. Crazy round ahead of us. A 2v3. Bubble has the flank like no other. Bomb of Speedy still located towards short, but not out on sight. He's let Lornix set the feelers out with 1:10 to go. Speedy catching the flank. Bubble gone. Now down to 2, and it's double deagles for this CT side. Bomb set down, post plant set in, Trav. Rainwaker. Position towards CT. Nade doing good damage, AK to pick it up, and Dreamer left alone, 1-on-2. Tapping away, low HP for Lornix. Flash only half blind, but it's doing enough to hinder and delay the Dreamer push, and already we're over a third of the way gone on the clock. We'll find the first Lornix, he'll swing in for the trade. A bullet away from death, but a bullet he shall not fire. Skade 0, Sprout 5.
Yeah, that was so tight again. He was even the low HP player to trade that Lanx in the end, but he's having a fantastic start to this Decide, up to 8 kills already. Almost single-handedly recovering that anti-half buy. 2 brilliant opening picks as we saw there. Lovely zoom-in camera for that scout shot. That's much easier vision from there. But yeah, that was a great A great recovery from Sprout. Mostly thanks to Alex, and again, Spiddy gets an opening. Bubble will go down. Denislav has to strafe around the angle. Does get one frag, and now he has the opportunity to keep hold of his AWP and keep a hold of his position. Dreamer's found rolls elsewhere too, so finally, Skade are hitting back a bit. The rebuttal is instant. Ships on the secondary AWP now toward mid. We've seen this a lot from him in the past. Very successfully too. But right now he's smoked off.
Minute 15, Danny approaching short with caution. The AWP, yes, finds a first. Only the first. Sticks around to try and take the fight. Not gonna happen. The nade dropped in. Will do 1 point of health to Stare, and that is it. So, the most useless grenade without it being completely useless. It's the single point. Will swing in. Rainwaker picks up the first, and Skade looks to go on the board as Slacks. He'll find one here in the 1-on-3. USP drawn out for Ships, and he'll spam away. No Carrigan-esque plays happening here, mate. We're going to hit all our shots. Life's good. Skade on the board.
I actually thought of that immediately. I think exactly the same thought process. I was like, oh god, he's only got the USP out. Be careful with this one. But in the end, yeah, he makes it happen very nicely, and that's a critical start for Skade. In the end, positioning himself very well with that secondary AWP as well. Just an excellent, and another thing for Sprout to worry about. And the clean sheet will be broken. Such an important start. And the fact that they've done so much damage to Sprout in those opening rounds as well means their money isn't too great on the Sprout side. So this could be a very close game, even though it's still 5-1. Could just even up in a matter of moments. Skade will be kicking themselves for the previous errors they've made. In a couple of those holes, the one from Dreamer that I mentioned, no need to move from Kai, was absolutely fine with where Denislav was positioning himself. Could have easily been a Skade round in an alternate universe, but let's see how it pans out when it comes to the round directly after. It's Ships toward B this time with the AWP. That secondary, so powerful. Molotov will come in toward mid to show some presence. Rainwaker in that little tiny cubby towards short, has Denislav to play off the back of him. Minute to go, and Sprout are going to walk through mid.
55 seconds left on the clock. Skade. Decisions to be made, and unfortunately for Rawls, it'll be his last as he goes down. Lornix will find the trade, and it's another engagement to go towards middle. Stare entangled in the mess. Bubble waiting for Speedy's push from long. This is looking comfortable now for Skade. They're finding their form, their footing in this game established. It took them 5 rounds, Travis, but we're finally seeing the Skade that we thought would compete in map 3. A very nice shot from Slacks, a delight to watch. And a second shot as well from Slacks. Now down to Dreamer and Bubble. Flash goes high, gotta be careful, both players face from CT. Slacks, a third kill, an absolute beast with the AWP. Unfortunately, he couldn't make it one for the ages, but a killer attempt anyway. The NCs better be spammed in the chat by now. And Skade.
Yes, I hope so.
They have themselves a second eventually, but at the cost of 4. So much more than that should have been.
Yeah, that is just brilliant from Slacks. I mean, sure, they don't win the round, but the fact he gets all those kills, look at what it's done to Skade's economy. It's put them down so low, and that is the main reason why Sprout are going to go for the reforce buy here. There was not really any need if Slacks didn't get that damage, but now with the utility they have and the rifle still, 2 rifles at that, it's working out for them. Denislav get around the angle he can, goes for a reface, and he's feeling it in this decider. Another double kill for him. We'll get boosted up toward the site. But this buy for Sprout makes so much sense after the damage that Slacks has done. Will they be rewarded with it? It's still going to be hard. 3v4. Only a Deagle and a Scout now to support the Lance AK. Smoke can come in, but it's only 1 for the cross, I think. Big gap on the left. There's the second. Denislav will smoke himself off to be safe with this AWP. Lance is creeping around, making himself be a nuisance. And they are going to now group up together.
Looking so good. Smokes towards sight. Skade in a position where they should be claiming another round. Ooh, the jump spot doing so much damage. The AWP of Denny will get taken out of this round, sliced by Lornix. AK down to 4 points of health, but he's still kicking. Not to mention, Rawls is on the site to assist. Slacks holding with a scout from the pit position as well. This is actually a very tight-knit crossfire. And well, now Skade stand the test. A missed shot, another connection made. Dreamer 30 points of health. Rainwaker, this is a must-need kill, but he can't find it. M4 of Dreamer, so much damage done through the box as he continues to tag away. But the box too thick, the rolls to gun him down. Sprout, they have themselves a 6th. What a hectic round, and it comes from that. I mean, probably should have had a little bit more tied towards short there, the AWP, but no.
Goodness me. Ral's saying, what are you doing? Stop being a madman. I'm just going to jump up on the box and headshot you. In the end, somehow lives a charmed life behind the boxes on sight. Here's the first kill. Gets taken down so low and then somehow gets away with it until the last. And Sprout, that damage from Slacks is proving to be so critical now. They win the following round and it puts Skade down to an eco. How impactful those 3 kills from Slacks were. I can't underestimate. Just need to make sure they win this one now. Nice shot.
Oh my word. That is disgusting. Rawls. He'll pick up the kill. A little speedy looking for another. Yeah, I don't think that one's going to be an achievable goal for Bubble. Down to 2. Denny alongside Dreamer. Everything to do. Bomb set down. 2v4. Mate, we've got to chalk it up to a Sprout 7th. This is quite the game to lose here. Skade 16-1 on the initial map. Map 2, sure, it goes the distance, but a map that you should have won. Unrehearsed by Sprout in an official environment since March. And map 3, backfiring over and over and over again. This is it, mate. The start of the end, maybe.
Yeah, it's a weird one, isn't it? Because we spoke about Nuke beforehand, about how Sprout haven't played it in so long and how even when they did in March, it didn't go too well. But even though Skade is so comfortable in picking it and playing it, they do lose it a lot. So that's just the fact that we brought up in that pre-match little segment we did. They don't really have a great record on it, despite the fact they play it. I think it was 23 times now in the last 3 months it will be after today. So, yeah, it was a weird one. And even though their start on T-side was so good, I couldn't see it through. Ships in round 10. We'll get the opening thanks to the M4. Rolls, no heroics this time with his AK. But they will take control of mid very quickly off the back of that. As they take control, they're only putting 1 player through just to hold an angle right now. The tight line is being held by Rainwaker, just underneath that little crack in the wall to see the legs first. Smartly not wanting to take a heads-up duel straight away. Then slab on the angle of the AWP towards short. Might have some players to face in a split second. Oh, that's so tight.
Still. Yeah, I'm just holding my breath, wondering what the next move is. Because although Sprout are the man down, they have worked this half into a masterclass. Speedy, burning away in the flames as he's making his ways through short stare. He'll find Rainwaker, so an opening kill clap back within. Slacks a second. Skade continuing to lose. A man advantage means nothing for them as they continue to throw rounds away. A valiant attempt. And it will mean nothing. 39 seconds. They run right towards Dreamer. He's had a very quiet game towards B. The hold is good for the first. Any more, maybe. Stair goes down as well. Dreamer breathing life back into this round. He's got to find another. It Slacks to swing in from the heavens. And a pickup for him. We'll leave 1 man for the job. Unfortunately, he's taken out of this round as well. Done and dusted. Killer. Sprout up to 8.
Round of applause for Sprout. This is so good from them right now. I'm very, very impressed. Taking their time on these takes toward mid as well. Ships, there's that first kill with our smoke vision. Just straight through the top of it. But they're taking that initiative. Slacks rips it off of Ships. And look at that smoke play from Spiddy. 1 smoke on the edge, 1 smoke on the boost. And that gives them a little gap to work with. And Dreamer must have been wondering, why have all my teammates just died on A in the space of 10 seconds? What's just happened? Tries to go above and beyond, gets 2. Really good job in getting 2, but it's not enough. When you're the only one on the site, B is impossible to retake with you have a rifle or an AWP, and it was in a slab with the AWP anyway, so... Oh boy. 8 rounds on T for Sprout, Retro. This is a little bit out of hand for Skade. They need at least 5 or 6 to stay in this one, I feel like. I think Sprout CT is their strong point in this series.
I mean, listen, roles were reversed on Nuke, you know?
Yes.
We were in a scenario where Sprout were looking at a scenario where, I don't know, it was unrecoverable, more or less. But round by round, they managed to piece things back together. And so for Skade, they know it's doable. It's been done against them. And if Sprout can do it to them, why can't they do it to Sprout? That's the kind of mentality they should be having. Whether they can get it done, though, it does get ever increasingly more difficult here, Travis. At the minute 15 mark, no advantages, no giveaways, but it is Skade on a half-buy.
These Skade half-buys have been pretty scary. But the question is, at this stage, I feel like Sprout have figured them out. They've got many players here to defend again, but the patience from Sprout is really catching off Skade in this one. They're just happy to wait and hold the line, wait for Skade to look for information and just pick them off. Once again, it's Slacks to pick off the first. Nades will be thrown in, the cross smokes, of course. 3 players are here, and Dreamer's about to make it 4. But with the smokes up and the weaponry you have, what can you really do about this? Rainmaker gets one, a really nice first, but they have to be careful now about the other players on the site, and there we go, the MP9. It can do damage. Back into the 3v3. 25 seconds to go. Ralls has the bomb and he's close to this smoke. Needs to be wary. But Stare, look where he is. He's completely on the opposite side of the map. Will catch the player on elevator straight through CT spawn. And now they'll feel a lot safer about making their way up toward the site. They know Ships is still here and Slacks saves his teammate's life. There's Ralls. That's 9-2. They're doing everything right, Retro. Everything they're doing is perfectly calculated right now.
I don't know. I really don't know what's going on right now, but Skade aren't looking the same Bulgarian beast of a team that we're used to, you know? Something is missing. We need someone to step up big time. Dreamer's had a pretty decent game. I sort of faulted him for his B holds previously in the previous round to this one, though. It was a very, very good hold from him to find 2 kills. Problem is, the rest of his team, where's Ships? 4 and 10. Rainwaker, 8 and 11. Bubble, 2 and 10. Talk about the increase in firepower with the introduction of Bubble to this roster. This series, he's felt very out of it. Round 12, a chance for Sprout to make it double digits. Skade desperately need this round. In an ideal world, they need the rest, Travis, to even consider getting back into this game.
Yeah, you're spot on. They need a 9-6, they need a 10-5. They're going to go onto the T side, of course, but there's a map where it's possible. Look at Spiddy. 16 and 5 in this one. Absolutely insane performance from him, and he stepped up on Nuke as well, didn't he? He's really turned it on in the final 2 maps of this series, and once again, Slacks gets an entry. It's Ships to go down. They try and flash their way back in. Denislav gets one, but he might be overrun in a second. He's going to stay aggressive, actually. Spots the player towards short. At least I think he does, but he reacts too late. And Larynx, the close player, will take advantage of that indecision. 4v3 again for Sprout coming in here.
Skade really are trying to find every way to lose this game, it feels like. Hey, I mean, we've just got one on the site. Dream up. He'll fall. Last 2 players. It's going to be save time. It's James time, in fact. No warps, just M4s. And double-digit Sprout. Travis, what are we watching? They look so good in map 1, and such a narrow map 2. Map 3? I don't know. I don't know, man. I expected more. I really did.
Yeah, me too, man. It's a map where they have had more success on both times.
Yeah.
It's literally all the stats pointed to Skade after the veto. Don't forget, I mean, I actually picked Sprout before of course, in our predictions before this stage of the tournament began, and I thought that was down to the performances of Lanx, and I thought it'd be down to the AWPing prowess of Slacks. It is. That's exactly what's happening, but nowhere in the fashion that I thought it would go down. Not after losing map 1, 16-1, for goodness sake. What a recovery. Sprout truly have been an insane team to watch lately. They're not a team that takes down a team like Maus in the ESL Valencia qualifier twice in a row, 2-0 for nothing. They are stepping up right now. They seem to step up to deal with this half buy, and they should be all right. Lance is very, very blind, but there's so many players to recover it. Very messy sprays toward long, but in the end it works out as a 2v1 for Sprout. And Dreamer, unfortunately, is once again on the opposite side of the map for this.
v2. Deagle at range can get difficult as well. Wondering if there's going to be any gun to scoop up. Nope, there'll be a bullet to take though. Done and dusted. And that is Skade down 11-2. Trav, Ancient version 2, mate. That's what I'm calling Dust 2 now. Like, I don't know. I commented at the start, this map gets ever more CT-sided every time I watch it. Just don't know, man.
It's scary,
I have no clue what to say. I just...
You've blown them out, haven't they? Completely blown them out the water.
Yeah.
It's unreal. And it's not what we expected at all. Like, as I said, just the veto really changed my thoughts on this series. But Sprout clearly have done their homework and done their grinding on maps like Nuke and Dust 2. And they're putting Skade in a position of horror right now. They're feeling so comfortable, and now they have their backs against the wall.
Well, here we go. Dreamer, a chance to strike. He has found the first. Warnick's gone. A second kill on the cards. No, denied. A molly that could finish the job, but Ships, not a single point of damage done by him. And now the man advantage seeping in favor of the T side. Rainwaker will find one. A second kill denied. Speedy continues to plow through the Bulgarian side. Bubble thinking about the peaks. He'll try and deny the bomb, but that is a heroic that will not pull off. And there's a 12th on the board for Sprout here. Ladies and gentlemen, we're done. It's over. It's got to be. Sprout, they'll have themselves a huge lead now. A 10-round lead, in fact.
It's even a struggle to save the AWP if you're Denislav. The money is completely fine for Sprout. They've got Rars on 10.2. They've won so many in a row now. Skade just have no answer, and it's so surprising considering the talent they have on this team, which so suits a map like Dust 2 as well. The fact that they have so many capable AWPers on the team. Denislav is a primary, Ships is a secondary. P250 on Stacks is enough to get the final kill. Didn't expect that coming in from long so late, and why would you? Dreamer again tries his best toward B, but can only go 1 for 1. I feel a bit bad for Dreamer. He's been doing a real stellar job on the B defenses. And it's just been the portions of the map where Skade can't seem to get away with anything.
$12-2, mate. Skade, they need this third. Just something to go off, something to win with. But Slacks through the smoke, counts down 3, 2, 1, squeezes the trigger at perfect timing, and even finds Denislav as well. Ships out of the round, Bubble gone. Dreamer last man standing. Ladies and gentlemen, we will be heading to a halftime break shortly, because Skade have a mammoth of a recovery to make. In the final map to keep them in this tournament, they will recover from a 13-2 scoreline if they want to see the light of day. And as Dreamer walks in, we send you to the break. A mammoth scoreline to come back from.
Do we get a break?
Do we?
We got told by production no half-time break.
Okay, never mind then. No breaks, mate. I thought we were gonna have one. I was ready for one, but no, mate. No breaks. We have to sit here and suffer. No time to enjoy.
Well, I'll tell you
a 3-minute break.
Skade have to suffer. That's for sure.
That is true. Very true.
We got bamboozled by production. It's okay.
To be fair, they did tell us like well in advance, but I just misread.
That was a long
they
time
told
ago,
us
though.
like
There was other messages in the chat, and we missed it.
Yeah,
well, at least I didn't miss it, but you missed it. That's I'll forgive you. It's okay.
We were just talking about the curse that I have in these like long games. That's all it is.
No problem,
Not most ideal, mate. Now they're on the T side. A must-win pistol and consecutive rounds buy after buy after buy after buy is what is required. And while Slacks, he started things with a bang. Lornix, a second kill, 3 already in the round. And yeah, it feels all but done. Skade, you can try it, but you shan't not succeed. And after your best efforts on Ancient, it is Sprout that look to take the cake, and they will find themselves in what is now 2 rounds time a place in the main event. That is criminal that they get into this game.
It's crazy, right? It's actually crazy. I did not see this coming in any way, shape or form. Rainmaker last alive, basically has to win this 1v4 to keep his team alive in this one, but he's about to get double-faced, and there's Stare with the last. Look at the KDs. Spiddy 22 and 7, survives that round on 1 HP. That just tells the tale. It's been all Spiddy in this game. With some hugely impactful frags from Slax's AWP on the T side. And now with a beautiful tap there from Slax again on the USP. They're just a couple of rounds away from the main event. And as I said, it's up against teams like NIP, the new Fnatic, and Tropic as well. They've shown that they deserve to be there with their previous results. And now they're within touching distance of it.
Molly will be fizzled out, or at least the attempt maybe for a Sprout Molly. Skade smoke goes a little bit deep. Well, it is round 17, 14-2. This is not ideal, I must admit, if you're a Skade fan. Probably sat there for the first half and the second with your eyes closed, because this has been far from ideal here for the Bulgarians. They had Sprout beat 16-1 on Sprout's map pick. Picked
It's the
Nuke.
biggest role reversal ever.
Picked Nuke as well.
Unreal.
0 maps played by Sprout in the last 3 months heading into that matchup. And they lose out. And now on Dust 2, one of their strongest maps in the pool. Maybe becoming one of their weaker, because Sprout have their hands tied, and out towards A, the cavalry will run, and while the bomb might get set down, the scout of Slacks continues to puncture holes through the T side. A dink doubled, in fact, by Speedy. Slacks his USB in for another. Denny Slaw next on the chopping block as Lornix soars through the sky. And Dreamer, he won't be able to find a single point of damage. 15-2, map point, series point, qualification point Sprout. After everything we've gone through, Trav, it's 13 in a row required from Skade.
Yeah, they'll just have 1 point. They've got many of them, many to play with. What an unreal situation. It's the biggest role reversal, and not one I expected in the slightest. Skade, it's a rough one for them. I do feel for them at this stage. They must be thinking, what's just happened? They must be a bit shell-shocked at this point. Sprout have just run them over. Now, Skade know how they felt on map 1. But that seems now a very, very long time ago for Skade, for sure. Raz goes in toward lower, stopped by Denislav, but Lance is there for the easy double kill trade. And Spiddy's going to catch the timing on Bubble as well. Bubble's had a very poor performance on this final map, I'm afraid. Only 2 and 17 for him. No impact at all. Lance is here as well, even gets the 3rd. I've been so impressed by him, and now it's just Rainwaker, 32 health, stuck top mid in the Molotov. He'll get stopped by Lance as well. It just feels right that the young 17-year-old talent finishes off the series, and Retro, I can't believe that's how it ends. Unreal.
Yeah, I mean, how do you even comment on this game? How do you even discuss the topics and everything that's been unraveled? Sprout get the reverse sweep in the most definitive of forms on Dust 2 as well. They take the last slot here in the Season 3 closed qualifier. Rules will be joining us in a second to talk about some Counter-Strike. But Trav, what a day, mate. What a day. And for Sprout, their journey only just beginning. Today's results look a little like this. K23 were our 7th team from the closed qualifier to make it through after taking down Hellslayers 2-0. And unfortunately for Skade, despite heroics on Ancient and an impressive start, they do not have the metal to take it to the end. And Sprout, they have themselves a 2-1 victory.
Yeah, and that's what they deserve. Their recent results and their recent performances, I really do believe. I mean, it's been such an impressive run for them as of late. Skade have been the more inconsistent team, just by looking at their previous results before this game started. And little did we know that we'd have the picture of inconsistency when this series ended. Just a remarkable finish of an incredible start, a sad end for Skade, but Sprout, the better team by far. The way they grinded out that T-cell of Nuke as well. I would say in the final 2 maps, they really showed why they are the consistent factor in this sort of upper echelon of Tier 2 right now, and Skade are falling by the wayside a bit.
Yeah, I mean, it was an impressive start. You cannot deny that Skade come out of the gate swinging, Travis. But when we talk about best of 3s, maybe motivation became a little bit of an issue after losing Nuke, and everyone got in their own heads a little bit. Dust 2 just didn't look the same for them. It just didn't look like the same Skade we saw in map 1, and it was very unfortunate to see that these guys go home. If I'm honest with you, I'd love to have seen both teams in the playoff stage. I think that would have been really nice to see Skade have the opportunity to play at a more Tier 1 level than you know, maybe some of the other teams that qualified, but you can't blame, you can't hate, you've just got to, you know, take it on the chin. Sprout were the better team today, exactly, and Sprout get the chance. We look at the bright side now, and how much of a success story this is for Sprout, right? For a team that has come in, won the Valencia EU qualifiers, we wanted to see that little bit more from them, to prove that they can make it, Travis, into the broader world, the better scene of Counter-Strike. What better way than to get qualification through to Season 3?
Yeah, hugely impressive performance from them. And we're actually going to have the chance in a couple of minutes' time, I believe, to have an interview with Riles as well, and which is actually something we spoke about beforehand, that we'd love to get a chance to chat with him about the veto, of course. And I do believe Riles is ready for us right now. So we'll say hello. We'll say hello, and massive congratulations, sir. You must be very happy. You've made it through to the main event for REPUBLEAGUE. One thing I'll want to kick off this interview with is the veto. Why did Nuke appear there? What happened there?
I mean, it was the mastermind Barry who said that, okay, if we want to win the veto, we don't ban it. So that's what we went with, and it went well.
Nice.
It kind of went well, yeah.
Yeah, kind of went well. We'll go with that, Rules. I want to take your mind to a dark place. I can see you smiling ear to ear. I don't want to kill the mood too much, but we've got to talk about Ancient, brother. I mean, you come into this map where, like, it's your pick. We saw you on Ancient a few days ago as well. You guys looked unbelievable. There's so much to commend about, and Skade just come on a whole new level. What do you think happened in map 1?
Man, I actually don't know. I don't think we were just there, to be honest. It was the first official from the bootcamp, and maybe people were a bit nervous, and I don't know. We were just not there, and somehow we just couldn't hit our shots, and nothing went well, and I couldn't call, or nothing went good. I don't know. But somehow we managed to turn it around, and we won the game, and that's what's most important right now.
Yeah, I mean, it was a humongous role reversal for you, and you have to be so delighted with that to recover from that start. What I will say is, how are you impressed with your new boy Lanx? Because I am very impressed with him. But 17-year-old now has a chance, of course. He's played in the Valencia qualifier. You took down Mouse twice, 2-0. Insane results for you guys. This guy, you must be delighted with how he's performing.
And Lau is an amazing player, to be honest, and it's so nice to have him on the team. And you can just feel you can just feel when he's there in the atmosphere, and you can just feel his firepower, and you just know he's always good for 1, 2, or 3, or 4 kills, or 5 kills maybe. So it's just it's amazing to have him on the team, to be honest.
Yeah, I was going to mention as well, obviously you guys making roster changes, going more European than the German core, introducing Staren Lonix, and it's always nice to see you guys doing well. For the future of this team, maybe inside REPUBLEAGUE for now, your first matchup is in 2 days' time against Bad News Eagles. What are your thoughts coming into the playoff stage? A big job for you guys to do, and Bad News Eagles, a team that's had recent success. Do you guys think you have what it takes with the introduction of the youth?
Of course, I always think we have what it takes. Of course, Bad News Eagles is a fun team to play with their playstyle, and they just have some really sick players and a lot of firepower, but I always think we have a possibility to win, and that's what we're going for.
Superb. I'll say many congratulations again. Keep up this form. You guys are rocketing high right now, so I'll be interested to see your progress. Many congratulations again, and thank you so much for the interview.
Thank you, guys. Thank you for the cast. See you.
Cheers.
Oh, thank you, man. Oh, what a nice guy. And his smile, man.
So
it tells
nice.
it all. It tells it all, man. Wolves' smile, you can see it literally ear to ear. It made me laugh at the beginning how much that man was smiling. And it's nice to see. You can see how much it means to the guys, right? They're at boot camp. They've just done so well in a qualifier. We're yet to see it in an environment where we've got a higher level of teams, where it isn't as cutthroat, where consistency is valued more than just the one-off on the day. And Sprout, I mean, it was done through the lower bracket, but it's done, and they get themselves a slot in that main event, and for that we can only applaud them and congratulate them on such a win.
Yeah, and I think we actually have graphics ready to show you exactly where the main event will start. Can't wait for this. I'm super excited. Right, who are we going to see? So here's the Group A. Ecstatic, Eternal Fire, Bad News Eagles, Entropic, K23, Sprout, X-Mad Lions and 1win. That is a tasty group indeed. Such aggressive teams in the form of BNE and Eternal Fire. I can't wait to see how they perform against our qualified teams.
Absolutely, and don't forget about Group B. There are some titans in this group as well, and I would say B for Brutal, NIP, Fnatic, Forza, Imperial, just to name the invited teams. Don't forget Sinners, Into the Breach, who had a miraculous run against Skade in recent times, Enterprise, who are in hot form, and of course our young guns in Mal's NXT. Group B and Group A, both teams, both groups to watch out for. I could not be more excited to deliver Counter-Strike to you guys here on the Republic channel. Trav, it feels surreal to say this, but tomorrow's matches, we kickstart things in Group A. Ecstatic take on 1win at 16 CEST. Eternal Fire play against the X-Mad Lions side at 19 CEST to kickstart Group A. And of course, by saying Group A, we're done for the close qualifier. It is finished here today.
Yes.
And well, we only have higher Counter-Strike to look up to. Sprouts are our 8th team to join, and what a send-off it was. It's unfortunate to see Skade go, but one final reminder, of course, for everyone at home, make sure to tune in tomorrow. It's the start of the group stage. It's the kickstart of the main event. No more qualifiers, no more entries. This is it. 16 teams fight to the death to see who can take the crown here in Republic Season 3. Trav, it's been a pleasure sharing the cast with you today. We may have a little bit more for you in store over the coming days, but for now, we are going to end the stream. Join us tomorrow, 16 CEST for the start of Group A. You better be here, and we'll see you then. Bye-bye.
break up and you slam the door. I messed up on the bedroom floor. What the hell do we do this for? I push you out, but you come back. That attraction, we can't fight that. Oh, keep telling myself that I should let go, but I hold on. And oh, keep telling myself that I should move on, but I don't. 'Cause we got that mad love, we got that sad love, we got that fun love, we got that young love, yeah, that dumb love. 'Cause we got that mad love, we got that sad love, we got that fun love, we got that young love, yeah, that dumb love. We got kiss me and the world disappears. Tell me the things that I wanna hear. I just wanna stay right here. You push me out, but I come back. That attraction, we can't fight that. Oh, keep telling myself that I should let go, but I hold on. And oh, keep telling myself that I should move on, but I don't. 'Cause we got that mad love, we got that sad love, we got that fun love, we got that young love, yeah, that dumb love. chase.